Pokémon, Shiny Attractor. Chapter 1. On a sunny morning, in the suburbs of a leisurely town, a breeding house is located here. Behind the breeding house, on the open space where Pokémon usually move around, a boy with black hair and black eyes is massaging a Slowpoke. The already stupid Slowpoke's face seems to have melted at this time, and the atmosphere of the whole Pokémon has become more leisurely. And behind the boy, there is a group of elves waiting for the boy's massage. Infernape. You cut in line again, go to the back and line up properly. Snorlax, don't let Infernape cut in line every time it gives you a berry. The boy suddenly said. The discovered Infernape scratched his head, showed a big smile and ran to the back of the team. Snorlax swallowed the fruit in his hand as if nothing had happened. Dragonite. Garchomp. If you two break the house again, you two will not get dessert tonight. The boy shouted immediately after feeling the ground shaking. Roar. Heard the boy's roar, and Dragonite and Garchomp, who were fighting happily, stopped immediately. The two Pokémon were arm in arm, like good friends. Xiao Tong. A voice came from the house, and a grey-haired old lady came out. Grandma. I'm here. The boy called Xiao Tong responded. After patting Slowpoke to let him know that today's massage was over, the boy quickly came to the old lady. Grandma, what's wrong? The boy asked softly. The old man and I have something to tell you. Come, follow Grandma into the house. The old lady took the boy's hand and walked into the house. When they came to the living room, an old grandfather with grey hair sat on the sofa waiting for the old lady and the boy. After seeing the old lady and the boy sitting down, the old grandfather spoke. Xiao Tong, you are already 10 years old, it's time to go on a trip. The old grandfather said straight to the point. Yes, Grandpa and Grandma have high expectations for Xiao Tong. The old lady said very kindly. Hearing what the grandparents said, the boy showed a tangled look. The boy's name in this life is Wu Tong. The reason for this name is that he was picked up by his grandparents under a Wu Tong tree when he was still a baby. So, the two old people named the boy Wu Tong. Seeing this, I believe you have also discovered that Wu Tong was not originally from this world. There is no need to mention the name of the previous life. At that time, he was a small game anchor with no popularity and no traffic. The main content of the live broadcast is various games related to Pokémon. It's just that he is a game anchor who is chosen by heaven. From the time he came into contact with the game of the Pokémon IP until he was reborn, he had never encountered a shiny Pokémon. One day, after being mocked by the only big brother in the live broadcast room for being unlucky, Wu Tong vowed to get a shiny Pokémon. He would not stop broadcasting until he got a shiny Pokémon, and this broadcast lasted for a week, until even the big brother made a mistake. On the night of the 7th day, Wu Tong, who mechanically controlled the characters to encounter Pokémon, finally saw the first wild shiny Pokémon in his life. A yellow-green dream demon. The moment he saw this shiny dream demon, Wu Tong jumped up happily, his heartbeat accelerated, and then his eyes went black and he fell to the ground. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had become a baby who could only babble. And the location was not in the crib, but under a huge sycamore tree in a green forest. Of course, it was not without benefits. As an abandoned baby, Wu Tong was blessed by the Evergreen Forest and became the owner of the Evergreen Power, which only occurs once every 10 years. But what is the use of an incapable baby even if he has the Evergreen Power? Just when Wu Tong thought he was going to die young again, his grandparents appeared and took him back home. The child of his grandparents died in an accident at an early age, and the old couple never had any more children. The old couple felt that they had a connection with Wu Tong, so they simply adopted Wu Tong. The grandfather's name is Aquan, and the grandmother's name is Xingzi. The two run the breeding house business together. The breeding house of the two was in the Kanto region at the beginning, and Wu Tong was picked up by them in the Viridian forest. But later, for unknown reasons, the two went to the Chengdu region and the Hon region one after another. And now they are in. The breeding house continued to operate in the suburbs of Suiyai town in the Sinnoh region. So Wu Tong has been traveling around with his grandparents since he was a child. Because his grandparents have always been dressed very simply and are usually frugal. So Wu Tong also understands that the old couple may be poor. As for changing a region every 2 or 3 years, it is probably because it is easier to develop in a different region. As a Pokémon game anchor in his previous life, coupled with Wu Tong's love for Pokémon, he should be very eager to travel. But Wu Tong found that he had a problem. Because of the power of Evergreen, all Pokémon are very close to Wutong. But as long as Wutong tried to command them to fight, they would change their faces instantly. Although they would not attack Wutong, they would definitely not obey Wutong's command. In 10 years, only one Pokémon was different. That was a shining dream demon that Wutong encountered in the forest when he first came to the Sinnoh region. At that time, the dream demon was injured, and Wutong kindly used the power of Evergreen to treat it. After the treatment, Meng Yao has been with Wutong. Wutong thought he had found a way, so he worked harder to rescue the injured Pokémon in the wild, and Wutong gained the friendship of many Pokémon. However, except Meng Yao, no Pokémon was willing to listen to Wutong's command to fight. In summary, Wutong's entanglement was that only Meng Yao was willing to let him command the battle. But it is impossible to complete the journey with only one Pokémon. Even if I challenged the gym, I couldn't participate in the conference. And my family is relatively poor, and I certainly can't support my travel expenses. I'd better not travel. The conditions at home are not good, and I don't worry about my grandparents. Wutong said. Xiao Tong, what are you talking about? Aquan showed a confused expression on his face. Yes, Xiao Tong. Who told you that the conditions at home are not good? Xingzi also asked. Isn't it? Grandpa and Grandma, you are dressed so simply, and you always have to move. Wutong was also puzzled. We wear plain clothes because my wife and I don't like bright clothes. We move frequently because our breeding farms are in various regions and we need to take care of them regularly. Huan said with a smile. I wonder why you are always reluctant to eat meat, and you always mend a torn piece of clothing and continue to wear it. Xingzi said helplessly. Don't look at our plain clothes, but they are all made of top-quality fabrics and custom-made. And aren't you surprised that the breeding farms in each region are so large? Huan continued to add. Wutong was stunned. He had been thinking too much all along. He was actually a rich second generation. Okay, don't be silly, we have prepared the things, you just need to set off. Huan looked at the stunned Wutong and said. Okay, I know. Then can I go to Masaga Town to find Dr. Yamanashi to get the initial Pokémon? Wutong said after realizing that he couldn't beat the old couple. And he didn't want to give up on becoming a Pokémon trainer. Maybe Professor Yamanashi has Pokémon that are willing to listen to his command? Who told you that you were going to travel in the Sinnoh region? We plan to send you to the Kanto region. Professor Oak there has been a long-time friend of ours. You can go to him to get your initial Pokémon and start your journey. Anza said. Kanto region? Professor Oak. Wutong was a little surprised after hearing this. Maybe he could meet Zai. He didn't know if he could catch up with Zai's travel period. After confirming the arrangement, Wutong carried the backpack prepared by Aquan and Anza for him and officially went to Pallet Town in the Kanto region. Chapter 2. After officially obtaining the initial Pokémon, Professor Oak took out a Pokédex and gave it to Wutong. Wutong's special physique aroused the interest of Professor Oak, so Professor Oak hoped that Wutong could leave later and cooperate with Professor Oak to do some experiments. When Wutong cooperated with Professor Oak's experiment, 2 more people came. Judging from their dress and appearance, they should be twins. The 2 took away Charmander and Bulbasaur smoothly, and Wutong became more and more excited. Because the next one to appear is the Super Rookie, the Master of Reverse Attributes, the Immortal Demon Boy, hereinafter omitted title times 100, Zai who accompanied Wutong throughout his childhood. At almost noon, Zai in pajamas came running in a panic. His embarrassed appearance did not win the sympathy of Professor Oak. However, out of friendship with Hanako, Professor Oak decided to give Zai the initial Pokémon so that he could travel. After all, only after Zai went out to travel, Professor Oak could better enhance his friendship with Hanako. Ahem, back to the topic. According to the familiar plot, Professor Oak took out a Pokeball with a lightning mark. Next is the rebellious period of Pikachu's electric shock segment. Perhaps because of Wutong's physique, Pikachu deliberately avoided Wutong when he was electrocuting people. In this way, Wutong inadvertently gained Pikachu's friendship. After exchanging names with Zai and expressing his desire to fight in the future, Wutong watched Zai drag Pikachu away. Looking at Zai and Pikachu going away, Wutong suddenly began to think about the possibility of training Zai into Zyukai. The final conclusion is that it is not as simple as summoning War Greymon in the Pokémon world and using Gaia's power to hit people. After bidding farewell to Zai, Wu Tong continued to cooperate with Professor Oak's experiment. It is probably to use different Pokémon to try to fight and record the reactions of Pokémon. Because one of each Pokémon is selected for the experiment, the seemingly troublesome experiment does not take too much time. After completing the experiment on ordinary Pokémon, Professor Oak conducted the second phase of the experiment. The second phase of the experiment is to determine whether most of the shiny Pokémon can listen to Wu Tong's command to fight. After all, there is a possibility that Water Leap and Dream Demon are special cases. After this, Wu Tong saw the background of Professor Oak, and the various shiny Pokémon made Wu Tong drool. Even Xiaozai, the chosen son, only has a shiny Night Owl. Professor Oak has dozens of shiny Pokémon of various kinds, including the 3 starters or other relatively rare Pokémon. Wu Tong even saw 2 shiny quasi-gods. However, there are basically no first-stage Pokémon among these shiny Pokémon. Even if there are, they are Pokémon that have passed the best growth period and are unwilling to evolve for a long time. These Pokémon also show a natural intimacy with Wu Tong, and are willing to obey Wu Tong's command. Even those Pokémon that are repellent to fighting are willing to symbolically throw 2 skills. Moreover, the shiny Pokémon are very natural to approach Wu Tong, and they all show a state of liking to be around Wu Tong. This gave Wu Tong great confidence. Facts have proved that shiny Pokémon can indeed allow Wu Tong to command the battle normally. It seems that Xiao Tong, you have an attraction to shiny Pokémon. Dr. Oak said to Wu Tong after looking at the experimental results. You should be very curious why I have so many shiny Pokémon here. Dr. Oak suddenly asked. Wu Tong nodded subconsciously. This is because I am studying a topic recently, which is the difference between shiny Pokémon and ordinary Pokémon. Dr. Oak explained. So that's the case, so are these shiny Pokémon from the Alliance? Wu Tong said. Almost, but now the subject has reached a bottleneck. I think shiny Pokémon are special. They are outliers in their respective groups, not only in color, but also in ability. Professor Oak said. Just like the water jump fish, its power is far greater than that of its peers. I have also discovered some special abilities of other shiny Pokémon. But they are only physical. Professor Oak continued to narrate. So, Professor Oak, do you think shiny Pokémon should have more special abilities? Is it a special ability? Wu Tong also became interested. Yes, I will call it the power of shining, because there was a trainer whose shining Vaporeon had the ability to shape water. Professor Oak continued. Does it require special conditions to stimulate the ability? Wu Tong asked. I think so too, so I hope you can cooperate with me in research. If you want to be a Pokémon trainer, you will definitely encounter many shining Pokémon with your special physique. Professor Oak's meaning is very clear. I understand, Professor Oak, I am willing to help you with your research. Wu Tong said happily. That's great, but I can't let you help me with my research for nothing. Professor Oak said and began to think. How about this, if there is a suitable shining Pokémon, I will give you one. After all, this will also help my research. Professor Oak said. I will work hard. How bad can the Pokémon that Professor Oak promised be? Maybe it will be another shiny starter Pokémon. If we are lucky, maybe we will get a shiny quasi-god. Wu Tong thought about it and a silly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Seeing Wu Tong's appearance, Professor Oak shuddered and suddenly doubted whether it was the right choice to let Wu Tong participate in the research. Wu Tong said goodbye to Professor Oak and officially started his journey. The Dream Demon still entered Wu Tong's shadow, and Wu Tong's shadow had become the Dream Demon's home. And the water jump fish was also taken directly by Wu Tong, and Wu Tong planned to cultivate feelings with it first. It is definitely not because the water jump fish would bump into him every time it was released. Walking in the evergreen forest, Wu Tong took out the map prepared by his grandparents for him. Looking at the detailed map, Wu Tong was moved and amused. Following the direction indicated by the map, Wu Tong began to move towards Evergreen City. While walking, Wu Tong tried to teach the water jump fish that bumping into people is a bad habit. Gilu? Water Leap just tilted its head in confusion at Wu Tong's teaching. Wu Tong suddenly felt a headache. In order to change his mood, Wu Tong took out the Pokémon Encyclopedia and scanned Water Leap. Water Leap, a swamp fish Pokémon, has a very sensitive radar on its head. It can detect the surrounding situation from the flow of water or air without relying on its eyes. When in the water, it breathes with the gills on its cheeks. If it encounters danger, it will exert amazing power and can smash rocks larger than its body. After the basic introduction, the skills that Water Leap now has appeared in the Pokémon Encyclopedia. Current skills: Impact, Shout, Water Gun, Rock Crushing, Rock Falling, Hold, Bite, Double Return, Water Wave. Wu-Tong was not too surprised after seeing the skill pool of the Water Leap fish. After all, according to Professor Oak, the Water Leap fish has been sent back to the Research Institute many times. It seems that its previous owners did not want to send it back at the beginning, and let it learn a lot of skills, but in the end it still lost to the love collision of the Water Leap fish. Bo. When Wu-Tong was still studying the skills of the Water Leap fish, a Bobo appeared in front of Wu-Tong and the Water Leap fish. Very good, Water Leap fish, our first opponent has appeared. Wu-Tong saw Bobo appear and knew that the opportunity to test the combat power of the Water Leap fish had appeared. Gilu. The Water Leap fish called me with full energy. Bobo. Poor Bobo didn't know what he was facing, but just tilted his head and looked at the human in front of him who made people want to get close to him. Sorry Bobo, Water Leap fish, falling rocks. Wu-Tong pointed at Bobo and commanded loudly. Gilu. Shuiyu picked up a fist-sized stone nearby and threw it at Bobo. A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and before Bobo could react, the stone hit Bobo's head directly. Wu-Tong even saw Bobo rolling his eyes after being hit. Bobo fainted directly after being hit by Shuiyu and fell softly to the ground. Wu-Tong swallowed his saliva and had a new understanding of Shuiyu's power. This is simply a skill with super strength. Normal attack is equal to super strength. Wu-Tong is inexplicably looking forward to what will happen after Shuiyu learns super strength. Looking at Bobo lying on the ground, rolling his eyes, and his tongue hanging out, Wu-Tong used the power of Changpan to treat him. Wu-Tong took Shuiyu away before Bobo woke up. Soon after Wu-Tong left, Bobo was shocked and got up in fear. Looking around, he didn't find the pink demon who threw stones at him. Bobo? Bobo shouted in confusion, and then looked at himself who was intact. Was he having a nightmare? Chapter 3. The fish was in a mess, but the water was still flowing. Water Leap fish, Water Gun. Wu-Tong commanded loudly. Gilyalu. The Water Leap fish shot out a water gun, hitting the green caterpillar that was eating leaves. The green caterpillar was hit by the water gun and fell to the ground. Then he stood up angrily and looked at the guy who disturbed his meal. After determining the target, the green caterpillar sprayed silk and shot at the Water Leap fish. Water Leap fish, disperse it with water waves. Wu-Tong was not panicked. Gilyalu. The Water Leap fish opened its mouth and a series of circular water streams shot out. The silk of the green caterpillar was all blocked. Water Leap fish, drop rocks. Wu-Tong decided to launch a fatal attack. Water Leap fish threw a stone, which hit the caterpillar directly. The caterpillar and the stone hit a tree together. The caterpillar fainted on the spot. Wu-Tong touched Water Leap fish's head to show encouragement, and then used the power of Evergreen to heal the caterpillar's injuries. After the caterpillar woke up slowly, it found that it was not injured, but the appearance of the pink devil was still clearly visible. The caterpillar just felt that it had a terrible nightmare. And the legend of the pink devil continued in the evergreen forest. Strange, why haven't we reached the river after walking for so long? Wu-Tong looked at the map while walking. The distance between Pallet Town and Evergreen City is not far. After passing the river, you can walk along Route 1 for a while and you will reach it. However, Wu-Tong now encountered a problem, that is, he has not even found the river. He clearly walked according to the map. The dream demon also flew out from Wu-Tong's shadow, floating beside Wu-Tong's head and looking at the map with Wu-Tong. The water jump fish ran around Wu-Tong's feet, and it was obviously a little excited by the battle with Bobo and Caterpillar along the way. Gee! A hoarse and unpleasant cry sounded. Wu-Tong looked back and found that it was a Spearow. As for the Spearow, Wu-Tong thought that he would not provoke it if he could, anyway, with his physique, the Spearow would not attack him actively. However, a pink figure rushed out directly and hit the Spearow head-on. Gee! The Spearow did not expect that he would be attacked suddenly. It had always attacked others, but today it was beaten by a fish with long legs. The Spearow, feeling extremely humiliated, let out a sharp cry. Water jump fish! Don't let it scream, rocks are falling. Wu-Tong saw that the Spearow wanted to call his companions and quickly asked the water jump fish to stop it. The water jump fish picked up a stone and threw it out very skillfully. It must be said that the water jump fish is quite talented in throwing stones, and one stone hit the mouth of the spitting bird. The spitting bird stopped crying instantly, and fell to the ground with its eyes rolled up. Just when Wu Tong breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was safe, 5 or 6 spitting birds flew out, and seeing their companions rolling their eyes and holding stones in their mouths on the ground, the spitting birds instantly became angry. I said, "Do you believe me if I don't know what happened?" Wu Tong said to the angry spitting birds. Gulu. The water jump fish expressed disbelief, and a stone flew out and hit a spitting bird directly. The spitting bird fell to the ground, and a bump swelled up on its head at a speed visible to the naked eye. G. Seeing that this pink creature in front of them dared to commit crimes in front of them, the spitting birds became even more angry and screamed together. Wu Tong wanted to cry but had no tears. He understood another reason why the water jump fish was sent back to the institute: it was too troublesome. Dream Demon, Strange Light, Water Leap Fish, Water Wave. Wu Tong had no choice but to let the Dream Demon and Water Leap Fish use 2 skills to disturb the Spearows. Wu Tong picked up the Water Leap Fish, and then let the Dream Demon go back into the shadow and ran away. At this time, he couldn't care about the direction. He had to get safe first. At the second call of the Spearows, another 7 or 8 Spearows appeared. More than a dozen Spearows began to chase Wu Tong and the Water Leap Fish. The Water Leap Fish held in Wu Tong's arms was not afraid at all and used water guns to fight back from time to time. If there were no stones around, the Water Leap Fish might want the Spearows to understand what a rock-dropping machine gun is. "Little ancestor, please be quiet." Wu Tong helplessly pressed the mouth of the Water Leap Fish to stop it from provoking. Fortunately, Wu Tong's physical fitness was good, and the Spearows couldn't catch up with Wu Tong for a while. After walking through the forest for a while, a light appeared in front of him. Wu Tong ran towards the light and finally saw the river he had been looking for. However, the river was under the cliff. Looking at the fierce man chasing after him. Spearows, Wu Tong jumped off the cliff without hesitation while holding the Water Leap Fish. Seeing Wu Tong and the Water Leap Fish jumping into the creek under the cliff, the Spearows circled for a while and left. The story of a pink demon who kidnapped a kind human and then fell off the cliff spread among the Pokémon. According to the victim, the pink demon was very cruel and liked to throw stones at people. For a while, the Pokémon talked about pink changes. Because the cliff was not very high and the water in the creek was deep enough, Wu Tong was not hurt after falling into the water. After making sure that the Spearows had left, Wu Tong and the Water Leap Fish climbed up the shore from the creek. Wu Tong lay on the ground in a big letter shape, gasping for breath. He had just left the novice village, so why was it so exciting? Wu Tong glanced at the culprit next to him. At this time, the Water Leap Fish was standing next to Wu Tong's head, looking well behaved. Wu Tong felt that psychological education for the Water Leap Fish should be put on the agenda. "Are you okay?" Wu Tong suddenly felt his eyes darken. A girl bent down with her hands on her knees and looked at Wu Tong and asked. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Wu Tong sat up and said subconsciously. At this time, he saw the girl's appearance clearly. "Isn't this the first generation of Ji girl Xioxia? I'm glad you're okay. I saw you crawling out of the river and thought you were in trouble. By the way, I'm Xioxia from Hualan City." Xioxia said friendly. "My name is Wu Tong. By the way, your fishing rod seems to be moving." Wu Tong also introduced himself and then pointed to the fishing rod set up behind Xioxia. "What?" Xioxia looked back and ran over immediately. "Such a fierce reaction, it seems to be a big fish." Xioxia said happily while grabbing the fishing rod. Wu Tong saw this familiar plot and had a bad premonition. Xioxia used her arms to pull up the fishing rod at once, and 2 figures, one big and one small, fell to the ground. It was Zai and Pikachu. Wu Tong looked towards the cliff, a shadow was approaching. As for Zai and Xioxia, the story was developing as it was. Zai was slapped and then he took Xioxia's bike. "What?" Xioxia pinched her waist and complained as she watched Zai riding away on her bike. "Sorry, Xioxia, I have to go too." At this time, Wu Tong also took out his bike, because he saw a figure with a bag on his head in the group of Spearows that were getting closer and closer. What happened? Xioxia looked confused as she watched Wu Tong riding away on his bike. Then she saw a group of Spearows chasing the direction Zai and Wu Tong left. "Spirit fish! Don't attack wild Pokémon without my command in the future." Wu Tong pedaled the bike frantically, and then shouted to the Spearow sitting in the basket. Gilu! The Spearow nodded as if he understood. After rushing out of the forest, Wu Tong also caught up with Zai Zai. At this time, the two had no time to communicate because the Spearows behind them had already caught up. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and heavy rain poured down between lightning and thunder. After passing a steep slope, Zai Zai's bicycle slid sideways, and Zai Zai and Pikachu both fell down. Zai Zai! Wu Tong stopped with a tail swing when he saw Zai Zai fall off the bike. Water leap, water wave. Perhaps because of Wu Tong's joining, the Spearows became much larger. Fearing that Zai Zai could not support Pikachu's explosion, Wu Tong commanded the water leap to stop the Spearow. After a heart-to-heart exchange with Zai Zai, Pikachu also initially recognized Zai Zai. Then a thick lightning column rushed into the sky, directly breaking through the dark clouds and rushing into the sky. The lightning dissipated, the sky cleared, the rain stopped, and the Spearows were also in trouble. Wu Tong, who was affected by Pikachu's lightning column, lay on the ground numb all over. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Not because of the pain of being struck by lightning, but because he found that his bicycle had become a piece of charred scrap metal. My bicycle, a brand new one that I just rode once. Wu Tong felt his heart bleeding. The pure water-type water leaper also accepted Pikachu's punishment, lying on its back beside Wu Tong, one of its hind legs twitching from time to time. At this time, dots of colorful light fell, and the Phoenix King flew across the sky. For some reason, Wu Tong felt that the Phoenix King seemed to be looking at him. Chapter 4. The two of them ran all the way to Viridian City, holding Pikachu and Wu Tong holding Shuiyu. Viridian City residents, thank you for your hard work. It's almost dinner time. Also, pickpockets and thieves kidnapping Pokémons are happening frequently recently, so please be careful. As they walked into Viridian City, Miss Juncha's reminder came from the loudspeaker. Seeing Zai Zai and Wu Tong walking into Viridian City, the Viridian City racers, no, it was Miss Juncha from Viridian City who came out of the duty booth and stopped the two. Stop! No suspicious people are allowed to pass. Miss Juncha said righteously. Zai Zai, who had no travel experience, panicked instantly and wanted to prove that he was a good person. Miss Juncha, this is my Pokémon encyclopedia that can prove our identity. We were attacked by a group of Spearows on the way here. Our Pokémon was seriously injured and urgently needs treatment. Wu Tong immediately took out the Pokémon encyclopedia and said to Miss Juncha. So that's the case. I'll take you to the Pokémon Center. Miss Juncha couldn't help but smile. A police sidecar was driven in front of Wu Tong and Zai Zai. Zai Zai jumped into the sidecar anxiously. Seeing this, Wu Tong put the water jump fish in Zai Zai's arms and wanted to sit behind Miss Juncha. However, as soon as Wu Tong raised his foot, Miss Juncha accelerated and rushed out directly. Wu Tong maintained the action of raising one foot, staring blankly at the motorcycle that had run far away. I haven't got on the car yet. Wu Tong couldn't help but say. However, Miss Juncha drove the motorcycle and disappeared from Wu Tong's sight with a beautiful tail drift at the corner. Wu Tong had no choice but to run in the direction of Miss Juncha. Fortunately, the Pokémon Center in any city is very conspicuous. Wu Tong didn't need to worry about not being able to find the Pokémon Center. After Wu Tong chased Miss Juncha away, a hook fell in front of a wanted poster on the bulletin board at the entrance of the police booth and tore off the wanted poster. Arrived at the Pokémon Center, Pikachu and Aquascaping had been sent for treatment. Zai Zai was waiting anxiously on the side, and Wu Tong was relieved. After all, as long as they are sent to the Pokémon Center, they will basically come out healthy. Phone. While waiting for Aquascaping and Pikachu to be treated, Zai Zai found a video phone on the side. Okay, don't have this expression. Now that you have come to Tokiwa City, say hello to your family. Wu Tong said to Zai Zai. Zai Zai nodded, then ran to the phone and dialed the number at home. Hello? Mom. Zai Zai said after answering the phone. Is that Zai Zai? Where are you now? Hanako, who was wearing a bathrobe, happily connected the video. Wu Tong, who was standing on the side, saw Hanako, who was wearing a bathrobe, start to look for the figure of a certain doctor in the corner of the video. After looking around and not finding anything, Wu Tong sighed with regret. It seems that the mystery of Zai Zai's father cannot be solved. I'm at the Pokémon Center in Viridian City. Zai Zai replied. you got to Viridian City so soon? I remember that it took your father 4 days to walk to Viridian City. I didn't expect you to get there in 1 day. You are better than your father. Hanako said. This is the fastest time Zai has walked in his life. Wu Tong, who was standing on the side, thought secretly in his heart when he heard Hanako's words. Of course I am better than my father. Zai said as a matter of course. Then Hanako and Zai started to chat. Wu Tong also lost interest and returned to the reception desk of the Pokémon Center to wait for his water jump fish. Although it was affected by the aftermath of Pikachu's explosion, the injury of the water jumper was much lighter than expected. So the water jumper was sent out first. Gurgle. The revived water jumper pounced on Wu Tong. With a muffled sound, Wu Tong was thrown to the ground directly. Feeling the pain in his chest, Wu Tong suspected that 2 of his ribs were broken. Is that instant noodles, Professor Oak? Zai's voice came. Professor Oak hurriedly switched the camera, and at the same time, Professor Oak also saw Wu Tong who was thrown by the water jumper. Then Professor Oak unconsciously moved his eyes away, as if he was afraid that Wu Tong would regret sending the water jumper back. Seeing Professor Oak's reaction, Wu Tong felt more pain in his chest. Professor Oak directly ignored Wu Tong and began to fool Zai, expressing his expectations for Zai. However, after learning that Zai had a Pokémon before the capture, Professor Oak was disappointed. Seeing Professor Oak's look, Zai quickly pointed to the slate with the Phoenix King painted on it and said that he had encountered it. This is a Pokémon that no one has ever encountered. You said you met it? It's impossible. Professor Oak didn't believe Zai's words at all. Professor Oak, Zai didn't lie. We did see the Phoenix King. Wu Tong said while holding the water jump fish. Xiao Tong, when did you recover? Professor Oak was startled by the sudden appearance of Wu Tong. Don't care about such details. You will get used to being hit after being hit. Wu Tong said calmly. Of course, it would be better if he didn't rub his chest. Since Xiao Tong said so, it's really a great discovery. You are so lucky to have seen the Phoenix King. Professor Oak said. Why did you believe what Xiao Tong said, Professor Oak? Zai on the side complained for himself. Oh, my instant noodles are about to be overcooked. I won't chat with you anymore. Professor Oak looked at his instant noodles and hung up the video call. Dr. Oak is really casual. Wu Tong said. Damn it. I must prove to Dr. Oak that I will definitely become the strongest Pokémon trainer. Zai was obviously stimulated by Dr. Oak and shouted loudly. Come on, I believe in you. Wu Tong said perfunctorily. You are here. An angry voice came. Wu Tong and Zai looked in the direction of the voice, and the first generation of wise girl Zioxia appeared in front of them carrying a scrapped bicycle. As expected of the first generation of wise girl, her physical fitness is great. Wu Tong looked at Zioxia who was carrying a scrapped bicycle, her face was not red, she was not out of breath, and she could still roar loudly, and Wu Tong thought secretly in his heart. After Zai and Zioxia quarreled for a while, the door of the emergency room opened. Pikachu was finally pushed out, but it didn't look very good. So, is it coming? Wu Tong said to himself when he saw Pikachu being pushed out. Alarm! Alarm! There is an invasion of outsiders in Viridian City, it is likely to be a Pokémon kidnapping group. Miss Juncha's voice came from the radio. With the sound of glass breaking, 2 Pokeballs fell from the single skylight on the ceiling with unknown meaning. Gas! Cabber! Gas bombs and Arbok appeared. The gas bombs began to release thick black smoke directly. Zai and others who were wrapped in black smoke looked around in confusion. What kind of smoke is this? Zai said strangely, successfully triggering the switch. Since you asked sincerely. Musashi's voice sounded. Water leap. Water wave. Wu Tong interrupted the casting directly. Gurgle. The water leap opened its mouth and streams of water flow rings shot out. Let's finish what we are talking about. Musashi and Kojiro hurriedly dodged the attack and shouted. Oh, then you continue. Wu Tong said obediently. Since you asked sincerely. Musashi said again. Water leap. Falling rocks. Wu Tong scored twice and interrupted the spell again. Gilyalu. Stones appeared next to water leap, and he grabbed one and threw it directly. It's dangerous. You little brat is very rude. Xiaojiro shouted as he felt the stone whizzing past his ears. You guys talk about yours, and I attack mine. We don't affect each other. Wu Tong replied. At this time, the smoke had dissipated, and the 3 members of Team Rocket showed up, with Arbok and Gas Bomb on their left and right. It's just that Musashi and Xiaojiro's expressions were not very good. Do you feel that Xiao Tong's personality seems to be a bit dark? Xiaozai whispered to Xioxia. Yes, a little bit. Xioxia also agreed in a low voice. You too? What are you talking about? Wu Tong asked with a smile. No. Nothing. Seeing Wu Tong's smile, Xiaozai and Xioxia trembled and said hurriedly. Who are you? Xiaozai shouted at the rocket trio. Since you Musashi wanted to chant again. Water Leap. Wu Tong called Water Leap calmly, and Water Leap picked up another stone, with muscles bulging and ready to throw it at any time. We are Team Rocket. We are here for Pokémon. Kojiro said hurriedly. What? Don't attack my Pikachu! Xiaozai shouted loudly. Pikachu? Our target is not the kind of electric mouse that can be seen everywhere. Musashi said disdainfully. We only collect expensive and rare Pokémon. Kojiro also picked up a rose again and said. Pokémon Center. There is no Pokémon you are looking for. Miss Joy said. There are injured Pokémon here. If you look for them one by one, you will find them. Musashi said. I am going to get angry. Xiaozai said angrily. You are so long-winded, Water Leap, Water Wave. Wu Tong said helplessly, and directly let Water Leap start attacking. Gurgle. Water Leap shot out a series of water rings again. Damn, you rude kid. Arbok, Poison Needle. Musashi said angrily. Water Wave and Poison Needle collided in the air and exploded. Let's go. Xiaozai said as he pushed Pikachu up. Joey and Xioxia also followed Xiaozai and started to run away. Xioxia did not forget to pull Wu Tong away. Wu Tong, who was pulled away, had a question mark on his face. You said you were going to get angry? Why did you just start running? The 4 ran to the room where the Pokémon were stored. Seeing the 4 running away, Musashi and Kojiro commanded their Pokémon to start wreaking havoc. The few people hiding in the room just breathed a sigh of relief, and the room suddenly became dark. The circuit was cut off, but it doesn't matter, we still have a backup generator. Miss Joy said calmly. Pika, Pika, Choo-choo. Pika, Pika, Choo-choo. A shout came, and the lights in the room came on again. On the other side of a glass, a group of Pikachus were running circles on a machine. Electric currents kept appearing on their bodies and were absorbed into the machine above. Wow! So many Pikachus! Xioxia said while lying on the glass. An emergency has occurred and the Pokeball transmission system has been forced to open. An electronic synthesized voice sounded. Let's quickly transmit the Pokémon. Miss Joy said seriously. Wu Tong and the other 2 immediately began to help Miss Joy. Soon, the Pokémon were teleported, and at this time, the rocket trio also came over. You continue, I'll hold them back. Wu Tong stood up and said. Water Leap. Falling rocks. Because of the destruction of the rocket team, there were many rocks nearby, and the Water Leap began to throw rocks continuously. Arbok, Poison Needle. Gas Bomb. Poison Gas. Musashi and Kojiro, who had just appeared, looked a bit like evil forces, and fought back seriously. Soon, Xiaozai and the others successfully teleported all the Pokémon away. Hurry up! Seeing that they had teleported the Pokémon, Wu Tong said. When Xiaozai heard what Wu Tong said, he quickly pushed Pikachu and ran away. Where are you running? Musashi shouted when he saw Xiaozai running away. Gas Bomb and Arbok actually gave up Wu Tong and Water Leap in front of them and chased Xiaozai. Wu Tong had a question mark on his face. Is my Water Leap not worthy? Or do you really love Xiaozai? Seeing the rocket trio chasing Xiaozai, Wu Tong and others followed them. Then I saw Xiaozai pushing Pikachu and bumping into Xioxia's scrapped bicycle. Then a bunch of Pikachu ran out and lay on Xiaozai's Pikachu like a pile of monks. Pika! Shoo! Pikachu shouted, and then Musashi, Kojiro and Arbok Gas Bullet felt the baptism of the electric current. Pikachu was also successfully resurrected under this electric current. In that case, let me do it. I like to eat mice the most. Meowth jumped out and said. Pika. Pikachu called to Zai. Pikachu? Yes. I want Pika. Zai seemed to understand what Pikachu said. Not good. Wu-Tong felt something was wrong and picked up the water jumper and started running outside. Just after Wu-Tong ran out of the Pokémon Center, there was an explosion. Tisk tisk tisk, it seems that I have to sleep on the street tonight. Wu-Tong said to himself as he looked at the ruined Pokémon Center. Gilu. The water jumper in Wu-Tong's arms looked confused, not knowing how the Pokémon Center, which was still good just now, became a ruin. Chapter 6. The two of them were in a state of panic. In the Evergreen Forest, which is still dark during the day, can Zai, who is facing the caterpillar Pokémon Caterpillar, capture it? Wu-Tong said with a microphone from nowhere in his hand. Xiao Tong, what are you doing? Zioxia asked Wu-Tong in confusion. Pika. Pikachu also tilted his head and was full of doubts. Gilu. Waterleap looked at Zai and Caterpillar with excitement. Watch it. Caterpillar. Zai seemed to have seen the opportunity, turned his hat, and threw the pokeball at the caterpillar with force. The pokeball hit the caterpillar's head accurately, and Wu-Tong keenly saw that the caterpillar's eyes turned into circles. Did it knock him out? Wu-Tong said in shock. The pokeball fell to the ground and shook twice before becoming quiet. Great! I captured Caterpillar. Zai ran over and picked up the pokeball and shouted happily. How can this be called capturing? It's clearly knocking him out. His capturing process is not right. Wu-Tong couldn't help but complain. Yes. Zioxia nodded in agreement. Pika. Pikachu also nodded. As for why Wu-Tong and Zai acted together, let's go back to the time after the explosion of the Pokémon Center. Miss Junsha, who had obtained the reason for the speeding, rode a motorcycle and rushed over quickly. Seeing the explosion of the Pokémon Center, she was also shocked. Miss Junsha, you came at the right time. Wu-Tong ran over quickly after seeing Miss Junsha. Miss Junsha, is there any good hotel in Changpan City? Or do you have a place to stay? I don't want to sleep on the street. Wu-Tong asked first. Miss Junsha was full of questions after hearing Wu-Tong's words. Is it time to say this now? Didn't you see that the Pokémon Center was blown up? Seeing Miss Junsha's look, Wu-Tong also reacted and began to tell Miss Junsha what happened. Wu-Tong. Why didn't you call me when you ran away? Zioxia walked out of the ruins in a mess, and asked when she saw the intact Wu-Tong. When did Xiao Tong run out? Zai, who was also in a mess, asked in confusion. After making sure that everyone was fine, Miss Junsha also found a place to sleep for Wu-Tong and others to rest. Wu-Tong felt thankful that he didn't have to sleep on the street. The next morning, Zai decided to set off, and Zioxia decided to go on the road with Zai for the bicycle. Zai also invited Wu-Tong to form a team. Wu-Tong thought about it and decided to follow Zai for a while, and then they would separate in Nibi City. Don't worry, I'm here. You won't get lost. Wu-Tong said confidently, patting his chest. Dream. The dream demon in Wu-Tong's shadow cried out, and it didn't understand where Wu-Tong got his confidence from. So Wu-Tong became Zai and Zioxia's temporary teammate, and after meeting the green caterpillar, the scene at the beginning appeared. Zai, who had captured the green caterpillar, happily ran to Zioxia, began to brag and show off, and then pulled Zioxia around in circles. Tisk tisk tisk, if I didn't know what kind of character Zai was, I really doubted whether he was the Sea King. Wu-Tong looked at Zai and Zioxia's arm and turned around very naturally and muttered to himself. Pika. Pikachu, who was staring at Zai and Zioxia's circle, was directly dizzy by the two people's rotation, and fell to the ground with circle eyes. After a while of fighting with Misty, Zai decided to release the caterpillar and walk together. Zioxia, who was afraid of insects, hid behind a tree in the distance, and looked at Zai with fear. Come out, caterpillar. Zai released the caterpillar directly. After the caterpillar came out, it ignored Zai, but rushed towards Zioxia at a very fast speed, and then kept rubbing Zioxia's legs. Why didn't I realize that this caterpillar was also an LSP? Wu-Tong said to himself. Zai, who had captured the caterpillar, became more excited. Seeing that Zioxia disliked the caterpillar so much, he let the caterpillar crawl onto his shoulder. After such a small episode, the three continued on their way. Zioxia kept using Wu Tong to block the caterpillar because she was afraid of the caterpillar. Wu Tong was also helpless, and the tool man was confirmed. The water leap followed Wu Tong happily. Wu Tong also discovered that as long as he kept the water leap around him, he could reduce the number of collisions. So I just kept the water jump fish outside. Originally Wu Tong wanted train the water leap fish, but no other Pokémon were encountered along the way. This made Wu Tong very uncomfortable. After walking for a long time, the few people finally met the second Pokémon. A Pidgeot landed on the ground, as if looking for food. Okay. Go. Pokeball. Zai wanted to recreate the scene of catching caterpillar again. As a result, the Pokeball was casually slapped away by Pidgeot. Oh, it's really frustrating. Wu Tong said helplessly. It's really stupid. If you want to capture Pokémon, you must first fight Pokémon. The caterpillar is so stupid that you can easily capture it. Zioxia said with her hands on her waist. Damn it, you say bad things about caterpillar again. If so, I will prove it to you. Go caterpillar. Zai said and threw the caterpillar over. Zai, this guy. Although he knew the plot a long time ago, Wu Tong was also angry when he saw Zai's actions. How about it, are you surprised? Zai turned around and said confidently. What the hell are you doing? Zioxia shouted. What's wrong? Zai looked back in confusion. When Pidgeot saw the fat green caterpillar, his eyes lit up. It was really nice to have someone give it food when it was hungry. Seeing the green caterpillar being chased by Pidgeot, Zai didn't know what to do for a moment. Hurry up and take the green caterpillar back. Wu Tong shouted sharply. Ah! Good. Zai also reacted and took back the green caterpillar. Pikachu. Go. Zai directly exchanged players. Pikachu ran up and solved Pidgeot in a few seconds. Zai also threw the Pokeball in time and successfully captured Pidgeot. Good. I captured Pidgeot. Zai happily made a yeah gesture. Pikachu. Pikachu also imitated the scissors gesture. How about it? I successfully captured the second Pokémon. Zai ran to Zioxia to show off. However, what Zai got in response was a loud slap. Wu Tong felt relieved when he saw Zai being slapped. Zai, who was just starting out, was really too annoying. What are you doing? Zai asked angrily after being slapped. Zioxia began to educate Zai, and Wu Tong also made up for him from time to time. At this time, our excellent instructors, the Rocket Trio, appeared again. As expected, the Rocket Trio said that their goal was Pikachu and invited them to fight. The young Zai agreed directly. I'll help, just as an experience of doubles. Wu Tong walked out and said. It doesn't matter how many of you come. Musashi said confidently. That's right. We are very strong. Kojiro said, smelling the rose in his hand. Yes, you are very strong. Wu Tong said perfunctorily. Then, let's start the battle. Wu Tong's pupil shrank, and his eyes became as sharp as a beast. Musashi and Kojiro were startled by Wu Tong's eyes, and they forgot the sneak attack they had prepared. The result was very simple. With Wu Tong's participation, Musashi and Kojiro were easily solved. Forget it. This flower is for you. Musashi said hurriedly when he saw that the situation was not right. No need to pay any more. Kojiro directly stuck the rose in his hand into the ground and said. We will come back, meow. Meow meow also said. Wu Tong felt a little regretful when he saw the Rocket Trio running away. He didn't hear that annoying feeling. The green caterpillar, who performed well in the doubles match with the Rocket team, raised his head and began to spit silk, and the silk quickly wrapped himself. Then the green caterpillar emitted light, the light dissipated, and the metal pupa appeared. Great! The green caterpillar has evolved. Zai said happily after seeing the green caterpillar evolve. Wu Tong also expressed congratulations, and Zioxia was obviously still afraid of insects. After driving away the Rocket Trio, Wu Tong, Zai and Zioxia continued on their way. However, Wu Tong was very depressed that he did not encounter any wild Pokémon. It was clearly the Evergreen Forest, but there were not many Pokémon. It was really strange. In this way, the three of them, Pikachu and Aquascaff, found an open space to sleep for a night. The next day, the three of them continued on their way as usual. At this time, Xioxia's scream came. Ah! There is a bug! There is a bug! Xioxia climbed up the tree at some point and shouted loudly, pointing at the ground. Xiaozai and Wutong looked over and found that it was a hornworm. Please, drive it away! Xioxia shouted. I am going to be the world's #1 Pokémon trainer. How can I let a Pokémon go directly? Of course I have to capture it. Xiaozai said as a matter of course. Pikachu. Xiaozai planned to let Pikachu go to the battle, but when he looked back, he saw that Pikachu had laid out the blanket and was going to rest. What? But it doesn't matter, I have other Pokémon. Go, Pidgeot. Xiaozai regained his spirits. Come on, come on. Wutong clapped his hands and encouraged without emotion. Although he encountered a Pokémon, it was a hornworm after all, which was really not a challenge for the experienced water jumper. So Wutong planned to watch the battle. Xiaozai began to command Pidgeot to attack the hornworm. The hornworm was not to be outdone and fought back and forth with Pidgeot. However, the hornworm was not Pidgeot's opponent after all, and was soon beaten into a circle of ice. Okay. Get ready to be captured, hornworm. Xiaozai took out the Pokeball and said. Ha! A shout came, and a boy wearing samurai armor and carrying a bug net waved a samurai sword and slashed at Xiaozai. Xiaozai! Be careful! Xioxia exclaimed. However, the warrior boy's attack was directly blocked by a person. Wutong appeared beside the warrior boy at some point, grabbed the warrior boy's wrist, and twisted it hard. He twisted the warrior boy's hand behind his back, and then kicked the warrior boy's knee joint with his foot, causing the warrior boy to be pressed directly to the ground. The samurai sword also fell to the side. What's going on? Xiaozai was shocked when he turned around. Hurry up and catch the hornworm. Wutong reminded. Oh. Right, right. Xiaozai quickly threw out the Pokeball to capture the hornworm. Then it's your turn. It's not a normal person's thing to chop people with a plastic samurai sword. Wutong said seriously. It hurts. I was wrong, let me go. My arm is going to break. The warrior boy cried out in pain. Who are you? Xioxia also came over and asked. I'm a samurai, doing samurai training in Viridian Forest, and I want to find a trainer in Pallet Town to duel with Pokémon. The released samurai boy said. The unicorn that I caught with great difficulty was almost let go because of you. Xiaozai said. That's not my fault, your skills are not mature enough. The samurai boy said without any reflection. Hey! Hearing the words of the samurai boy, Wutong made a questioning sound and stared at the samurai boy. Sorry. I didn't mean it. Seeing Wutong's sharp eyes, the samurai boy bowed his head and admitted his mistake. You want to fight Pokémon with the trainer in Pallet Town, right? I'll fight you. Wutong said. Wutong had a very bad impression of the samurai boy in front of him. After all, in the original plot, it was because of him that Xiaozai missed the unicorn. The subsequent attack by the giant bee swarm should also be the reason for the unicorn that was let go. At that time, the shameless warrior boy in front of him even accused Xiaozai of being attacked because he didn't catch the unicorn beetle. When Wutong saw that plot, he wanted to give this ZZ two big Pokémons that he loved to eat. Now that he has the chance, how could Wutong give up? I will definitely not lose. The warrior boy said confidently when he heard Wutong accept the battle. But Xiao Tong is not from Pallet Town. Xiaozai said inappropriately. Don't talk nonsense. I also received the initial Pokémon from Pallet Town, so I am also a trainer of Pallet Town. Wutong retorted. Go. Kairos. The warrior boy directly called out his first Pokémon. Humph, Kairos is really wasted in your hands. Water Leap, go, let it see how powerful you are. Wutong taunted. Gurgle. Water Leap jumped directly in front of Wutong and shouted energetically. Is this Kairos? Xiaozai took out the Pokémon illustrated book and scanned it. As for Wutong's Water Leap fish, Xiaozai had already scanned it. Kairos. Use Impact. The warrior boy took the lead in launching the attack. Water Leap fish, drop rocks. Wutong commanded. Gilu. Facing Kairos rushing over, Water Leap fish picked up a stone that suddenly appeared and threw it hard at Kairos. With a burst of air-breaking sound, the stone hit Kairos' face directly. Kairos felt dizzy for a moment, and the impact could not help but stop. What? The warrior boy didn't understand what happened and said in shock. Keep dropping rocks. Wu Tong continued. Gilu. Water leap fish opened his bows left and right, throwing stones one after another. Kairos was directly baptized by the rain of stones and fell to the ground without any resistance. Kairos. The warrior boy. Seeing that the armor had lost its ability to fight, he couldn't help but shout out. Call out your next Pokémon. Wu Tong said coldly. Xiao Tong is so strong. Zai said when he saw Wu Tong easily solve Kairos. Yes, he is much stronger than you, a half-baked one. Zioxia hit directly. What did you say? Zai couldn't help but raise his voice after hearing Zioxia's words. These two guys. Wu Tong shook his head helplessly, not knowing what to say. Damn it, go, Metapod. The warrior boy called out his second Pokémon. As expected, it was the Metapod that competed with Zai to become hard. You actually sent out the Metapod, it seems that you are only at this level. Wu Tong mocked mercilessly. You can break the defense of the Metapod first. The Metapod becomes hard. The warrior boy retorted. You are really stubborn, a water-leaping fish, a falling stone, and you treat this Metapod as a stone. Wu Tong said. What? The warrior boy said in disbelief. He didn't understand how a person with a temperature of 37 degrees could say such cold words. Gurgle. Water leap fish came to the side of the metal pupa eager to try. The small body easily lifted the metal pupa. The metal pupa became flustered in an instant, and the only eye that could move looked at the warrior boy, as if to say, do you want me to die? Why don't you take me back? Believe in our perseverance. Metal pupa. Keep getting harder. The warrior boy said unwillingly. After hearing the words of his trainer, the metal pupa's eyes became desperate, and he could only hope that he could become hard enough. Gurgle. Water leap fish didn't care about the metal pupa that continued to harden. He threw the metal pupa out directly, and with the sound of breaking through the air, the metal pupa was embedded in a tree. Water leap fish, continue. Wu Tong said calmly. Gurgle. Water leap fish obediently ran to the side of the metal pupa, pulled it out, and threw it to the ground this time. Xiao, Zioxia, I suddenly feel that Xiao Tong is so scary. Zai swallowed his saliva and stuttered. Don't make Xiao Tong angry in the future. Zioxia said firmly. Pika. Pika. Pika pick. Pika nodded in agreement. Metapod. Hold on. The warrior boy still refused to admit defeat and continued to make Metapod harden. Then we saw Water Leaper throwing Metapod to various places. There were many marks of Metapod on the ground and tree trunks nearby. Finally, Metapod woke up and could no longer listen to this trainer. It was not him who was thrown. A light suddenly appeared on Metapod, and then the back of Metapod cracked, and a Butterfree appeared. Great! Metapod has evolved. It's time for me to fight back. The warrior boy said happily when he saw Metapod evolve. However, Wu Tong, who was carrying the power of Changpan, naturally felt the mood of Metapod and showed a meaningful smile. Butterfree. Start counterattack. The warrior boy commanded. However, Butterfree did not listen to the warrior boy, but flew in front of him. Butterfree. The warrior boy said in confusion. Then Butterfree flapped its wings fiercely, and a gust of air directly knocked the warrior boy to the ground. Perhaps it was still thinking of a trace of emotion. After knocking the warrior boy to the ground, Butterfree did not continue to attack, but flew away without looking back. How is it possible? Butterfree. Seeing Butterfree abandoning him and flying away, the warrior boy looked incredulous. This is all caused by your immaturity. Wu Tong said without any sympathy for him. Let's go, let this guy reflect on himself. Wu Tong said and left with Zioxia and Zai. Only the warrior boy was left slumped on the ground. Chapter 7. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for the next few days. I can still see Nibi City. Zioxia walked into Nibi City, tears streaming down her face unconsciously. In order to become the world's #1 trainer, Zai finally walked out of the Evergreen Forest and came to Nibi City. Wu Tong said with a small notebook that he didn't know where to take out. How dare you say that? I will never listen to your directions again. Zioxia turned around and roared at Wu Tong. That's right, you should just listen to me. Zai on the side also complained. Shut up too. You two are the same. Zioxia said after hearing Zai Zai's words. Pika. Pika. Pikachu stood aside and nodded and shouted. Gurgle. Shuiyu tilted his head and didn't understand why Zioxia was so excited. After educating the samurai boy, Wu Tong, Zai Zai and Zioxia began their lost journey in the Evergreen Forest. With Zai Zai and Wu Tong taking turns to lead the way, the group walked in the Evergreen Forest for 2 weeks. In the end, perhaps with the mercy of God, the three finally walked out of the Evergreen Forest and came to Nibi City. I thought we would be wandering in the forest for the rest of our lives. Zai Zai sat cross-legged on a stone and said. Nibi represents grey, the color of stone. This city has been famous for stone since ancient times. A voice came. Who is this uncle? Zioxia, Xiao Tong, do you know him? Zai Zai turned around and asked curiously. Although I don't know who he is, Zai Zai, you should have sat on this uncle's product. Wu Tong jumped down and said. Ah? Sorry. After hearing Wu Tong's words, Zai Zai looked around and quickly jumped off the stone. My name is Wu Neng, and I sell stones. Wu Neng said. Want a stone to press kimchi? But it looks like you can't. Wu Neng said. Of course, I want to be the world's #1 Pokémon trainer. Zai Zai pointed at himself and said confidently. After chatting for a few more words, Wu Neng took the few people to the Pokémon Center in Nibi City. Quartz Conference? Good. I want to participate in the competition. After sending his Pokémon to Miss Joy for treatment, Zai Zai saw the poster on the wall. Okay, I also want to participate in the Quartz Conference, so we are opponents, but the qualification to participate in the Quartz Conference requires the collection of 8 gym badges. Zai Zai, can you do it? Wu Tong teased. Of course I have no problem. Wait for me to meet in the competition, Xiao Tong. Zai Zai replied. I'll wait for you, but you should first learn about the attribute restraint of Pokémon, at least as a trainer, you should know what you should know. Wu Tong tried to persuade. Isn't it enough to just charge with perseverance in a Pokémon battle? Zai Zai asked doubtfully. Ah. Hearing Zai Zai's words, Wu Tong and Zioxia both covered their faces and sighed. Zai Zai's road to becoming the world's #1 Pokémon trainer is still a long way to go. Are you going to challenge the Nibi Gym? Wu Neng suddenly appeared and asked at this time. That's right. Zai Zai said subconsciously. Just you? Not yet. Wu Neng shook his head and walked away. What did you say? Zai Zai couldn't help but shout when he heard Wu Neng's words. Wu Tong and Zioxia quickly pulled Zai Zai, who was shouting, away. The three of them took back the recovered Pokémon and ate at the restaurant in the Pokémon Center. That uncle underestimated me. Zai Zai said vaguely while shoveling rice into his mouth. Do you really think you can win? Zioxia asked helplessly. Gym trainers and trainers you meet on the road are completely different. Wu Tong also said. And the gym in Nibi City is mainly rock-type, and many rock-type Pokémon also have ground-type attributes, so your Pikachu has no advantage at all. Wu Tong tried to change Zai Zai's reckless concept and said. Yes, if you ask me, I can lend you my Pokémon. Zioxia said. I don't need it. Zai Zai refused without hesitation. Really? Then it's up to you. Zioxia stood up and said, then walked away angrily. Wait a minute. You haven't paid for the meal yet. Zai Zai shouted immediately when he saw Zioxia leaving. Forget it, I'll treat you to this meal. Wu Tong said helplessly, covering his forehead. Zai Zai, a novice on the road, is really. It's very frustrating in every aspect. Really? Xiao Tong, you're so nice. Zai Zai said happily. After finishing their meal, the two came to the Nibi Gym. From the front, the entire Nibi Gym looks like a huge stone hollowed out and built, which is really characteristic of Nibi City. Wu Tong and Zai Zai walked into the gym, which was dark inside. Who is it? With a question, a beam of light shone down, and Xiao Gang sat cross-legged there. Since you asked sincerely. Wu Tong shouted subconsciously. Xiao Tong, what are you doing? Zai Zai looked puzzled. Sorry, it seems that something unclean just now has taken over my body. Wu Tong scratched his head and said. Achoo. 3 sneezes sounded at the same time. In a deep pit, Team Rocket's 3 teams were sitting inside. Why did you sneeze suddenly? Musashi said puzzledly. Someone must have missed us. Kojiro said. It must be Boss Sakaki, meow. Meow said with mysterious confidence. But how do we get up there? It feels so bad. The thoughts of the three members of Team Rocket quickly returned to reality, and they looked up at the cave entrance and shouted. Back at the Nibi Gym, Zai looked at Xiao Gang. Are you Xiao Gang, the gym leader of the Nibi Gym? Zai asked. I'm Zai from Pallet Town. Come and duel with me. Zai said. The gym competition is very different from the small battles on the roadside. This is a formal competition of the Pokémon League, and there are rules. Xiao Gang said slowly. Wu Tong looked at Xiao Gang, who was full of style at this time, and couldn't help but sigh. Humans are really complicated creatures. It's a bit beyond expectations. Zai said to himself when he saw Xiaogang's serious look. What's beyond expectations? Didn't I tell you before I came? Wu Tong said helplessly. Hey? Really? Zai smiled awkwardly. Looks like a complete newbie. The rule of the Nibi Gym is to use 2 Pokémon, did you know that? Brock said. No problem. Ash said confidently. How long have you been with that Pokémon? Brock suddenly asked. About 2 weeks. Ash replied. That's when it was really cute. Brock nodded. Pikachu. Pikachu also called out in cooperation. Don't compete. Brock suddenly said. Pikachu staggered when he heard what Brock said. Wu Tong watched Pikachu act cute silently on the side. You don't need to worry about our affairs. Ash replied in a strange tone. Okay, Ash, let me go first today. Wu Tong suddenly stopped him. Xiao Tong? Okay. Ash saw that Wu Tong wanted to go first, but he agreed even though it was strange. Are you going to challenge the gym too? How long have you been with your Pokémon? Brock asked when he saw that Wu Tong was also going to challenge the gym. Same as Zai. But don't worry, my situation is special, so you don't need to persuade me. Wu Tong said in advance. Since this is the case, there is no other way. As the gym leader, I must also fulfill my obligations. Xiao Gang said. Xiao Gang snapped his fingers after speaking, and the gym instantly lit up, the walls on both sides opened, and the 2 halves of the venue began to close in the middle. Wu Tong, who had been prepared, directly pulled Zai to the other side of the venue. Then, let's start the game. Seeing that the venue was closed, Xiao Gang jumped into the venue and shouted with a pokeball. I'm ready. Wu Tong also took out a pokeball and responded. Wu Tong's first gym challenge is about to begin. Chapter 8. The battle was over. Go. Onyx. Xiao Gang played the trump card and called out Onyx. Roar. A snake-shaped Pokémon made of stones and with a horn on its head appeared on the field. Go, Water Leap. Wu Tong didn't have much choice and called out Water Leap. Gurgle. The Water Leap jumped into Wu Tong's arms immediately after being called out. With a muffled sound, Wu Tong caught the Water Leap. Water Leap, it's time to fight. Wu Tong said to Water Leap while enduring the pain in his abdomen. Wu Tong felt that the strength of the water jump fish seemed to be a little stronger. If it evolved into a giant swampert, he might not be able to withstand the collision. Sure enough, let's not compete. Your water jump fish is still very attached to you. You should spend more time with it during this cute period. Xiao Gang said again after seeing the appearance of the water jump fish. Don't worry about it. My water jump fish is also looking forward to this battle. Wu Tong said. Gurgle. The water jump fish returned to the field and stared at the opposite side of the big snake, which was dozens of times larger than itself, without any fear. It has a good eye. In this case, big snake. Use collision. Xiao Gang commanded. Roar. Big snake roared and directly hit the water jump fish. Water jump fish, dodge and then use water wave. Entering the battle, Wu Tong's pupil shrank, and his eyes became like a beast. Gurgle. The water jump fish cleverly avoided the head of the big snake, and then sprayed out a stream of water rings. Roar. The water wave hit Onyx, and Onyx roared in pain. However, the water wave of the water jump fish was not enough for Onyx's size. It was not enough to quickly make Onyx lose its combat ability. Onyx, rocks! Xiao Gang shouted. Roar! Onyx roared, and many rocks fell from the head of the water jump fish. Water jump fish, smash rocks! Wu Tong commanded. Gilu! The muscles of the water jump fish bulged and jumped up directly, smashing the falling rocks into pieces again and again. Falling rocks! Wu Tong continued to shout. Gilu! The water jump fish, which smashed all the falling rocks, grabbed the rubble around it and started throwing it at Onyx. With a series of breaking sounds, many broken stones hit Onyx. Onyx! Curl up! Harden! Xiao Gang said hurriedly as he looked at Onyx baptized by the rain of stones. Onyx coiled up its body, retracted its head into its body, and then a burst of light appeared on its body. Seeing Onyx curled up in a ball, Aquafish threw more vigorously. Even though Aquafish was very strong, it was still not enough to face Onyx, which was known for its physical defense and was getting harder and harder. Really hard, Aquafish! Water wave! Seeing that Aquafish had thrown all the stones but did not have much effect, Wu Tong changed his attack method. Aquafish opened his mouth, and circles of ring-shaped water flow sprayed out, hitting Onyx directly. The price of Onyx's super physical defense is life, and its physical attack, and special defense are all very low. And its speed can only be said to be not slow among Pokémon of the same level. Onyx, start counter-attacking. Hit, and then tie it up. Xiao Gang shouted. Onyx flicked its tail to force Aquafish away, and then changed back to its original state from the curled state. Seeing the direction of the water jump fish, Onyx rushed directly to it. The water jump fish was hit directly before it could dodge, but before it could fly out, it was hooked back by Onyx's tail and tightly wrapped. I won't let you have your wish, water jump fish, crush the rocks! Wu Tong shouted after seeing the water jump fish being tied up. Impossible, the water jump fish is tied up by Onyx and can't move, what? Xiao Gang suddenly shouted in disbelief halfway through. The water jump fish, which should have been tied up tightly, actually ran out easily, and then the water jump fish jumped high and the light from his hands hit Onyx's head. With the sound of rocks breaking, the horns on Onyx's head actually cracked slightly. Roar! Onyx screamed in pain and fell to the ground and lost its ability to fight. What happened? Xiao Gang hadn't reacted yet and didn't understand how the water jump fish escaped. The skin of the water jump fish is very slippery. The binding of the stone body of the big rock snake has no effect on the water jump fish. It's like trying to hold a slippery. Like soap, the water jump fish slid out directly. Wu Tong explained. It can be said that Wu Tong deliberately let the water jump fish be tied up by Onyx, just to use the slippery skin of the water jump fish to give Onyx a fatal blow. However, this method can only be used once when facing a person. Is that so? It seems that you know your Pokémon very well. I was careless. Come back, Onyx! Xiao Gang said and took back Onyx. The gap in Pokémon information made him fail this time. You are an excellent opponent, go, Guadud! Xiao Gang said and called out his second Pokémon. Water jump fish, come on! Wu Tong encouraged water jump fish. Gilu! Having just defeated Onyx, water jump fish was very excited at this time. Although he was injured, his condition could be said to have reached the peak. Guadud, become round, roll! Xiao Gang took the lead in attacking. Water jump fish! Hold on! Wu Tong didn't let the water jumper dodge but directly defended it on the spot. Jalith wrapped itself with its two hands and a burst of light came out of its body. Jalith seemed to become more round. Then Jalith bounced up out of thin air and spun at high speed. It fell back to the ground and began to roll irregularly towards the water jumper. A green translucent energy shield appeared on the water jumper's body when facing the rolling Jalith. Jalith rolled and hit the green translucent energy shield, and the water jumper's defense was directly broken. It's useless to defend. You can only block it once. Xiao Gang obviously didn't believe that Wu Tong's water jumper had the blood of the European sturgeon. Jalith didn't damage the water jumper's shape for the first time, and immediately rolled around and hit the water jumper. After a long period of rolling, Jalith's speed not only increased, but also the damage increased a lot. That's about it, water jumper. Double return! Wu Tong shouted. At this time, Guadud could no longer perfectly control its direction because of its high speed and could only roughly control the direction of advance. Not good. Xiao Gang instantly understood Wu Tong's idea. But now, even if Xiao Gang gave orders, there was nothing he could do, Guedud could no longer change direction. Aquafish was covered with a rainbow-colored light. Facing Guedud rolling at high speed, Aquafish raised its front paws and forcibly stopped Guedud's rolling attack. Then, the rainbow-colored light that absorbed the damage condensed on the two front paws of Aquafish and hit Guedud back with greater power. Guedud was knocked out at a faster speed and directly embedded in the boulder in the venue. Seeing Guedud with circles in his eyes, Xiao Gang knew he had lost. Gilu. After completing the 1-on-2 fight, the water leap fish was happy to have a heart-to-heart collision with Wu Tong. However, as soon as it turned to Wu Tong, a feeling of fatigue instantly enveloped its body, and the string that was tense in the battle loosened, and the water leap fish fell directly to the ground. Well done, come back, water leap fish. Wu Tong encouraged the water leap fish and then put it back into the pokeball. After all, it was a 1-on-2 fight, and it was hit by Onyx many times, and it took the rolling attack of Guedud. It is normal to lose strength now. After all, not all double returns are invincible like Fruit God. You are a very good trainer. This is the gym badge you will get after defeating the gym leader. Xiao Gang came to Wu Tong and took out a grey regular octagonal badge. This is the grey badge representing the Nibi gym. It's yours. Xiao Gang handed the grey badge to Wu Tong and said. Thank you, I got the grey badge. Wu Tong took the badge and raised it high, shouting happily. Dream. The dark green dream demon floated out from Wu Tong's shadow and shouted in celebration. Wu Tong successfully defeated Xiao Gang of Nibi Gym. What challenges are waiting for him next? Congratulations, Xiao Tong, but what are you talking about? Zai Zai and Pikachu also came to Wu Tong. Zai Zai asked puzzledly when he saw Wu Tong putting away the badge. Pika Pika. Pikachu also shouted in support. It's okay, don't worry, then it's Zai Zai's turn to cheer up. Wu Tong patted Zai Zai on the shoulder and encouraged him. Don't worry. I will definitely win. Zai Zai said confidently. You are really confident. Since you are Wu Tong's companion, you must be strong too. The fire of war ignited in Xiaogong's eyes. Although he was too young to see it. Wu Tong looked at Zai Zai who was eager to try and Xiao Gang with the fire of war in his eyes, and felt that things seemed to be going in a strange direction. Developed. Chapter 9. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Wu Tong stood aside and looked at Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang standing opposite each other. Xiao Ji, do you want to fight me now? Xiao Gang was the first to break the silence. No, your Pokémon are all injured, right? I will wait until your Pokémon recover tomorrow before challenging you. Xiao Ji said confidently. Wu Tong wanted to remind Xiao Ji that as a gym owner, it is impossible to have only 2 Pokémon waiting for the trainer to challenge. But thinking of Xiao Gang, it's okay. Okay, then I look forward to your arrival tomorrow. Xiao Gang said. After making an agreement to challenge the gym tomorrow, Wu Tong and Xiao Ji left the Nibi gym. The two first came to the Pokémon Center for the treatment of the aquascaping fish. While waiting, the two reunited with Xioxia. After the treatment of the water jump fish was completed, the three of them went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Xiao Tong, you got the grey badge? Congratulations! Xioxia congratulated Wu Tong after knowing that Wu Tong's challenge was successful. But Zai Zai, are you really confident of winning? Xioxia then asked Zai Zai. Of course. I want to be a Pokémon master. Zai Zai said confidently. Zai Zai, which 2 Pokémon are you going to use to challenge Xiao Gang? Although he knew the result, Wu Tong still asked. What if Zai Zai suddenly got enlightened after watching his own battle today? Of course it's Pikachu. Zai Zai said without hesitation. Pika. Pikachu was shocked. Are you really going to let me fight Onyx? Hearing this answer without hesitation, Wu Tong sighed helplessly. It turned out to be Zai Zai. But Pikachu at this time was not so stubborn and still knew how to be afraid. But after traveling with Zai Zai for a long time, even the legendary beasts will dare to shock you. Alas, this guy is hopeless. Xioxia said helplessly. Early the next morning, Wu Tong and Xioxia accompanied Zai Zai to the Nibi gym. After entering the gym, it was not as dark as yesterday. The battlefield in the gym had been arranged long ago. Xiao Gang stood on one side of the field waiting for Zai Zai's arrival. I'm here to challenge the gym. Zai Zai shouted loudly. I've been waiting for a long time too. Then let's start. Xiao Gang also responded. Pikachu, it's decided to be you. Zai shouted with a wave of his hand. Pika. Pikachu looked tangled but still walked into the field. Go, Onyx! Xiao Gang released Onyx as expected. Roar! Onyx roared as it appeared, obviously wanting to find the place where it fought yesterday. Pika. Pikachu was scared when he saw Onyx gaining momentum, and turned around and ran back to Zai, climbing to Zai's waist. Pikachu. Don't ask to exchange with Pidgeot casually. Zai said when he saw Pikachu's little claws touching Pidgeot's pokeball. Tong covered his forehead helplessly. Pikachu knew that he should pay attention to attribute restraint, but how come you, a trainer, have no self-awareness at all? Speaking of Zai's outrageous physical fitness, is the super rookie a Pokemon, and Pikachu is actually a trainer. Tong felt like he had discovered a big secret. Pika. Pikachu, who was stopped, had no choice but to go up by himself. Seeing the series of interactions between Zai and Pikachu, Xiao Gang was also a little confused. Why was Tong so strong yesterday, but the guy named Zai in front of him didn't seem very reliable? Onyx. Impact. Seeing Pikachu return to the battlefield and stand up, Xiao Gang commanded Onyx to start attacking. Roar. Onyx, who had been impatient for a long time, rushed towards Pikachu fiercely. Pikachu could not dodge at all and was knocked down by Onyx head-on. The next step should be to tie him up. Tong said to himself while looking at the battlefield. Sure enough, Pikachu was tied up by Onyx before he could even fly out. Pikachu. Electric shock. Zai shouted hurriedly when he saw Pikachu being rolled up. Pika. Chu. Pikachu tried hard to release the current. The current instantly spread throughout Onyx's body, but Onyx did not react at all. Roar. Onyx tightened its body with all its strength, and Pikachu showed a look of pain. Pikachu. Stop, stop. Zai shouted when he saw Pikachu in pain. So you want to give up? Xiao Gang asked. I give up. Zai said weakly. Onyx put Pikachu down. In fact, when Zai was shouting, Onyx had already let go. Seeing Pikachu fall, Zai immediately ran over and picked up Pikachu. Seeing Pikachu covered with scars, Zai was silent. Zai left with Pikachu in his arms in disappointment, and Tong nodded to Xiao Gang and followed him. Zioxia looked around and quickly caught up with Zai and Tong. Not far from the Nibi Gym, they met Wu Neng, who had been seen at the entrance of Nibi City. Come to my house. Wu Neng said. Zai and the other two came to Wu Neng's house together. Wu Neng made hot tea for Tong and the other two, and Pikachu was put in the quilt with an ice pack on his head. Leave Pikachu to me. Tong said, and then he put his hands on Pikachu. A stream of energy appeared, and Pikachu's injuries recovered quickly. What is this? Zioxia and Wu Neng were all surprised. It's just a little ability, but the side effects will make me very sleepy, I'll sleep first. Tong yawned and fell down to sleep. Zai and the others looked at each other. After an unknown amount of time, Tong woke up. Zioxia and Wu Neng were no longer in the house. Pikachu's bedding was also put away. Where did they go? Tong stood up and looked for them. When he came to the outside of the cabin, Tong saw Zai pedaling the water wheel. Xiao Tong, are you awake? Zai saw Tong. What are you doing? Although Tong knew what Zai was doing, he couldn't help asking. I'm strengthening Pikachu. We must defeat Xiao Gang fairly. Zai said as he pushed harder. Tong glanced at Pikachu with electrodes on his cheeks. Is this really reliable? Chapter 10. The electric current was constantly flowing into the body. Zai, are you sure it's okay? Tong asked Pikachu, who was constantly being charged with electricity. I don't know, but Pikachu and I believe that Uncle won't lie to us. And I believe in Pikachu too. Zai said while stepping on the water wheel vigorously. Tong didn't know whether to praise Zai or scold Zai for a moment. If it was a normal Pokemon that forcibly charged energy into the body of a Pokemon, it would have exploded long ago. It's probably only Pikachu who can charge it. Really, Zai is too easy to trust others. Zioxia said helplessly. I say you two kids, don't say it in front of others. Wu Neng finally couldn't help but said. After an unknown amount of time, Zai finally ran out of energy, and Pikachu seemed to have reached its limit. Pikachu was surrounded by lightning at this time. It was obviously caused by the overload of electricity in his body. Tong remembered something and quickly turned around and closed his eyes. Sure enough, a dazzling light came out of the overloaded Pikachu behind him. It seems to be full. Tong said after escaping the disaster. Great! In this way, we can defeat Xiao Gang. Zai shouted happily. Pika! Pika! Pikachu was also full of confidence at this time. Pikachu only knows electric moves now, right? Tong asked. I think so. Zai said uncertainly. Well, in that case, how do you plan to deal with Xiaogong's rock-type Pokémon? Tong asked. Of course it depends on willpower. Zai said without hesitation. Seeing Zai's matter-of-fact look, Tong actually felt for a moment that there was something wrong with him. Pikachu can learn a special move against rock-type Pokémon. I know how to train it. Why don't you try it before challenging Xiao Gang? Tong said. Tong remembered that when Zai was traveling in the Hone region, Pikachu learned Iron Tail through special training. If it was in the game, Pikachu would need to use a skill learning machine to learn Iron Tail. But in the anime, it is very interesting that Pokémon can learn various skills through special training. Later, Zai was particularly good at this aspect, especially for the teaching of seed machine guns. Zai used it better than ordinary Pokémon. Really? Zai asked happily. Xiao Tong can even do this kind of thing. Zioxia was also very surprised that Tong could teach skills. Wu Neng was also looking at Tong in surprise, but his hat was pulled down so low that his eyes could not be seen at all, so no one noticed it. Then let's go outside first. Mr. Wu Neng, borrow your goods. Tong said to Wu Neng. Wu Neng readily agreed. After all, he also wanted to know what skills Tong could teach Pikachu to restrain rock-type Pokémon. After all, at this time, there is still little knowledge about steel-type Pokémon in the Kanto region. Several people came to the place where Wu Neng placed the commodity stones. The trick I'm talking about is called Iron Tail, which is a skill that requires the strength of the tail to be trained. So, Zai, first tie a rope on Pikachu's tail, and then put a stone on the other end of the rope. The size depends on how much Pikachu can lift it normally. Tong said. Understood, Pikachu, let's cheer together. Zai said to Pikachu. Pikapi! Pikachu shouted in response. Under Tong's guidance, Pikachu trained the strength of his tail, while Zai did push UPS on the side to accompany Pikachu. Is this the reason why Zai has the physique of a super real rookie? Looking at Zai's relaxed look, Tong thought secretly. After strength training, it's flexibility training. Tong took out the prepared balls. Knock down all the balls. Tong shouted and threw out the pile of balls in his hand. Pika! Pikachu turned his back to Tong, swung his tail continuously, and knocked down one ball after another. It's not over yet, water leap fish. Tong said. The water leap fish that had been prepared long ago crashed into the fruit tree next to it, and the fruits kept falling. Pikachu, come on! Zai held his head with both hands and squatted while shouting. Pikachu jumped up, twisted his body left and right, and swung his tail continuously, and all the fallen fruits were knocked away without exception. After the last fruit was knocked away, a flash of ray of light. As expected of Pikachu. Tong muttered to himself after seeing the ray of light. In fact, he himself was not sure whether this method would work. After all, in the anime, Pokémon demonstrated it to Pikachu before training began. However, after seeing the ray of light flashing across Pikachu's tail, Tong was sure that this method could really learn Iron Tail. Of course, it could also be because of Pikachu's talent. However, no matter what, the current result is good. Did it succeed? Zai also saw the ray of light and asked hurriedly. Almost, but the whole tail of the real Iron Tail should be covered with energy. If you continue to practice, it will definitely work. Tong said. Xiao Tong is so amazing, it actually succeeded. Although Zioxia was praising Tong, it was obvious that she had just believed Tong in her words. Wu Neng did not speak on the side, still looking unfathomable, but no one knew what he was thinking. Great! Pikachu, let's keep working hard. Zai said happily to Pikachu. Okay, since you already know how to do it, I'm going to leave. Wu Tong said. What? Xiao Tong, you're not going to travel with me? Zai said reluctantly when he heard that Wu Tong was leaving. Yet, after all, it's too easy to get lost when traveling with you. Wu Tong teased. That's what I want to say, it's obviously you who have a poor sense of direction. Zai retorted. You two are almost the same. Zioxia complained on the side. Okay, no more jokes, I want to travel by myself, so let's see each other later. Wu Tong said with a smile. Okay, I'll catch up with you soon. Zai said confidently. After saying goodbye to Zai and the others, Wu Tong embarked on the journey alone. After learning Iron Tail, he shouldn't have to rely on the fire sprinkler to barely defeat Onyx. Wu Tong personally hopes that Zai can get the badge by his own strength. After all, in his opinion, Zai's talent is actually very high. After all, Zai has created many moves. It's just that each area is forced to be repointed, which makes it look like a little idiot. Although Wu Tong doesn't have the ability to train Zai to Ziokai, it's still possible to accelerate his growth. After all, he is one of the protagonists of childhood, and Wu Tong still hopes that Zai can become stronger. Just customize a Zai training plan. Wu Tong muttered to himself while walking outside Nibi City. But the direction outside Nibi City seems to be wrong. Chapter 11. The forest was full of trees, but the trees were still there. Wu Tong walked in an unknown forest, holding the map prepared by his grandparents. Strange, I should be able to see Yuejian Mountain, why are there so many trees nearby? Wu Tong said to himself in confusion. He was a little confused. He was walking according to the map, why couldn't he find Yuejian Mountain? Did Grandpa and Grandma get cheated by black-hearted merchants? Is this map actually wrong? Damn it, these black-hearted merchants are such bastards, they even cheated the elderly. Wu Tong said indignantly. Wu Tong didn't think that he might have walked in the wrong way, and firmly believed that Grandpa and Grandma were cheated. Gilu. The water leap fish on the side didn't know why his trainer suddenly got so angry, and tilted his head to look at Wu Tong curiously. It seems that we can't trust the map. I don't know if we can find someone to ask for directions in this wilderness. Wu Tong put away the map and said. Although these maps are fake, they are the intentions of grandparents after all. As a filial child, Wu Tong will not throw them away casually, and at most he will collect them. It seems that I can only follow my intuition. In this case, water leap fish, let's go this way. I feel that there is a mysterious force in this direction that is attracting me. Wu Tong pointed to the right and said confidently. Gilu. Water leap fish responded. Wherever Wu Tong went, he went. It was just a Pokémon. Could it be expected to lead a person with a poor sense of direction? Then it was not water leap fish, but a navigation fish. The dream demon in Wu Tong's shadow was watching all this silently. It knew very well that Wu Tong was a person with a poor sense of direction. And it actually secretly looked at the map and knew that Wu Tong was going the wrong way. But what can it do? As long as Wu Tong is happy, it's just a dream demon. Why would it deliberately watch its trainer get lost? It's just because it likes its trainer too much. As long as the trainer is happy, nothing else matters. In this way, Wu Tong began to move forward following the guidance of his sixth sense. Until it was completely dark, Wu Tong still couldn't find Yuejian Mountain. There was no way, Wu Tong decided to camp in the wild. So Wu Tong began to look for a suitable place to camp. After searching around nearby, a faint fire attracted Wu Tong's attention. Wu Tong took the water-leaping fish to the place where the fire was emitted. As he got closer and closer, Wu Tong also saw the source of the fire. In an open space, a small bonfire was burning slowly. Next to the bonfire, there was a figure holding a branch and stirring the bonfire. However, the weak campfire did not seem to grow stronger as the figure moved, but became weaker and weaker. Because the flame of the campfire was small and the sky was dark, and the person had his back to Wu Tong could not even tell whether the person was a man or a woman. Excuse me, can I camp here? Wu Tong asked. Hearing someone talking behind him, the figure beside the campfire turned his head. Wu Tong was able to see the person's face clearly. With purple hair and a gloomy face, he looked like a boy born to be a villain. Wu Tong was surprised when he saw the person's face. Because the person in front of him was Shinji, Zai's rival in the Sinnoh region. You seem to know me. Shinji's eyes were unexpectedly good. Although it was dark, Shinji still saw Wu Tong's surprised expression. No, this is the first time we meet, but you look like an old friend of mine. Wu Tong lied. After listening to this, Shinji didn't ask any more questions. After all, he wasn't the type to chat enthusiastically with someone he met for the first time. You can camp in the open space over there, but don't disturb me. If you came here for the bonfire, you'll be disappointed. This bonfire won't last long. Shinji threw away the branch in his hand and prepared to rest. Wu Tong looked at Shinji, who was starting to spread the sleeping bag, and picked up the branch that Shinji had thrown away. Although Shinji's tone was cold, his words were quite friendly. He was indeed a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Wu Tong took the branch and prepared to make the bonfire burn again. Wu Tong was familiar with making fire. As soon as Shinji spread the sleeping bag, he felt that it became brighter around him. Shinji turned around and found that the bonfire that seemed to be going out at any time was now burning very vigorously. Wu Tong had taken out a small pot and placed it on the campfire. Wu Tong put the cut ingredients into the pot, and when he saw Shinji looking over, he said, "Do you want to eat some together? I am still very confident in my cooking skills." Shinji wanted to refuse, but his stomach growled. After all, he was inexperienced in his first trip, and he had never learned to cook at home, so even if his brother Lei Si prepared enough for him, the food would run out. Shinji forgot to replenish his food because he was obsessed with training Pokémon and looking for Pokémon with strong enough fighting strength. So Shinji, who had not eaten for a day, was very hungry now. He had planned to go to bed early to endure the hunger. Now he heard Wu Tong's invitation and his stomach growled instinctively. "It seems that you haven't eaten for a long time. Wait a moment, it will be soon." Wu Tong said directly without giving Shinji a chance to refuse. Soon, a pot of fragrant vegetable soup was ready. After a simple seasoning, Wu Tong served a bowl to Shinji first. Shinji did not refuse the soup handed over by Wu Tong. He thanked him and took it. After seeing Shinji start to drink the soup, Wu Tong took out a bowl for the water jump fish and filled it with soup. As for the dream demon, it doesn't like to show up in front of others, especially when eating. "Does the food you make have the effect of promoting the growth of Pokémon?" Shinji asked when he saw Wu Tong serving food to the water jump fish. "No, it's just ordinary food. If you have to say it's special, it should taste good," Wu Tong replied while drinking the vegetable soup. "Then why do you feed it to your Pokémon?" Perhaps because of the desire to eat, Shinji talked more. "Because the water jump fish is my partner, what's strange about eating with a partner?" Wu Tong said. He understood what Shinji meant. After all, Shinji still believes in strength first. "Partner? Boring. Pokémon just needs to be strong," Shinji said mercilessly. "Really? Then do you want to have a Pokémon battle with me tomorrow?" Wu Tong invited him to a battle. He suddenly became curious about what would happen if he changed Shinji's personality right now. Chapter 12. The two of them were in a mess. Faced with Wu Tong's invitation to fight, Shinji accepted it. He wanted to know whether the guy in front of him had the strength to match his words. "Okay, let's talk about something else. My name is Wu Tong. I can barely be considered a person from Tokiwa City. What's your name? Where are you from?" At this time, Wu Tong was like an old lady at the entrance of the village, asking curiously. Although Wu Tong knew the answer to the question, some things are difficult to explain without going through the process. "My name is Shinji, and I'm from the Sinnoh region," Shinji said briefly. "Sinnoh region? I just came back from the Sinnoh region not long ago. Which city in the Sinnoh region are you from? By the way, how can you, a person from the Sinnoh region, travel to the Kanto region?" Wu Tong continued to ask questions in a row. Faced with Wu Tong's passionate series of questions, even Shinji was a little overwhelmed. "My family is in Vale City. As for why I came to Kanto to travel, it was because my brother's first stop was here, so I also chose Kanto as my first place to travel," Shinji replied. "What about you, isn't it the same for you?" Shinji asked back. "My reason is similar to yours, because my grandparents' hometown is in Kanto, so they hope that the first place I will travel is Kanto," Wu Tong said. "Is that so?" Shinji said. The two fell into silence again. Wu Tong wanted to continue to find a topic but found that Shinji had turned over to sleep. "Tisk, what a cold guy. Wu Tong said to himself. However, Shinji, who turned over, did not sleep, and heard Wu Tong's words, but for some reason, he felt that something bad would happen if he got involved with this guy. So Shinji decided to pretend that he didn't hear it and went to sleep directly. Anyway, after the duel tomorrow, he and I won't have any more encounters. Wu Tong got up early the next morning. Shinji's living habits were obviously very good, and he woke up early. Shinji, who had just woken up, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gloomy face looked even more ferocious. After looking around, Shinji woke up quickly, and then a fragrance came over. Are you awake? Wash your face and have breakfast together. Wu Tong said with a smile. Shinji looked at Wu Tong, who was holding a frying pan in one hand and beating eggs with the other hand skillfully. What does this guy do? Why does he bring so many kitchen utensils when traveling? Thank you. After washing up, Shinji took the toast and fried eggs handed over by Wu Tong and thanked him. Wu Tong felt that the fledgling Shinji was much easier to get along with than the Shinji who returned to the Sinnoh region. Although his personality was a little cold, he was not so sharp-tongued. Maybe he hasn't experienced the baptism of time yet. As for Zai, Wu Tong felt a headache when he thought of Zai's reverse growth. Especially when the new Muji Shinji returned. Wu Tong felt that Shinji and Zai were not of the same style. How could they be seen as people of the same age? Shinji quickly finished his breakfast and took the initiative to clean up the dishes. After all, Shinji's personality made him not want to owe favors. Gurgle. Shui Yui shouted with full energy after finishing breakfast. As for the dream demon in Wu Tong's shadow, Wu Tong certainly would not forget that he had given a portion of food to the dream demon before Shinji woke up. After Shinji cleaned up the tableware, he called out his Pokémon to start training. A Squirtle and a Nidoran, these are the Pokémon Shinji has now. Squirtle must practice super absorption today, and the leaf blade must be released faster. It is still too slow now. Shinji said to Squirtle. Nai. Squirtle responded and started practicing leaf blade against a tree. Nidolang, today you should strengthen your double kick training, and learn to be poisonous. What's the use of double kick if you can't hit even once? Shinji said to Nidolang after seeing the grass turtle start training. Nidolang lowered his head a little embarrassedly, and then went to find a tree to practice kicking. What a devilish instructor! Wu Tong said on the side. I'm just making them stronger. Without strength, there is no meaning to exist. Shinji, who was in the state, said coldly. Really? Then I'll come to train for a while. Water leap fish, let's go to the other side. Wu Tong didn't say anything but took water leap fish to the other side to train. Water leap fish. Yu, strength is your strong point. You have to turn it into an advantage. Now the best way to use your strength is to crush rocks and falling rocks. Try to focus your strength on one point when using crushed rocks. Wu Tong said to Shui Yu. Gilu. Shui Yu tilted his head to show that he didn't understand what Wu Tong meant. Seeing Shui Yu's expression, Wu Tong began to think about ways to make Shui Yu understand. Looking at the thick and big tree next to him, Wu Tong had an idea. Wu Tong took out a marker from his backpack and drew a circle on the tree that was slightly larger than Shui Yu's front feet. Your task is to use all your strength to crush rocks in this circle, but remember, you can only destroy the inside of this circle, not the outside of the circle. Wu Tong said to Shui Yu. Gilu. Shui Yu understood what Wu Tong meant this time and nodded to show that he understood. Then the next question is, Menjao, come out. Wu Tong said to his shadow. After Wu Tong finished speaking, a dark green figure emerged from the shadow. Dream. The dream demon flew out from Wu Tong's shadow, and then happily circled around Wu Tong. Okay, dream demon, since we have started the journey, you have to train too. Wu Tong said to the dream demon. Dream. Dream demon looked surprised, as if he was telling the truth. Seeing the look of dream demon, Wu Tong was a little helpless. Although dream demon was willing to listen to his command, she was not very willing to fight. Compared to fighting, she would rather hide in Wu Tong's shadow and be a home girl, and come out to play with Wu Tong when there were no outsiders. But there was no way, after all, it was not so easy to get shiny Pokémon. At least it was still unknown whether he could put together a team. So even if Dream Demon didn't like fighting, Wu Tong could only let it bear it for the time being. Dream Demon, humph, man, after all, I took all the responsibility myself. Okay, Dream Demon, I promise you, as long as I have enough Pokémon to form a team, you don't have to fight. Wu Tong said. Dream Demon turned in the air to indicate that it was okay. There was no way, after all, he was his own trainer, what else could he do? Speaking of which, I still didn't know what skills you had. Wu Tong said as he took out the Pokémon encyclopedia and scanned the Dream Demon. Dream Demon, a night-calling Pokémon. A mischievous Pokémon that pulls people's hair to scare them. It can scare the opponent with a sobbing cry. It seems that it can absorb the opponent's fear with red beads and use it as its own nutrition. Mastered skills: Cry, Telekinesis, Mental Wave, Resentment, Fright, Strange Light, Black Eyes, Curse, Seal, Same Fate, Hypnosis. Wu Tong, who knew all the skills of the Dream Demon for the first time, had a complicated expression. Completely torture skills. Among so many skills, only 3 can directly cause damage. 2 of these 3 skills also have negative states. If Wu Tong himself encountered such an opponent, he would definitely feel very uncomfortable. But it's different when used to disgust others, it's completely fun. Wu Tong suddenly showed a sinister smile. I'm sorry, little friend Shinji, it seems that I have to start with you. Wu Tong muttered sinisterly. Shinji, who was training Pokémon on the side, shuddered and felt a chill. Dream Demon, there is no need to practice anything else now, just practice hypnosis with all your strength to ensure the hit rate and release speed of hypnosis. Wu Tong said. Dream. The Dream Demon shook his body and agreed happily. After all, it is a Dream Demon, and hypnosis is its favorite. Wu Tong made a target with the materials around him and hung it on a tree. Practice with this target. Wu Tong said. The Dream Demon began to use hypnosis around the target. Seeing that the Dream Demon was enjoying it, Wu Tong was relieved. Being willing to train is a good start. After all, when he participates in the Quartz Conference, he may have to fight with fewer people. In this way, Wu Tong and Shinji each trained their own Pokémon without disturbing each other. And the 2 of them also tacitly did not watch each other's training. After all, the 2 of them had an appointment for a Pokémon duel. The pride of the 2 made them disdain to peek at other people's tactics. Soon it was noon, and Wu Tong also prepared lunch. Shinji, who had been mixed with 2 meals in a row, was no longer polite and ate with Wu Tong. The water jump fish still ate the same food as the 2, while the Dream Demon secretly took the food back to Wu Tong's shadow. Originally, Shinji planned to take the grass seedling turtle and Nidolang back to the Pokeball, and wait for. Just feed some Pokémon food afterwards. But Wu Tong said that he wanted to fight him in full condition and didn't want to win because his Pokémon was hungry. Let Squirtle and Nidolang have lunch with Shinji. Obviously, it was the first time to have lunch with Shinji, and Squirtle and Nidolang seemed very happy. Shinji still had a blank expression and looked like a bad guy, but Wu Tong knew that he was just not good at expressing himself, and he should be happy now. I'm full, so let's do some post-meal exercise to help digestion. After lunch, Wu Tong and Shinji cleaned up the tableware together, and stretched to Shinji. Come on, I'll make you understand that your idea is wrong. Shinji said coldly. Really, but fighting like this is too boring, why don't we add some prizes? Wu Tong suggested. Shinji didn't answer, but looked at Wu Tong expressionlessly. Don't worry, it won't be too much. The loser will have to promise the winner something that is not against morality and law and can be done. How about that? Wu Tong said. Have you finished talking? Let's start now. Shinji didn't respond but wanted to start as soon as possible. Then I'll take it as your promise. You also have 2 Pokémon now, right? Then let's play 2v2. Go, Water Leap. Wu Tong waved his hand and said. Gilu. Water Leap jumped in front of Wu Tong and shouted with full energy. Turtle, go. Although Wu Tong directly eliminated the Water Leap, which was weak in attributes, Shinji didn't feel looked down upon. After all, both of them only had 2 Pokémon, so there was nothing they could do even if they were restrained by attributes. Nay. Turtle walked in front of Shinji and shouted to show that he was ready. After entering the battle, Wu Tong's pupils shrank instantly, and he became like a beast. Shinji on the side saw Wu Tong's appearance and felt like he had found a kindred spirit. After all, Wu Tong's face was as ferocious as Shinji's at this time. Water Leap, charge forward with a collision. Wu Tong took the initiative to let Water Leap charge forward. Gurgle. Water Leap kicked the ground with its four limbs and crashed into Squirtle like a small cannonball. Squirtle, leaf knife. Shinji was a little unhappy to see Water Leap rushing over without any rules. Obviously, the attribute was unfavorable, and there was no strategy, and it rushed straight over. This kind of trainer was the type he disliked the most, and he also pursued that kind of useless emotional theory, which really wasted the talent of Pokémon. At this time, Wu Tong had been labeled as a trainer who doted on Pokémon and had no brains in Shinji's heart. Water Leap, hold on! Wu Tong continued to command. The collision was just to quickly approach Squirtle. Although Water Leap in midair could not change direction, it could use skills that did not require too much action. A green translucent energy enveloped Water Leap. The Water Leap fish successfully came to the grass turtle with the flying leaf knife. Just to get close? Grass turtle, keep flying leaf knife. Shinji said. Nay. Grass turtle shouted, and countless blade-like leaves flew out and hit the Water Leap fish in front of it. This distance is almost there, Water Leap fish, double return. Wu Tong shouted. After all, Grass Turtle has many long-range skills, and it has advantages in attributes. The skill bombardment is overwhelmingly disadvantageous to Water Leap fish. So Wu Tong did not hesitate to release two skills in a row to get close. The Water Leap fish was covered with rainbow-colored light and directly ate the Grass Turtle's entire flying leaf knife. Then the Water Leap fish hit the Grass Turtle hard. Double the damage was returned to the Grass Turtle, and the Grass Turtle's state instantly became very bad. Am I naive? Grass Turtle, super absorb. Shinji realized that it was his own problem, and immediately adjusted his mentality and commanded. Nay. The Grass Turtle adjusted its body shape and rushed to the side of the water jump fish, biting the fin on the head of the water jump fish. Waves of energy and light were sucked from the body of the water jump fish into the body of the Grass Turtle. Water jump fish, crush the rocks. Wu Tong commanded. Gilu. The water jump fish was also a little angry about the Grass Turtle biting the fin on its head. One of its front feet emitted light and hit the Grass Turtle's abdomen with an uppercut. The pain made the Grass Turtle open its mouth directly. Water jump fish, drop the rocks. Wu Tong continued to command. Grass Turtle, adjust. Flying leaf sharp knife. Shinji shouted. Pieces of stones appeared next to the water jump fish, and the water jump fish threw the stones to the Grass Turtle in the air. The Grass Turtle was in. It turned in the air with difficulty, and then used the leaf blade in the direction of the Water Leap fish. Stones hit the Grass Turtle, and the Grass Turtle fell to the ground and lost its ability to fight. The Water Leap fish was lucky. After all, the Grass Turtle adjusted its posture temporarily, so only a few pieces of the leaf blade hit the Water Leap fish. However, the Water Leap fish was in a very bad state at this time. Nidalong. Shinji took back the Grass Turtle and called out Nidalong with a serious face. Come back, Water Leap fish, Dream Demon, it's up to you. Wu Tong also exchanged Pokémon. After all, the Water Leap fish was in too bad a state, and forcing it to continue fighting was not good for the Water Leap fish's body. Nidalong, Poison Needle. Shinji took the lead in attacking this time. Now it was Shinji's turn to have unfavorable Pokémon attributes. Dream Demon, Hypnosis. Wu Tong said with an evil smile. Dream. The Dream Demon flexibly dodged Nidalong's poison needle, and then the hypnotic energy was emitted in a wave state. Nidoran tried to dodge several times but was still hit, and fell asleep directly. Then the inhumane torture began. Halfway through, Shinji couldn't stand it anymore and gave up. So, you should believe in the bond between me and Pokémon now, right? Wu Tong asked with a smile. I didn't see the so-called bond you said. I only saw the powerful strength of your Water Leap and the perfect skills of the Dream Demon. In the end, it's just that your Pokémon is stronger. Shinji responded coldly. After hearing what Shinji said, Wu Tong was also stunned. It seemed that it was true. It seemed that he had nothing to do with the bond from the beginning to the end. Could it be that I was the one who was convinced? Chapter 13. In the forest, Wu Tong and Shinji walked together on the way to Cerulean City. No, it should be said that they were on the way to Nibi City. Why do you want to go directly to Cerulean City? As far as I know, there is a gym in Nibi City. Shinji asked. Because I just challenged the Nibi gym. Wu Tong replied. After hearing Wu Tong's words, Shinji didn't know what to say for a moment. He had just come out of Viridian City and was about to go to Nibi City, which means that they are still within the scope of Viridian Forest. And Wu Tong said that he had just challenged the Nibi Gym and was about to go to Cerulean City, which means that Wu Tong not only went in the wrong direction, but also made a ridiculous mistake. Shinji now understood why Wu Tong's condition was to let him travel with him on the way to Cerulean City. Why are you looking at me like that? Let me explain in advance, it's not that I'm lost, but I met a black-hearted merchant who sold me a wrong map. Wu Tong said. Look, this map is completely wrong. Wu Tong was afraid that Shinji would not believe it, so he took out the map and showed it to Shinji. Shinji calmly took the map, looked at it carefully, and made a decision in an instant. Absolutely must not let Wu Tong lead the way, even if he has a map. Perhaps because he didn't want to have a meaningless argument with Wu Tong, Shinji didn't say anything after returning the map to Wu Tong. He just walked a little faster and led Wu Tong by half a body. It seems that he intends to lead the way. Perhaps because he was afraid that Wu Tong would ask to lead the way, Shinji took the initiative to find a topic. The color of your dream demon is different from ordinary dream demons. As a native of the Sinnoh region, Shinji certainly knows dream demons, so he questioned the dark green color of Wu Tong's dream demon. Dream monster is a shiny Pokémon, and so is my water leap. Speaking of which, you probably don't know water leap, it's not a Pokémon from the Kanto region, it's one of the original Pokémon from the Hone region. Wu Tong explained. Shiny Pokémon. Shinji has also heard of shiny Pokémon, after all, his brother is also a veteran trainer. Thinking of his brother, Shinji felt a little complicated. Isn't it Nibi City ahead? Wu Tong said in surprise as he looked at the familiar city ahead. Seeing Wu Tong's surprise, Shinji once again made up his mind not to let Wu Tong lead the way. I didn't expect that the map was so wrong. It's completely the opposite. Wu Tong said angrily. Really, but I'm going to challenge the Nibi Gym first. If you're in a hurry, you can go first. Shinji said with a signature sneer on his face. Shinji, who fully understood Wu Tong's road idiocy, always wanted to get rid of this time bomb-like person. Really? We eat and sleep together. How can I bear to leave you here? Don't worry, I will watch you challenge the gym. Wu Tong patted Shinji's shoulder and said. Shinji, with a sneer on his face, froze for a moment, then slapped Wu Tong's hand away and walked quickly towards Nibi City. Just kidding, don't react so much, are you shy? Wu Tong quickly chased after him and said as he walked. After hearing Wu Tong's words, Shinji walked faster. Shinji went straight to the Nibi Gym. As expected, the current Nibi Gym has been replaced by Wuneng management. It seems that Xiaogang was still tempted by Zai Zai to become a full-time nanny. Facing Wuneng, Shinji easily won the badge of the Nibi Gym. It was so simple that Shinji even suspected that he had hit a fake gym. Wu Tong didn't know how to answer Shinji's thoughts. In fact, Wuneng's strength should not be weak, it can only be said that Wuneng's worrying personality problem. After Shinji challenged the gym, it was already dark, and the two decided to rest in Nibi City for a night before continuing on the road. The next morning, the two continued their journey. Under Shinji's deliberate guidance, the two arrived near Yuejian Mountain in just half a day. I want to train. Shinji saw that they had arrived near Yuejian Mountain and turned back to Wu Tong. Then without waiting for Wu Tong's reaction, Shinji directly called out Kusanagi and Nidolang to start training. Wu Tong didn't care, after all, daily training is actually very important. Wu Tong looked around and found a suitable place to start training. The training method has not changed, after all, the current water jump fish and dream monster have few abilities. Just focus on one thing first. Just when Shinji and Wu Tong were concentrating on their Pokémon training, a sound attracted their attention. Woof! Bubby! Wu Tong and Shinji looked at each other, and tacitly took their Pokémon to the direction of the sound. After walking in the direction of the sound for a while, two fighting Pokémon appeared in front of them. One has an orange-yellow base color, a cream-yellow snout, belly and tail, black vertical stripes on the back and limbs, and a cream-yellow mane on the head and neck. Like a puppy. The other has an orange-yellow body, and a goose-yellow belly and mouth. It has a truncated cone-shaped mouth, many spherical protrusions on its head, and a small thorn on its back. There is also a circle of black-brown patterns on its neck. Wu Tong and Shinji took out the Pokémon Atlas at the same time, but the targets they scanned were completely different. Duckbill, a fire Pokémon, the form before the evolution of Duckbill Flamemon. It is small in size but can spit out high-temperature flames. It is a Pokémon that cannot be underestimated. Catty, a puppy Pokémon. It has a serious personality and likes to be close to people. When it encounters an enemy, it will bark at it, bite it, and drive the enemy away. Tong certainly knew Duckbill, but the different color made him unable to help but take out the Pokémon illustrated book to confirm it again. Now Tong was sure that the Duckbill in front of him was a shiny Pokémon. At this time, Tong's eyes were very hot. For him, talent and so on did not matter, as long as it was shiny. After all, shiny Pokémon was Tong's hope to become a Pokémon trainer. So for the shiny Duckbill in front of him, it can be said that it must be obtained. Shinji on the side seemed much calmer, because he needed to confirm the abilities of the two Pokémon before talking. There were two fresh fruit between the Duckbill and the Duckbill looked very embarrassed. It seems that Growlithe and Duckling must have fought for food. From the current situation, Growlithe has the upper hand. Woof! Growlithe shouted at Duckling fiercely, wanting Duckling to be sensible and leave. However, Growlithe's appearance was not to intimidate at all, but more like to act cute, so Duckling was not afraid at all. Bubby! Duckling was obviously hungry for a long time and did not want to give up the two fruits. The two Pokémon looked at each other, and neither of them was willing to step back. Bubby! Finally, Duckling could not help it and sprayed out a mouthful of sparks. Facing the flying sparks, Growlithe did not care and even took the initiative to meet them. The moment the sparks touched Growlithe, the small flames instantly expanded and swept all over Growlithe. Tong thought that this Duckling was gifted, but soon found out that he was wrong. It should be fire. Shinji said on the side. Obviously, Shinji is different from Xiaozai. Xiaozai, who is just starting out, doesn't even know the basic attribute restraint. But Shinji can already guess the characteristics of Pokémon. After the flames covered Growlithe, Growlithe didn't stop, but rushed directly to the Duckling. What is this? Charged flame attack? No, it's flash flame charge. Tong was a little amazed at Growlithe's talent. And Shinji on the side also showed an interested look at Growlithe. Growlithe was burning with flames and directly knocked down the Duckling. The Duckling, who was knocked away, climbed up with difficulty and continued to use sparks unwillingly. However, the flying sparks not only did not cause any damage to Growlithe, but also helped Growlithe recover his strength. However, for some reason, the Duckling suddenly caught fire. Just when Tong thought that the Duckling had also inherited the flash flame charge, he found that he was wrong again. It seemed that the Duckbill baby had already gotten used to it. It immediately started rolling on the spot, and then quickly pulled out the grass around it to prevent the fire from spreading because of the fire on its body. Then it started to dig a hole quickly, intending to bury itself to put out the fire. The Duckbill baby's series of operations were so skillful that it was a bit distressing. Shinji only took a look at the operation of the Duckbill baby and had no interest in continuing to watch. Because it is now obvious that the caterpillar has a very good talent. In comparison, the Duckbill baby is much weaker, and Shinji has no interest in weak Pokémon. Seeing that the caterpillar had eaten the fruit, Shinji walked up directly. Facing the caterpillar that threatened him, Shinji didn't care at all, and even liked it a little. He directly called out Nidoran and started fighting with the caterpillar. Although the caterpillar has a good talent, facing Nidolang, who was trained by Shinji, was still a little difficult, and was finally successfully subdued by Shinji. As soon as he recovered Growlithe, Shinji took out the Pokémon encyclopedia to check the skills that Growlithe had mastered. After reading the skills that Growlithe had mastered, Shinji smiled with satisfaction. Tong, who was determined to get the Duckbill, came to the Duckbill. Water leap fish, water waves help it. Tong said to the water leap fish. Gurgle. The water leap fish obediently fell on the Duckbill. Because it was to help put out the fire, the water leap fish's water waves flew very slowly and had basically no impact. After being drenched by the water waves, the fire on the Duckbill was extinguished. Because of the biological characteristics of the Duckbill itself, the flames basically did not harm it, and its series of operations were entirely to prevent the spread of the flames. Facing Tong and water leap fish who helped him put out the fire, the Duckbill bowed obediently. Just after the Duckbilled baby finished bowing, a gurgling sound came from the Duckbilled baby's stomach. Seeing the Duckbilled baby so sensible, Tong actually felt a little distressed. because the duck-billed baby in front of him was obviously very thin and looked malnourished. Duck-billed baby, become my Pokémon. I dare not say anything else, but I will definitely not let you go hungry. Tong said. The duck-billed baby, who was reluctantly looking at the fruit that was only left with the stem after being eaten by Catty, was stunned when he heard Tong's words, and looked at Tong with uncertainty. That expression seemed to say, "Are you sure you want me to be your Pokémon? Can I really? My name is Tong, and I will be your trainer in the future." Tong took out a Pokeball with a pink background and goose yellow patterns on it. It was the healing ball in the Pokeball gift bag prepared for him by Aquan and Xingzi. Tong squatted in front of the duck-billed baby and held out the healing ball. Bubby. Looking at the healing ball in front of him, the duck-billed baby hesitated but eagerly, then stretched out his claws and carefully touched the button. The duck-billed baby was directly put into the healing ball. Have a good rest, you will never go hungry again in the future, this is my promise as a trainer. Tong said to the healing ball. The healing ball flashed and then went quiet. Great! I have captured the duck-billed baby. Tong raised the healing ball happily and shouted. Gilu! Water leap fish shouted on the side. Dream! The dream demon hiding in Tong's shadow also came out to make a scene. Why do you want to capture this duck-billed baby? I can't see its power at all, and as a fire Pokémon, it can't even control the flames well. Shinji didn't understand why Tong captured the duck-billed baby. First, although strength is important, it cannot determine everything. Secondly, due to some personal reasons, I can only command shiny Pokémon to fight, so duck-billed baby is very important to me. Tong replied. Finally, I think duck-billed baby is very good. It is a good kid. I think it is good enough. Tong continued. After hearing Tong's words, Shinji ignored the first and the last. He felt that Tong had captured duck-billed baby for special reasons. If there was a choice, Tong would definitely capture a Pokémon with stronger power. As for Tong's special reason, Shinji was too lazy to ask. After all, everyone has their own secrets, right? I'm hungry, let's have lunch. Shinji turned around and planned to continue training his Pokémon. Tong was a little helpless about Shinji's words. This guy, at the beginning, looked like he had no choice but to eat for free. How could it become a matter of course to eat for free in just 2 or 3 days? Although thinking so, Tong still started to prepare lunch. After all, I promised the duck-billed baby that I would never let it go hungry in the future. Tong felt full of energy and rolled up his sleeves. Tong was ready to do it with all his strength for the first time in a long time. After training for a while, Shinji smelled the aroma of food and became even hungrier. Shinji had to admit that although Tong was a world-class road idiot, his cooking skills were definitely world-class. Shinji felt that lunch was almost ready, so he took Squirtle and Nidolang back to the place just now. Then he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Tong set up a small folding table and filled it with various dishes. There were also several food bowls next to the table to facilitate the diet of Pokémon walking on 4 limbs such as Water Leap Fish, Squirtle and Nidolang. And moreover, Shinji saw several small cubes of different colors in the food bowl. As a native of the Sinnoh region, Shinji directly pointed out that the one was an energy cube. Judging from the appearance alone, the quality is definitely not low. Come and eat, I've rarely tried my best today. Tong said confidently. After that, he called out the duck-billed baby in the healing ball. The duck-billed baby that was released was instantly attracted by the aroma of the food, and the duck-billed baby drooled when he saw the rich food. However, the duck-billed baby did not pounce on it immediately, but looked at Tong expectantly. Eat as much as you want, this is made by your trainer. Tong touched the duck-billed baby's head and said. Bubby. The duck-billed baby, who got permission, could no longer bear it and immediately plunged into the food. The water jump fish had already stood in front of its food bowl waiting for Tong to feed it. After taking a little of each food for the water jump fish, Tong served another portion and placed it on his shadow. Seeing the food slowly sinking into the shadow, Tong took out a few dark purple energy cubes and put them on the food. After being startled, Shinji also released Growlithe. Growlithe rushed over with his eyes shining when he saw the rich food in front of him. Seeing Growlithe's appearance, Shinji decided to give it special training after dinner. This kind of behavior of not listening to orders and acting on one's own is very deadly in battle. Tong, what does your family do? Energy cubes of this quality are not so easy to buy. Shinji, who was eating lunch, couldn't help asking Wu Tong. Me? My family runs a breeding house, and of course this kind of energy cube can't be bought, because I made them all by myself. Wu Tong said indifferently. After hearing Wu Tong's words, Shinji was stunned again. He didn't expect Wu Tong to be a Pokémon breeder, and his level was definitely not low. Woof. Bubby. Just when Wu Tong and Shinji were talking, Growlithe and Duckbill started arguing again. Wu Tong and Shinji looked over and found that the duckling and the caterpillar were fighting for the last piece of barbecue-like food. The two Pokémon kept fighting and couldn't help but release fire, which instantly burned the food that the two Pokémon were fighting for. Woof. Bubby. The caterpillar and the duckling looked at the charred food uncomfortably, and then suddenly felt a chill. The two Pokémon turned their heads stiffly and saw Wu Tong looking at them kindly. It's shameful to waste food, Wu Tong said to the duckling and the caterpillar with a smile. Shinji didn't know if he had hallucinations. He seemed to see a black flame burning behind Wu Tong. The strong sense of oppression made Shinji swallow his saliva, and then secretly put the green pepper that he had taken a bite and threw aside back to his plate. Woof. Bubby. The caterpie and the duckbill, who were being watched by Wu Tong, lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes, then began to frantically put food into their mouths, as if to say that they would never waste it. Chapter 14. After lunch, Wu Tong and Shinji continued to head to Cerulean City with their Pokémon. The two soon arrived at the cave entrance of Moonview Mountain. This is Moonview Mountain. We can reach Cerulean City by crossing Moonview Mountain, Shinji said as he looked at the cave entrance. Then let's go. If I remember correctly, you can find Moonstone in Moonview Mountain, Wu Tong said excitedly. Shinji didn't say anything, but he also needed Moonstone. After all, his Nidoran needs Moonstone to evolve into Nidoking. Wu Tong and Shinji walked into Moonview Mountain. Wu Tong didn't know whether Zai and the others had left the Moonstone. Although he had wasted several days, Zai's ability to get lost was no weaker than his own. Wait. Why did you say no weaker than his own? Wu Tong was thinking about it while looking for a way out in Yuejian Mountain. The inside of Yuejian Mountain is unexpectedly large, Wu Tong said to himself while walking. When he encountered a fork in the road again, Shinji seemed to have finally been unable to help but grabbed Wu Tong. You. Follow me, Shinji said almost roaring. Seeing Shinji suddenly become irritable, Wu Tong was stunned. What's wrong? Are you afraid of the dark? Sorry, I didn't consider your feelings, Wu Tong said apologetically. Hearing Wu Tong's words, Shinji's eyes twitched, and his already ferocious face became even more ferocious. This guy's ability to get lost is simply outrageous. He has seen this fork in the road at least 5 times. What's more annoying is that this guy has no idea that he is lost. No, it should be said that he has never thought about being lost at all. Especially his mysteriously confident attitude, if someone met him for the first time, they might think he was a god who knew the way. Wu Tong, who had completely misunderstood, followed Shinji obediently and let Shinji lead the way. After Shinji took over the lead, the two finally passed the abominable fork in the road. Continuing to walk in Yuejian Mountain, Wu Tong looked for Pippi everywhere. After all, if he could find Pippi, he could also find the Moonstone. Seeing Wu Tong looking around, Shinji was a little confused, but if this guy didn't lead the way, it didn't matter what he wanted to do. After the two walked for a while, Wu Tong finally found the trace of Pippi. But it was no longer Pippi, but a pixie. Since it was already a pixie, it meant that Zai and the others should have been here and left. It seems that Wu Tong is still better at getting lost. Found it. It's Pixie, Wu Tong said happily. Shinji also looked over and saw this pink Pokémon. Shinji habitually took out the Pokémon encyclopedia and scanned Pikachu. Pikachu, a fairy spirit Pokémon. It is the evolution of Pico, and the cases found are even rarer than Pico. It can jump and walk with its wings like flying. It can even walk on the water. It will walk on the lake on a quiet moonlit night. When you open your ears, you can even hear the sound of a needle falling a kilometer away. Pikachu. Shinji was obviously interested in Pikachu. Turtle. Shinji called out Turtle without hesitation and prepared to fight to capture it. Seeing that Shinji wanted to capture it, Wu Tong did not stop him. After all, he had no need for non-shiny Pokémon. Turtle, Leaf Blade, Shinji commanded. Nah. Turtle called out, and countless blade-like leaves flew out in a rotation. Pikachu was a little flustered in the face of the sudden attack. His fat body twisted hard but couldn't avoid the attack. Shinji frowned when he saw Pikachu's reaction, but decided to subdue it first. Turtle, super absorb. Shinji continued to command. Turtle rushed directly to Pikachu after hearing the command. Pikachu stretched out his claws to face the rushing turtle. The palm-shaped energy covered it and slapped Turtle. Turtle flexibly dodged the slap from Pikachu. Then he bit Pikachu's body, and waves of energy were sucked into Turtle's body. Pikachu's eyes turned into mosquito coils and fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. Shinji threw a Pokeball over, and Pikachu was received in the Pokeball. The Pokeball shook twice and stopped directly. Shinji picked up the Pokémon calmly. Ball, as if he was not the one who captured the Pokémon. He took out the Pokémon encyclopedia and scanned the Pokeball in his hand. Shinji frowned. What a waste! Shinji said dissatisfiedly, and then directly pressed the Pokeball twice to release Pixie. Tong didn't really feel much about Shinji's actions. Although he felt that Pokémon were his partners, the premise was that Pokémon that could fight side by side with him were his partners. After all, Shinji didn't deliberately hurt Pokémon, he just captured them normally, and then released them if he didn't like them. Tong wouldn't go up to him like Zai and argue with him that this was wrong. In fact, Shinji's approach may be the norm for trainers in the Pokémon world who aim to become stronger. Why, can't Pixie's power satisfy you? Tong teased. Shinji glanced at Tong and didn't say anything, but his actions had proved Tong's statement. Then you don't mind if I capture this Pixie? Tong said. If you want that kind of trash, just capture it. Shinji said with a sharp tongue. Really, can you change your twisted personality? Be careful not to find a girlfriend. Tong said helplessly. Humph. Shinji snorted coldly in response to Tong's ridicule. Tong took out an ordinary Pokeball and captured Pixie again. This time, Pixie was still captured quickly, which made Tong wonder if this Pixie was starting to play badly. Come out, Pixie. Tong called Pixie out. However, Pixie was still lying there and didn't wake up. At this time, Tong was completely sure that this Pixie was playing badly. After all, Shinji didn't use heavy hands, and Pixie couldn't have not woken up yet. Hey, okay, Pixie, stop pretending, get up quickly. Tong said and used the power of Changpan to heal Pixie. Because Pikachu's injury was very minor, Tong just yawned and was fine. Pikachu, who was cured, had no choice but to get up and look at Tong in confusion. It's like this, my friend and I want the Moonstone to help our partner evolve, I wonder if you can take us to find it? Tong asked. Shinji wanted to refute Tong calling him a friend, but for some reason, he didn't say anything. Pikachu immediately began to shake his head. After all, it was related to the evolution of their clan, and Pikachu didn't want to take the two to find the Moonstone. I know you will have an evolution ceremony on the night of the full moon, and I also know that you have a very large Moonstone, but we won't take that, just the scattered Moonstones in Tsukimi-yama. Tong continued to bewitch. Pikachu began to hesitate, and then saw Shinji's villain-like face again. Pikachu was completely entangled. Chapter 15. After all, the two of them were very successful. Pixie finally believed Tong. After all, Tong was the one who possessed the power of Changpan. It was definitely not because Shinji's face was too scary, absolutely not. Under the leadership of Pixie, Tong successfully harvested 2 Moonstones. And Pixie also took the 2 to the other side of the exit of Uegian Mountain. The meaning is very clear, 2 Moonstones should be the limit. So it hopes that Tong and Shinji can stop while they are ahead. Tong is not a greedy person, after all, he only prepared 1 Moonstone in advance. After all, he doesn't know whether his next shiny Pokémon can use the Moonstone. Here, this is yours. Wait until your Nidolang evolves into Nidolino and find a good opportunity to use it. Tong threw a piece of Moonstone to Shinji and said. Don't refuse, after all, you were the one who captured this Pikachu in the first place. Tong said when he saw that Shinji didn't want it. After hearing Tong's words, Shinji stopped what he was doing, thought about it and put the Moonstone away. You said before that you had to capture the shiny Pokémon because of personal reasons, so why did you capture this Pikachu, just for the Moonstone? Shinji asked. After all, the moonstone was taken, and it would not be good to keep silent, so he simply asked the question he was curious about before. You said this, although I don't know why, only the shiny Pokémon is willing to listen to my command and fight. Wu Tong spread his hands helplessly and said. How is this possible? Shinji didn't believe it. How about this, let's go outside and demonstrate it to you. Wu Tong said. The two left Yuejian Mountain and came to the outskirts of Hualan City. This Pikachu was just captured. We have never communicated with each other, so there is no possibility of acting. Wu Tong said. Then let me show you, Pikachu. Use a series of slaps. Wu Tong said. Pix. Pix. Pikachu was a little confused at first, and then began to refuse. Don't resist so much, use a series of slaps on that tree. Wu Tong continued to try. Pix. Pikachu still refused. Then, in the helpless eyes of Wu Tong and the surprised eyes of Shinji, Pikachu took out a piece of moonstone from somewhere and handed it to Wu Tong. That look and expression seemed to say, I will give you another moonstone, don't command me anymore. Look, it's like this. Wu Tong took the moonstone, and then said to Shinji on the side with a blank face. It's really strange. Shinji was also very surprised. You can command it and try. Wu Tong continued. Pixie, use the chain slap. Shinji nodded and said. Pixie. Pixie's obedient hands lit up, and a set of small slaps hit the tree. This is unscientific, Turtle, listen to Wu Tong and let it command you to fight. Shinji said to Turtle. Nah. Turtle nodded and walked in front of Wu Tong, looking like a soldier on standby. Okay, Turtle, Leaf Blade. Wu Tong said. Nah. Turtle heard Wu Tong's command and wanted to use Leaf Blade, but a strange feeling enveloped it. Organized it to use skills. Nah. Soon, Turtle called out, saying that he couldn't do it and ran back to Shinji. There is such a strange thing. Seeing his turtle react like this, Shinji felt incredible. So, there is no way, every shiny Pokémon is important to me, because they are my hope to become a Pokémon trainer. Wu Tong said helplessly. Okay, Pico, thank you for your hard work. Wu Tong put Pico back into the Pokeball. He planned to send it to Professor Oak when he arrived in Cerulean City. After all, he had a mission to help Professor Oak complete the Pokémon Encyclopedia. Although ordinary Pokémon can't listen to him and can only fight, it's still okay to send them to Professor Oak for research. Knowing Wu Tong's magical physique, Shinji didn't ask much, but started walking towards Cerulean City. Wu Tong followed him. After walking for a while, the two entered Cerulean City. After entering Cerulean City, Wu Tong and Shinji first came to the Pokémon Center. He handed his Pokémon to Miss Joy in Cerulean City for treatment. Wu Tong took Pico's Pokeball and found the Pokémon transmission device. After a simple operation, Wu Tong successfully transmitted Pico to Professor Oak's Research Institute. After that, Wu Tong came to the video call to contact Professor Oak. Oh, it's Wu Tong, how is it, did you have a good trip? After the video call was connected, Professor Oak saw that it was Wu Tong and said. Dr. Oak, long time no see, did you have a good trip? I just sent Pico to you, the professor. Wu Tong said. Pico? Yes, I received it. You are lucky to have captured such a rare Pokémon. Dr. Oak said. Who is the person next to you? Dr. Oak also found Shinji at this time and asked. Hello, Dr. Oak, I am Shinji from the Vale City in the Sinnoh region, and I am traveling in the Kanto region. Shinji said very politely. Hello, hello, it seems that you are Wu Tong's travel partner. Dr. Oak said with a smile. Shinji didn't say anything, and it was unclear whether he was too lazy to refute or didn't want to refute. Dr. Oak, it's not just Pippi who is lucky. Look, come out, Duckbill baby. Wu Tong called out his Duckbill baby. Oh. This is the flashing Duckbill baby. Dr. Oak said after seeing the Duckbill baby. Yes, Dr. Oak, but the Duckbill baby has a problem. Occasionally, flames will ignite on its body. Although it will not harm it, it is a bit harmful to the environment. Wu Tong said. Are you suspicious that this is caused by its flash power? Dr. Oak grasped the key point and said. Yes, I think it should be related to its flash power, but it can't control this power yet, so it is occasionally wrapped in flames. Wu Tong nodded and said. Shinji on the side listened to the conversation between the two and couldn't get a word in. After all, he had never heard of the flash power. So, if there is a chance, send it back and I will help you check it. Dr. Oak said. Okay, Professor Oak, but it probably won't work recently. I need to learn more about it first. Wu Tong took the duckbill baby back into the healing ball and said. It's okay, just teleport back when you feel the need. My noodles are going to get mushy, so I'll hang up first. After saying that, Professor Oak hung up the video call. Noodles? Isn't Professor Oak in the laboratory? Shinji asked in confusion. Oh, Professor Oak's hobby is to cook instant noodles in the laboratory. Wu Tong said indifferently. This may be a genius's quirk. Shinji said. Wu Tong looked at Shinji with a strange look. This guy really has a completely different attitude towards the people he respects. At this time, the Pokémon of the two were also healed. The two decided to go to the Cerulean Gym to take a look. Chapter 16. In order to become the best Pokémon trainer in the universe, Wu Tong traveled in the Kanto region. He not only captured the duckbill baby near Yuejian Mountain, but also captured Shinji, who was planning to become the second Pokémon trainer in the universe. So what is waiting for them in the Hualan Gym? Wu Tong said while holding a small notebook. What are you doing? Shinji couldn't help asking. He can still ignore the one in front, but what is the one who captured Shinji in the back, and why is he the second in the universe? I'm writing a travel diary. How can you eavesdrop on other people's privacy? Wu Tong replied, and then stared at Shinji vigilantly. Seeing Wu Tong like this, Shinji resisted the urge to hit him. He decided to separate from Wu Tong as soon as possible after challenging the Cerulean Gym. Traveling with this guy is a serious test for his heart. The two walked in Cerulean City and soon attracted their attention by a building with a huge white sea lion pattern on the corner, which looked like a circus tent. It should be here. It is worthy of being the Cerulean Gym that focuses on water ballet performances. Wu Tong said as he looked at the building in front of him that could not be seen as a gym at all. Mainly for water ballet performances. After hearing Wu Tong's words, Shinji's expression became very serious. Obviously, he couldn't imagine that a gym owner's main job would be water ballet performances. No, it should be said that a gym owner is not doing his job and not managing the gym well, but instead focusing on water ballet performances. As the first region in Kanto, are all these gym owners so unemployed? Shinji said directly. After hearing what Shinji said, Wu Tong didn't know what to say. There was no way. If we start from Pallet Town, the first gym should be Tokiwa Gym. And the owner of Tokiwa Gym is Team Rocket's boss Ban Mu, so he often keeps the gym closed. Strictly speaking, he is not doing his job, after all, his main job should be Team Rocket. But the Nibi Gym and Cerulean Gym that followed after that are hard to describe. 3 gyms in a row are like this, no wonder Shinji doubts the overall quality of the gym owners in the Kanto region. And speaking of it, it seems that most of the gym owners in the Kanto region are problem children. When I was watching the anime, I didn't feel anything. Now that I heard what Shinji said, Wu Tong was actually a little worried about the future of the Pokémon League. But soon, Wu Tong felt that it didn't matter. How bad could it be? In the comics, half of the gym leaders in the Kanto region are members of Team Rocket, and the Pokémon League is doing well. Shinji, who was standing by, saw Wu Tong's changing expression and knew that this guy was starting to have wild thoughts again. Shinji decided to ignore this guy and challenge the Cerulean Gym first. Seeing Shinji leave, Wu Tong also woke up and hurriedly followed him. The two came to the gym, which was decorated very gorgeously. A passage that looked like an aquarium connected to the competition venue. It was called a competition venue, but its biggest use was to provide a stage for the 3 sisters of Cerulean City to perform water ballet. The two walked into the venue, and the audience seats in the venue were full of people. Looking at the center of the venue, what caught Wu Tong and Shinji's eyes was a white splash of water. A white little sea lion emerged from the splash of water. And around the little sea lion were several white thighs. In short, it was a white patch. So white. Wu Tong couldn't help but say. After hearing Wu Tong's words, Shinji looked at Wu Tong in surprise. Why are you looking at me? I'm talking about a little sea lion. Don't misunderstand me. I read the spring and autumn annals. Wu Tong saw Shinji's eyes and said quickly. After the Hualan sisters finished their water ballet performance and left the stage, Wu Tong and Shinji went over. Today is also a great success. Yes, a great success. Sister is also beautiful today. When Wu Tong and Shinji found the Hualan sisters, the three were happy about today's performance. Sorry to bother you. Wu Tong said. Oh, what's the matter? Sakura, the eldest sister, said with blonde hair. If you want an interview, please contact our agent first. Ayam, the second sister with blue hair, continued. Signatures are also. No, you can't. The third sister Mutant shook her finger and said. Being blocked by 3 consecutive sentences, Wu Tong felt a little uncomfortable, and at this time, Shinji stepped forward. Excuse me, we are here to challenge the Hualan Gym. You 3 are the gym leaders, right? Please fight with us. Shinji said politely, but his tone was very cold. It seems that the triple beauty attack of the 3 Hualan sisters has no effect on Shinji. After hearing what Shinji said, the 3 Hualan sisters looked at each other and took Wu Tong and Shinji to the battlefield. Wu Tong, who was following the 3 sisters, looked at the hair color of the 3 people, and thought about Xioxia, the youngest sister, and couldn't help but sigh at the magic of this world. The hair color of the sisters is not the same. It seems that the genes of the Junsha family and the Joey family are stronger. But speaking of it, the 3 sisters in Hualan City are named Sakura, Icarus, and Peony, which are all flower names. And the name Xioxia obviously doesn't match them. It's like the 4 brothers, the first 3 are called Wang Tian, Wang Di, and Wang Hai. As a result, the youngest is called Wang Ergu, which makes people feel very strange. Could it be that Xioxia was actually picked up? Just when Wu Tong was thinking about it, several people came to the battlefield. Really, why are there so many people coming to challenge recently? Arriving at the battle site, the eldest sister Sakura complained first. Yeah, and yesterday the guys from Team Rocket came out and damaged the wall. The second sister Ayam also complained. It was so hard to fix it. And our Pokémon haven't recovered yet, said the third sister Peony. Sure enough, 3 women are in a drama, and when the 3 Hualan sisters talk, there is no room for others to interrupt. That means you, as gym leaders, don't even have Pokémon to deal with challengers, right? Shinji said with a gloomy face. There's nothing I can do. Sakura spread her hands helplessly. Who made us beaten up by the 3 trainers from Pallet Town before? Ayam continued. Yes, it was miserable, and we usually spend our time taking care of ourselves and keeping our beauty, so we don't have time to train other Pokémon. Mutant said as a matter of course. Hearing the words of the 3 people, Shinji felt a nameless fire burning in his chest. I went through a lot of hardships to come to Cerulean City, but now you say you don't even have the ability to accept challenges? Then when can your Pokémon recover? Wu Tong, who had been mentally prepared, said calmly. I know what you mean, little sea lion. Sakura clapped her hands. The little sea lion that performed with them just now emerged from the water and swam to the shore. Opened its mouth, and 2 blue water drop-shaped badges appeared there. Here, this is the badge you need. Sakura handed 2 badges directly to Wu Tong and Shinji. Looking at the badges in front of him, Shinji was stunned. Are they giving badges directly without even fighting? Is this really possible? Does the Pokémon League not care? Wu Tong was also a little helpless when looking at the badges in front of him. He was really curious about how the 3 sisters of Hualan became gym leaders. To be honest, it's a bit boring to get badges like this. Wu Tong looked at the badges, then looked at Shinji who was silent on the side, and an idea came to his mind. Shinji, I have a suggestion. Wu Tong said. Shinji looked at Wu Tong and didn't say anything, but waited for Wu Tong to continue. Let's have another battle. The loser will stay in Hualan City for 1 more day as a punishment. After all, it's boring to get badges like this. Wu Tong said. After hearing Wu Tong's suggestion, Shinji fell into thought. This seems to be a really good suggestion. No problem. Shinji said. Then let's play 3v3 singles. Wu Tong determined the rules of the game. Then can you 3 lend us a venue? Wu Tong said to the 3 Hualan sisters. No problem. Sakura agreed readily. Anyway, it doesn't matter as long as we don't fight them. Then I will be the referee, and the match between Wu Tong and Shinji will start now. Sakura shouted. Go. Growlithe. Go. Aquatica. Shinji and Wu Tong called out their first Pokémon at the same time. Seeing the Pokémon of both sides, Shinji couldn't help but frowned. It seems that his guess was wrong. You should think that I will discharge the duckbill baby first. Unfortunately, I predicted your prediction. Aquatica. Water wave. Wu Tong's pupils contracted, and he commanded with the breath of a beast. Gurgle. Aquatica shot out a series of circular water streams at Growlithe. Humph, Growlithe. Use. Block the flame wheel. Shinji snorted and commanded. Woof. Growlithe barked, and instantly the flames wrapped around its body, making it look like a flame wheel. The water wave hit the flame, and the flame kept getting smaller and finally extinguished. But because of the flame blocking it, the damage of the water wave was limited. Come back, Growlithe. Go. Squirtle. Shinji decisively exchanged Pokémon. It is really unwise to use fire Pokémon to fight water Pokémon in the water field. Originally, Shinji thought that Wu Tong should think that he would first send Squirtle with an advantage in attributes, and then use Duckling to resist. In that case, he could use Growlithe to target Wu Tong's Duckling, but Wu Tong seemed to see through his thoughts. Not only did Shinji not take advantage, but he fell into a disadvantage because of this. This is the home field of water Pokémon. Water Leap dived directly into the water. Wu Tong didn't care about Shinji's decision to use Tortoise. He let the Aqua Sail go into the water. After all, Tortoise didn't have a good way to deal with Pokémon in the water. So although it was at a disadvantage in terms of attributes, it had a great advantage in the field. Tortoise. Watch the direction it's heading. Leaf Blade. Shinji certainly wouldn't sit there and wait for death, and he directly ordered Tortoise to attack. Naai. Tortoise stared at the water and used Leaf Blade. However, Leaf Blade didn't hit Aqua Sail. Instead, it missed far away. It seems that your physics isn't very good, Aqua Sail. Rock Smash. Wu Tong shouted. When the water jumpfish heard the command, 2 claws of the light came out, and it rushed out of the water and hit the grass turtle. The grass turtle was unable to dodge and was directly hit into the water by the water jumpfish. The battlefield of Hualan Gym was mostly water, and there were only a few floating boards floating on it that could be used to stand. So in fact, Shinji was at an overwhelming disadvantage. At this time, Shinji felt as if he had been tricked by Wu Tong. Wu Tong obviously knew about this in advance. Grass turtle. Use the flying leaf knife towards the bottom of the water. Shinji commanded. The grass turtle obediently used the flying leaf knife towards the bottom of the water. Relying on the reverse thrust of the flying leaf knife, the grass turtle successfully returned to the floating board. Is this also possible? What is the principle behind this? Wu Tong was a little surprised. If it was a jet of flame or a water cannon, Wu Tong would not be surprised. But how much reaction force can the flying leaf blade have? It can actually be used as a booster? Grass turtle. Keep using the flying leaf blade. Cover a wider area. Shinji commanded. Nai. Grass turtle used the flying leaf blade again, and this time the area covered by the flying leaf blade became larger. It also successfully attacked the water leaping fish in the water. Tisk, water leaping fish, crush the rocks again, and then drop the rocks. Wu Tong commanded. The reason why grass turtle couldn't hit the water leaping fish before was that the refraction of water made the actual position of the water leaping fish different from the position seen by grass turtle. Grass turtle should have hit it in a lower direction. Although Shinji didn't fully understand the reason now, he still successfully caused damage to the water leaping fish by increasing the range of the flying leaf blade. Grass turtle. Retract into the shell. Shinji said. Faced with the water leaping fish rushing out of the water again, the grass turtle's limbs and head retracted into the shell. Because of the biological characteristics of the grass turtle, its shell will become hard due to drinking water. The grass turtle drank a lot of water when it fell into the water just now, so its shell is very hard now. The water leaping fish hit the grass turtle's shell with 1 claw. But the shell is very hard and the damage is limited. And this time the grass turtle was prepared and was not hit into the water. Water leaping fish, drop rocks. Use the grass turtle as a rock. Wu Tong commanded calmly. Gilu. The muscles of the water leaping fish's 2 front legs bulged, and it directly lifted the grass turtle up. Then threw it into the water. What? Shinji was also surprised. Can it be played like this? Water leaping fish, don't give it a chance, follow it. Crushing rocks. Wu Tong continued. Water leap fish rushed into the water and hit turtle again and again. Soon Turtle floated to the surface with its eyes in circles. Turtle has lost its ability to fight, said Sakura, the referee. Come back, Turtle, I give up. Shinji took back Turtle and said directly. There was no need to continue this kind of battle that was bound to be lost, and the Pokémon he had now did not have the ability to break the situation. Shinji felt that his next Pokémon should be a Pokémon that could fight in the water. Otherwise, it would be very uncomfortable to meet a shameless person like Wu Tong again. Don't fight anymore? Wu Tong said regretfully. There are not many opportunities to bully Shinji openly. I will stay in Hualan City for one more night. Shinji said and left. Really, it's really cold. Wu Tong shook his head helplessly and followed. Chapter 17. After leaving the Hualan Gym, Shinji and Wu Tong said goodbye directly. Obviously, Shinji couldn't wait to part with Wu Tong. Wu Tong sent the water jump fish to the Pokémon Center to recover. Then he went to the mall in Hualan City to make a wave of purchases, mainly tree fruits and food. Of course, he also bought a brand new map. After the purchase, Wu Tong took back the recovered water jump fish and set off on the journey again. On the outskirts of Cerulean City, Wu Tong looked at the map and headed for the next city. Beside Wu Tong were Water Leap and Duckbill. Both Pokémon followed Wu Tong obediently. But Duckbill would suddenly catch fire, and at this time, Water Leap would have to help put out the fire. Wu Tong also roughly understood why Duckbill was rejected by other Pokémon, and no trainer had captured it. Because it often spontaneously combusts for no reason, although it does not harm itself, it is different for the people or Pokémon around it. Poor little Duckbill, no wonder it has become so sensible, it is forced by life. But when Wu Tong was thinking about Duckbill, he had deviated from the direction he should go. Sand Shrew. It's time for intensive special training. Just when Wu Tong was worried that the surroundings were different from what the map showed, a voice sounded not far away. Is there anyone? Let's ask for directions. Wu Tong said and walked towards the direction of the voice. When Wu Tong approached, he saw a boy with dark green hair and a whip in his hand. This outfit, and this sandrat with equipment? Could it be the Beast Master Xiao Ming? Wu Tong said to himself. After hearing Xiao Ming's command, the sandrat shrank into a round ball, and was pushed around by 3 little rat-attas. Who are you? What's the matter? Xiao Ming saw Wu Tong and asked vigilantly. Excuse me, I'm Wu Tong from Changpan City, I want to ask for directions. Wu Tong said. Is that so? Xiao Ming relaxed after hearing Wu Tong's words. After all, he had encountered the sandrat that Team Rocket wanted to rob him. I want to go to Vermilion City to challenge the Vermilion Gym, but I seem to have been deceived by a black-hearted businessman, and there is something wrong with the map. Wu Tong threw the newly bought map to the ground angrily. Gilu. Shui Yuiyu looked at Wu Tong's operation and was a little confused. Scoring twice is a yes. Water Leap Fish felt that if he continued like this, he would soon see through everything. Bubby. The sensible Duckbill baby picked up the map. It was not a good behavior to litter casually. Picking up the map, the Duckbill baby began to try to check the map. Is that so? It seems that you are also a trainer on the journey. By the way, my name is Xiao Ming, known as the Beast Master Xiao Ming. I am also a trainer who has just started traveling. Xiao Ming nodded and sympathized with Wu Tong's experience. Vermilion City is in that direction. If you continue to go forward in the current direction, you should reach Cerulean City. Xiao Ming said considerately. After hearing Xiao Ming's words, Wu Tong's face was complicated. Why are these maps so wrong? The Duckbill baby who was looking at the map also had a complicated face. It felt that there was nothing wrong with the map. But it was particularly sensible and felt that it was not good to tell its trainer directly. The water jump fish on the side looked at Wu Tong and the Duckbill baby expressionlessly. Ha, mortals, the water jump fish has seen through everything. Thank you so much. By the way, what is your sand shrew wearing? It looks like a device for training Pokémon. Wu Tong thanked him and asked. Although the methods of training Pokémon are very similar between Beastmaster Xiaoming and Shinji, their personalities are very different. Shinji is the kind of person who is serious and cold on the outside but warm on the inside. And the Beastmaster Xiaoming is the kind of person who is a little confident and flamboyant. However, both of them are equally conceited and have great confidence in their own training methods. You have a good vision. This is the Pokémon strengthening training device I made myself. After hearing what Wu Tong said, Xiaoming also became interested. Oh! So amazing! Did you make this yourself? Wu Tong said with an exaggerated expression. Gilu! Bubby! Swirlfish and Duckbill tilted their heads together, looking at their trainer in confusion. Although their trainer's personality has always been cheerful, it has never been as exaggerated as it is now. Swirlfish, who sees through everything, found that he didn't see through it. Of course. I have made sufficient preparations to make my sand shrew stronger. Xiaoming said confidently. Really professional. Wu Tong continued to applaud. I wonder if I will have the honor to fight your sand shrew? Wu Tong asked expectantly. To be honest, he was not sure if he could defeat sand shrew now. Although he beat Zai Zai like beating a child, he was able to do it entirely by relying on the overall quality of Water Leap and Zai Zai's rookie behavior. And now Xiaoming completely defeated Zai Zai with his hard power. You know, his sand shrew can use Earth Shatter. But for some reason, Beastmaster Xiaoming never appeared again in the later period. Wu Tong thought Xiaoming would be a strong enemy in the later period and was looking forward to it. But after that, Xiaoming disappeared completely. Is it because Xiaoming's sand shrew can use Earth Shatter, which is too expensive? Want to challenge me? No problem. Xiaoming said as if he was satisfying the fans' wishes at a fan meeting. Sand shrew, prepare for the battle. Xiaoming said to sand shrew. Water Leap, leave it to you. Wu Tong sent out the Water Leap fish without hesitation. In fact, from a safe point of view, it is safer to let the Dream Demon appear. But it would be a bit meaningless to let the Dream Demon appear. After all, the current skill configuration of the Dream Demon, is not suitable for training. I have never seen a Pokémon before, Sand Shrew. Attack it! Xiaoming shouted with a whip. Water Leap Fish, go and try its strength. Wu Tong also entered the combat state, with his pupils contracted like a beast, and a smile on his face. Wait, the beast like Wu Tong and the beast made Xiaoming naturally fall into a disadvantage? Gilu! The two front paws of the Water Leap Fish pressed together with the claws of the Sand Shrew. The muscles on the front paws of the Water Leap Fish bulged, and gradually pressed the Sand Shrew to the ground. This kind of strength? Your Pokémon is also very well cultivated. Sand Shrew, get rid of it and dig a hole. Xiaoming shouted as he flicked the whip again. The Sand Shrew suddenly let go and took a small jump back. The Water Leap Fish, which suddenly lost its support in front, instantly lost its balance and lay down in front of the Sand Shrew. Wu Tong felt helpless when he saw the silly look of the Water Leap Fish. He still didn't have enough combat experience, although he could cause higher damage if he used all his strength. But if he used all his strength every time, not only would his physical strength not be able to support it, but he would also be easily caught by others because of the stiffness caused by the attack. The Sand Shrew did not attack the Water Leap Fish because it was lying in front of it, but dug a hole into the ground obediently. Such execution! It is worthy of being the Beastmaster Xiaoming. Wu Tong couldn't help but sigh. Water Leap Fish! Get back up quickly! Wu Tong shouted. Gilu! The Water Leap Fish immediately jumped up and looked around vigilantly. Snap! Xiaoming whipped the ground with his whip, and with a sound, the ground behind the water jump fish moved, and the Sand Shrew jumped out. This is what I've been waiting for. Water jump fish, double return! Wu Tong shouted hurriedly when he saw Xiaoming whipping his whip. Gilu! The water jump fish was covered with rainbow light. What? Xiaoming was a little surprised that his attack was seen through. The Sand Shrew, which had already started attacking, had no way to stop, and could only attack the water jump fish covered with rainbow light. After the back of the water jump fish was attacked, it turned around suddenly and hit the Sand Shrew's head with one claw. The Sand Shrew was beaten back to Xiaoming's side. You are a good trainer, Wu Tong. At this time, Xiaoming agreed with Wu Tong. Wu Tong did not speak, because he knew that he was just relying on the information advantage. After all, compared with the Beastmaster Xiaoming, he had trained Pokémon for a short time. After all, Xiaoming was the one who started traveling after completing 100 consecutive victories, and the time he trained Pokémon must have been at least 2 or 3 months. Wu Tong believed that he would not be weaker than Xiaoming if he had the same amount of time. Now it was just because of the time disadvantage. Sand Shrew! Attack! Xiaoming flicked the whip and launched another attack. The Sand Shrew received the order and began to run quickly towards the Water Leap Fish. Water Leap Fish, Water wave! Wu Tong commanded. Gilu! The water jump fish shot out a series of circular water streams to attack the sand mouse. Go through it! Xiaoming shouted as he flicked his whip. The running sand mouse shrank into a ball and jumped through the water wave of the water jump fish. Water jump fish, drop the rock! Wu Tong showed an expression of a plan. If the hard power is not enough, then make up for it with tactics. Wu Tong guessed that Xiaoming would let the sand mouse jump through the water circle, so he deliberately used the water wave. The sand mouse in the air is a target. Of course, it is not easy to seize this opportunity, but it is no problem for the water jump fish with special strength. Gilu! The stone appeared in the void beside the water jump fish. Before the stone fell, the water jump fish directly waved its claws and hit the stone at the sand mouse in the air. The powerful impact made the sand mouse in the air fall directly to the ground. Go up! Break the rock! Wu Tong continued. Water leap fish kicked the ground hard and rushed to the bottom of the sand shrew before it fell. Its front paws glowed, and it threw a perfect uppercut at the sand shrew. Sand shrew! Roll! Xiaoming shouted without any intention of sitting still and waiting for death. The sand shrew, which was about to be hit, forced itself to spin. Water leap fish's uppercut smashed the rock and hit the spinning sand shrew, and the two Pokémon retreated together. This time, water leap fish undoubtedly had the upper hand. Sand shrew! Come on! Use earth shatter! Xiaoming shouted as he whipped the whip fiercely in preparation for the last fight. The sand shrew jumped up and headed down, stretched out one paw and began to spin like a drill. It's finally here! Water leap fish rush over! Wu Tong shouted fearlessly. Gulp! Water leap fish kicked the ground with all four limbs and rushed to the bottom of the sand shrew. Xiaoming didn't know what Wu Tong wanted to do, but he knew that Wu Tong must have a purpose and would not rush over to die. But the ground crack could not be stopped, and all Xiaoming could do now was to trust sand shrew. Hold on! Then the water wave! Wu Tong continued to shout. The water jump fish rushed to the bottom of the sand shrew and was covered by a layer of green translucent energy. The spinning sand shrew was held up by the water jump fish. In order to prevent the sand shrew from escaping again, the water jump fish pressed the sand shrew with two claws and pressed it to the ground. The ring-shaped water flow shot out and directly gave the sand shrew a face-washing package. The sand shrew also turned into a circle eye and lost its combat ability. This is a tactical victory. Wu Tong said with a smile. Tisk, the heart of playing tactics is dirty. Xiaoming couldn't help saying when he saw Wu Tong's smile. You win, as expected, you can meet more powerful trainers during the trip. Xiaoming said happily. Lucky, lucky. Wu Tong responded modestly. I hope I can have another chance to fight with you in the future, and I won't lose then. Xiaoming said. Wait a minute. Seeing Xiaoming taking back the sand shrew and leaving, Wu Tong hurriedly stopped him. What's wrong? Xiaoming was still very friendly to Wu Tong who defeated him. This is recognition of the strong. I am very interested in your Pokémon strengthening training device. Wu Tong said. Oh? It seems that you know the goods very well, but I only have one copy of this thing myself. Xiaoming said. So I want to ask you to make a set for my Pokémon, but I hope the training direction of the device can be targeted. After all, the water jump fish and duckbill baby do not need to become round. Wu Tong made a request. That's very troublesome. Xiaoming frowned. This kind of thing is very time-consuming and energy-consuming. Although he agreed with Wu Tong, this kind of thing. Of course, I won't let you do it for nothing. I will pay for all the materials and the labor costs. Wu Tong said as a matter of course. How about using this to pay for the labor fee? I think as an excellent trainer, you should understand the value of this thing. Wu Tong took out the ground-type energy cube and said. What is this? Xiaoming took the energy cube and threw it directly into his mouth. Because he could feel that this was a kind of Pokémon food. This is very suitable for the taste of ground-type Pokémon, and it looks like it has ground-type energy itself. Xiaoming said. Of course, this is a top-level energy cube. Long-term consumption will greatly benefit the growth of Pokémon. Wu Tong explained. Energy cube? Compared with this thing, my Pokémon enhanced training device doesn't seem to be worth it. Xiaoming said very self-awarely. It doesn't matter, we can cooperate for a long time, and your Pokémon enhanced training device will also be upgraded, right? I can fully support it. I will support your research. Wu Tong smiled like a profiteer and tempted. After hearing Wu Tong's words, Xiaoming was moved. Wu Tong's words were like the whisper of a devil, which made him unable to resist. After all, for a trainer, high-level energy blocks are really hard to refuse, especially for a person who is keen on making devices for training Pokémon. But for a half-scientific researcher without financial support, Wu Tong's conditions were really too hard for him to refuse. Chapter 18. Wu Tong walked contentedly in the direction pointed by Xiaoming. Xiaoming finally couldn't resist Wu Tong's temptation and agreed to Wu Tong's conditions. Wu Tong paid Xiaoming a fixed amount of energy cubes every month and provided regular financial support. In exchange, Xiaoming customized the training equipment for all his Pokémon. All the Pokémon here are not only Wu Tong's current Pokémon, but also the Pokémon that will be captured in the future. At the same time, if Xiaoming develops a new training device, Wu Tong also has limited experience rights. In fact, it's not that there are no other people who can make these things. There are a lot of people who are better than Xiaoming. For example, Xiao Zhi's true fans, the Rocket Trio, their manufacturing technology can be described as a monster. The reason why Wu Tong was willing to support Xiaoming was because he hoped that Xiaoming could leave his name in this world. Not the character who only appeared in one episode in the anime, who made people think that he would be a strong opponent but turned out to be worse than a passerby. Wu Tong walked while thinking about it, and when he came to his senses, he found that he seemed to be lost again. Wait! Why say again? Could it be that the Beastmaster Xiaoming is a road idiot? No wonder I can't see him in the later period, he must have been lost all the time, which caused him to not collect all the badges when the Quartz Conference was held. It must be like this. Wu Tong said to himself. The duckbill baby on the side looked at his trainer with a complicated face, and it suddenly became a little worried about its future. Perhaps because of the ups and downs of his mood, the duckbill baby was instantly surrounded by flames. Gurgle. The water jumpfish extinguished the fire on the duckbill baby with a mouthful of water, and then patted its shoulder to show that it was okay. Bubby. The duckbill baby's eyes became firm. No, his trainer must be saved by himself. Bub. The duck-billed baby tugged at Wu Tong's pants. What's wrong, duck-billed baby? Are you hungry? Wu Tong said softly. Wu Tong liked this very sensible little guy very much. Bub. Bub. The duck-billed baby pulled Wu Tong's trouser legs and pointed in a direction to let Wu Tong follow him. Duck-billed baby, do you mean you know the way here? Wu Tong, who had the power of Evergreen, probably understood what the duck-billed baby meant. Bub bub. The duck-billed baby nodded quickly. Yes. You must know the way after living in the wild for so long. That's great. I'll call you Navigation Duck from now on. Wu Tong said happily while touching the duck-billed baby's head. Bub. The duck-billed baby, whose head was touched by Wu Tong, looked very comfortable, but immediately reacted, Navigation Duck. Trainer, are you serious? Okay. Let's go. Navigation Duck. Wu Tong said with a wave of his hand. Bubby. The duck-billed baby thought for a moment and had a resigned expression. It was better to be a navigation duck than to get lost all the time. The resigned duck-billed baby honestly acted as a navigation duck and began to lead Wu Tong. Sure enough, there is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. Gilu. The water-leaping fish walking behind shook his head. The duck-billed baby was still too young. After all, he was just a baby. Under the leadership of the duck-billed baby, Wu Tong finally returned to the right route. Started to move towards the direction of the Dead Leaf City. As they continued to move forward, it began to drizzle in the sky. The further they walked, the heavier the rain became. When they got to the back, it had turned into a heavy rain. Wu Tong had already taken out an umbrella, holding the umbrella in one hand and holding the duck-billed baby in the other. The water-leaping fish liked rainy days very much and ran around Wu Tong happily. Strange, how can there be such a heavy rainstorm in this location? Wu Tong said in confusion as he looked at the heavy rain that had affected his vision. After walking for a while, several European-style buildings appeared in front of Wu Tong. Where is this? Wu Tong vaguely guessed where this place was. The rainstorm internship is over now, and tomorrow will be the foggy internship. A voice sounded. Sure enough, it's here. Wu Tong said as he watched the rainstorm stop instantly and put away his umbrella. But tomorrow is the foggy internship, which means I'm ahead of Zai and the others. Sure enough, Zai's lost skill is maxed out. Wu Tong said. The duckbill baby and the water jump fish secretly looked at Wu Tong. Your lost skill is also maxed out, and even broke through. Okay, let's stop here today. A female voice that sounded a bit artificial came. Wu Tong looked in the direction of the voice, and a charming girl said to the people in front of her. In front of this girl was a group of boys in suits and school uniforms, all of whom looked at the girl with admiration. Behind the girl were two boys in suits and school uniforms, one holding an umbrella to protect the girl from the rain, and the other standing there holding a towel in his hand. What a group of licking dogs! This is not a Pokémon research school, this is a fish pond. Wu Tong couldn't help saying when he saw this scene. Oh, there is someone peeking. Sorry, we are a private school, and we don't have open classes to the public. The girl said after seeing Wu Tong. My name is Wu Tong, I'm from Changpan City, and I'm a traveler. As for the peeking you said, sorry, I was just passing by. Wu Tong said calmly. The girl in front of him was, as expected, Yeto Saide, the first in the elementary department of the Pokémon Research School. Wu Tong still remembers Yeto Saide's superficial politeness and weird personality. It was just a pot of pure Biluakun, but the tea art was a bit ordinary and too artificial. Although I was just passing by, the weather system in your school is good. Passers-by can get wet. I don't know if you will compensate for the damaged clothes. We are all students of private schools. You don't know this little bit of courtesy, right? Wu Tong took the lead and said. When he heard Wu Tong's words, Yeto Saide was also stunned. The boy who saw him for the first time didn't react at all, and wanted to compete with him in tea art. I'm so sorry, Xiao Chun, take this Mr. Wu Tong to clean up and dry his clothes. After all, Mr. Wu Tong looks like he only has this set of clothes. Yeto Saide turned around and said. Yes. A boy with a mushroom head and a weak look ran out. Oh, it turns out that the young ladies of private schools are all rude. They don't even respond to someone who introduces himself. Wu Tong said with a raised eyebrow. I am the first star in the junior class of the world-renowned preparatory school, the Pokémon Research School. I am the Andromeda that shines in the far distance of the Milky Way. People call me that, but my true identity is actually Yeto Saide. After hearing what Wu Tong said, Yeto Saide began a series of performances. Wu Tong's eyes twitched as he watched Yeto Saide's performance. It was so artificial. Why would Zai and Xiaogang in the anime blush when they were fascinated by such a thing? You know, Zai, the wooden man, didn't react to Serena at all. Gilu. Bubby. Shuiyu and Duckbill Baby also looked at Yeto Saide who was performing by himself with a puzzled look on their faces. Dream. Perhaps sensing the scent of green tea, the dream demon also flew out from Wu Tong's shadow, blocking Wu Tong and looking at Yeto Saide warily. Ah, Wu Tong, you should have been a trainer for a short time, right? Yeto Saide looked at the three Pokémon around Wu Tong and said. I have indeed just been traveling for less than 2 months. What do you want to say, Yeto Saide? Wu Tong said. No way. After traveling for 2 months, you can't even capture your own Pokémon? Let them wander around outside, and put the Pokémon into the Pokeball. It's common sense, right? Yeto Saide said, covering his mouth with both hands. No way, doesn't anyone know that the intimacy between the trainer and the Pokémon is very important? Not only evolution and skills are related to intimacy, but intimacy also affects the command and obedience during battle. As a student of the Pokémon Research School, you can't not even know such a thing, right? Wu Tong said in a surprised look. Does anyone think that putting a Pokémon in a Pokeball can make it stronger? No way, no way. The unbelievable look on Wu Tong's face even made the students behind Yeto Saide begin to doubt themselves. It seems that you are very confident in your strength, Wu Tong, how about we have a battle? Wu Tong's appearance also irritated Yeto Saide, so she proposed a battle. No problem, I don't mind guiding the eldest lady of the famous preparatory school, the Pokémon Research School. Wu Tong said kindly. Xiao Chun, take him to tidy up, and then go to the battle venue. Yeto Saide said to Xiao Chun, and then turned and left. Wu Tong, let's go. Xiao Chun said to Wu Tong, and then led him to the reception area of the school. In fact, Wu Tong, who was holding an umbrella, was not too wet, and he would dry after a while. But Tong, who felt very uncomfortable with the dampness, still changed his clothes. Have you prepared? Why don't you change clothes? Xiao Chun asked when he saw Tong coming out. No, I changed clothes. Tong replied, after all, he had 7 sets of the same clothes. Tong didn't have much desire to talk to Xiao Chun, who was bullied but didn't know it, and only had theoretical knowledge in his mind, and was like a weak chicken in actual combat. After all, he was not a saint, and this was his own choice, and there was nothing for him to participate in. Following Xiao Chun, Tong came to the battlefield of the Pokémon Research School. Yedo Saide was already standing there waiting for Tong's arrival. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yedo Saide said. Oh, it seems that you can't wait to feel the failure, right? Tong said. Humph, you can only show off your verbal power now. Yedo Saide snorted. Then you set the rules, let's make it clear first, I only have 3 Pokémon now. Tong said. Only 3 Pokémon? A trainer is supposed to have 6 Pokémon, but you don't even have 6 Pokémon. Yedo Saide said in surprise. No way? No one thinks that as long as you have 6 Pokémon, right? Don't you have any requirements for the lineup? Catch whatever you see? No way? Can you still be called a trainer like this? It's better to be called a hunter. Tong said in surprise. You really have no manners. Hearing Tong's words, Yedo Saide also frowned. Manners also depend on the object. Sorry, you are not within my scope. Tong said mercilessly. What's wrong with this guy? Yet, he actually talked to Lord Saide like this. Just put a sack on him when he's not paying attention. That's right, we must defend our Lord Saide. The boys behind Yedo Saide began to mutter. You bunch of lickers. Don't talk nonsense. If you don't accept it, come and fight me. Tong shouted directly. After hearing what Tong said, the boys all showed angry expressions. Okay, his opponent is me. The rule is 3v3 singles. Pokémon cannot be exchanged during the battle. No objection, right? Yedo Saide said. It doesn't matter. Tong shrugged and said. Then, let's start. Go. Water Leap. Go. Rumble Stone. Tong and Yedo Saide called out their Pokémon at the same time. Not good, Rumble Stone of Saide is not good in terms of attributes. A boy couldn't help shouting. Today, I will give you an extra lesson. Attribute restraint is not everything. If the level is high enough, you can win even if the attribute is disadvantageous. Its Water Leap has not evolved yet, and the level must not be high, so he will definitely lose. Yedo Saide began to explain with great confidence. Water Leap, Water Wave. Tong started to attack directly. Gurgle. Water Leap sprayed a series of circular water streams at Rumble Stone. Rumble Stone. Roll. Yedo Saide chose to attack directly. Rumble Stone held its 4 hands on its body, curled up into a ball and rolled towards the Water Leap. Yedo Saide, who was very confident in his Pokémon level, directly let Rumble Stone crash into the Water Leap with the Water Wave of the Water Leap. Water Leap, crush the rock. Tong wanted to laugh at the Rumble Stone that was coming hard. The Water Leap's front paws emitted light and hit Rumble Stone directly. The Rumble Stone, which was originally rotating, was hit by the Water Leap and stopped rotating. How is this possible? Yedo Saide said in disbelief. His Rumble Stone's attack was easily interrupted. Don't you know that there is a behavior called suppressed evolution? And I don't think your Rumble Stone has enough power to crush the attribute restraint. You make me doubt the teaching quality of the Pokémon Research School. Tong mocked. What did you say? Rumble Stone. Falling rocks. Yedo Saide shouted. Water Leap Fish, Falling Rocks. Tong chose to attack directly. Rumble Stone stretched out his hands to Water Leap Fish, and several boulders appeared from the top of Water Leap Fish's head and fell down. Gulp. Stones also appeared beside Water Leap Fish, and Water Leap Fish threw them directly at Rumble Stone. Water Leap Fish did not waste the falling boulders, and its front paws emitted light, smashing rocks and breaking the falling rocks. The boulders that were closer were thrown to Rumble Stone again by Water Leap Fish. After being attacked by a rain of rocks, Rumble Stone turned into circles and lost its ability to fight. Chapter 19. Looking at the Rumble Stone that had turned into a circle of eyes, Yudoside couldn't believe it. Your level of the water jump fish is definitely not low. Yudoside couldn't help but said. When did I say that my water jump fish's level was low? Wu Tong said puzzledly. According to the Pokémon illustrated book, the level of the water jump fish is already 23. After all, it is normal for the water jump fish to have a higher level after not knowing how many trainers it has gone through. I just don't know why the water jump fish has not evolved even though its level is enough. Maybe this is the difference between reality and games. The level in reality is not absolute. I didn't expect you to be so insidious. In this case, go. Cao Dewa. Yudoside said. When Wu Tong heard what Yudoside said, he asked, what do you mean by insidious? You guessed it yourself, didn't you? Cao Dewa. Flying Leaf Blade. Yudoside took the lead in launching the attack this time. Shuiyu, hit! Wu Tong shouted. Shuiyu kicked the ground with its limbs and hit Cao Dewa like a cannonball. At this time, a burst of white light covered Shuiyu's body. What is this? Hit it! Wu Tong said to himself. I didn't expect Shuiyu to learn a new skill in the battle. Originally, Wu Tong planned to let Shuiyu focus on consumption, but he didn't expect it to suddenly learn to hit it. Then he could use the hit to offset most of the damage of Flying Leaf Blade and rush to Cao Dewa. Cao Dewa. Rattan Whip. Tie it up. Yudoside commanded. Two green vine whips stretched out from both sides of Cao Dewa's body and wrapped around Shuiyu. Water Leap Fish, bite. Wu Tong didn't intend to let Water Leap Fish dodge. Two vine whips directly entangled Water Leap Fish. Water Leap Fish let the vine whips entangle itself, and then bit the vine whips that entangled itself fiercely. Cao Dewa felt pain, and the vine whips that tied Water Leap Fish couldn't help but loosen. Falling rocks. Seeing Water Leap Fish fall again, Wu Tong continued to command. Gilu. Water Leap Fish raised his claws, and a huge rock appeared out of thin air. The muscles of Water Leap Fish's claws bulged, and with a strong throw, the huge rock hit Cao Dewa directly. Ku Dewa. Vine Whip. Yu Tang Shende could only hope to use the Vine Whip to knock it aside in the face of the huge rock. However, Cao Dewa's strength seemed weak in front of the high-speed flying rock. No, this is not falling rocks, this should be a rockfall. Wu Tong said to himself. It seems that the water leap has broken through a certain limit. It should evolve after this battle. Wu Tong thought secretly. Don't give it a chance. Water leap. Rock smash. Wu Tong shouted. Gilu. Water leap shouted and jumped high, then turned and headed down, using a palm technique from the sky. The boulder that pressed down the Cao Daihua was directly broken, and the water leap's attack kept hitting Cao Daihua. Cao Daihua couldn't bear it after being attacked continuously, and its eyes turned into the shape of mosquito coils and lost its ability to fight. Gilu. Water leap shouted excitedly. A ray of light flashed on its body. Is it just a little bit short? Wu Tong saw the ray of light and said to himself. Call out your last Pokémon. Wu Tong said. How is it possible? Come out, Karakara, we can't lose. Yudoside said. Korra. A Pokémon with a skull head and a drumstick in his hand appeared in the venue. Is this your trump card? Wu Tong said as he took out the Pokémon encyclopedia. Karakara, a lonely Pokémon, is a ground attribute. He wears the bones of his deceased mother on his head. Sometimes he feels sad when he thinks of his mother, and cries loudly because of loneliness. He always wears very thick bones. The voice of the encyclopedia came out, but unfortunately, the skills that Karakara mastered could not be seen. Karakara. Bone boomerang. Yudoside shouted. Karakara threw the bone out with force, and the bone spun and hit the water jump fish. Water jump fish. Wu Tong just called out to the water jump fish. The water jump fish instantly understood and rushed towards the flying bone stick, stretching its claws towards the flying bone stick. The rotating bone stick was directly held in the arms of the water jump fish. Karakara was stunned when he saw this situation. Water jump fish. Give it back. Wu Tong continued to shout. Water jumping fish arm muscle bulge. The bone stick was thrown back at a faster speed, and Karakala was hit on the head by the bone stick without reacting in time. The skull beast head on Karakala's head was directly knocked upside down, and Karakala instantly fell into darkness. Karakala. Caracalla became very flustered, and his two claws kept waving to try to bend the skull beast head back. Water leap fish. Rock crushing. Wu Tong continued to command. The water leap fish rushed directly to Caracalla. Caracalla! Calm down quickly! Yedo Saide shouted anxiously. However, Caracalla couldn't hear Yedo Saide's words at this time, and was still very flustered. The water leap fish had already rushed to Caracalla, and the light on its claws kept hitting Caracalla. The water leap fish was also very considerate, and directly helped Caracalla straighten the skull beast head. By the way, he also picked up a bone stick on the side and smashed it on Caracalla. Wu Tong even vaguely heard a sound of bones cracking. Did you break the bone stick? Wu Tong said a little guilty. Caracalla was knocked back to Yedo Saide. Shui Yu seemed to be afraid of breaking the bone stick, so he threw it back to Caracalla. Caracalla, who was lying next to Yedo Saide, looked at the bone stick beside him. A feeling of grievance surged in his heart, and he even lay on the ground and cried. Caracalla! Forget it, you've worked hard, come back and rest. Yedo Saide said helplessly as he looked at the crying Caracalla. It seems that I won. Wu Tong said calmly. Gilu! Shui Yu shouted happily, and then a dazzling light came out of his body. Finally evolved. Wu Tong said with relief. The light dissipated, and a two-legged creature with goose-yellow gills, eyes, and abdomen stood up. A Pokémon with a pink-purple body and head and dark pink fins appeared. Aquajump successfully evolved into Swampert. Wu Tong looked at Swampert's eyes full of wisdom, as if he saw through everything, and suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, Swampert also felt Wu Tong's gaze, and his eyes met Wu Tong in the air. Then Swampert pounced on Wu Tong. My ribs! Wu Tong groaned and was thrown to the ground. Sure enough, I'm much stronger after evolution. Wu Tong lay on the ground, looking up at the sky with tears. I must find a way to change Swampert's habit. Come back, Swampert! Wu Tong endured the pain in his chest and took Swampert back into the Pokeball and climbed up. Since I won, do you mind agreeing to one condition for me? Wu Tong came to Yedo Saide and said. Have you always coveted my beauty? Did a Pokémon defeat all my Pokémon just to attract my attention? Yedo Saide said with a red face, hugging herself. Please help my Swampert recover, and if possible, find a doctor to see me. Wu Tong ignored Yedo Saide and said to himself. What are you talking about? Wait. There's blood at the corner of your mouth. Are you okay? Yedo Saide said fearfully. At this time, Wu Tong's face was calm, but there was a streak of blood sliding down the corner of his mouth. Then he fell to the ground under the horrified eyes of everyone. A few hours later, in the medical room of the Pokémon Research School, Wu Tong opened his eyes while lying on a bed. I've never seen a ceiling before. Wu Tong said to himself. His chest still hurt, but it didn't affect his movements. Wu Tong sat up and saw a Pokeball next to the pillow. Wu Tong recognized that it was the Pokeball of his Swampert. I can't let you hit me again. Wu Tong said helplessly as he picked up the Pokeball. In fact, the impact of the Swampert did not break Wu Tong's ribs, but the strong impact made his head confused and he fainted. As for the blood at the corner of his mouth, it was because he was not prepared for a moment and bit the inner wall of his mouth. Are you awake? Yedo Saide's voice appeared. Wu Tong looked back and saw Yedo Saide pushing the door and walking in. You are too scary, you fainted as soon as you said you would. Yedo Saide said. Sorry. Wu Tong said a little embarrassedly. I have nothing to do, so I'll leave first. Wu Tong looked outside and saw that the sky was still bright, so Wu Tong decided to continue on his way. Are you leaving just like that? Yedo Saide couldn't help saying. What else? Wu Tong asked back. Hearing Wu Tong's words, Yedo Saide was also stunned and didn't know what to say. If you want revenge, go travel. Although you can learn a lot of knowledge in school, the experience of fighting is something that school cannot give you. Wu Tong thought for a while and said. As for what to do if Zai Zai and his group come and don't meet Yedo Sunday, Wu Tong doesn't care. After all, this is just an unimportant branch, just like the appearance of Xiaoming, the Beast Master before. Wu Tong left after he finished speaking, leaving Yedo Sunday standing there in deep thought. Duckbill baby, come out. Wu Tong called out Duckbill baby after he walked out of the Pokémon Research School. After all, with Duckbill baby as the navigation duck, Wu Tong was too lazy to find the way himself. Bubby. Duckbill Baby patted his chest to show that he believed in himself. Under the leadership of Duckbill Baby, Wu Tong continued to go to Vermilion City. Swamp Jumper, come out. Wu Tong walked and thought again and finally called out Swampert. After evolving, Swampert became much quieter, and after coming out, he stared at Wu Tong with his dead fish eyes. Then he pounced directly on Wu Tong, but Wu Tong was prepared and dodged Swampert's attack by turning sideways. Swampert. Although this is your way of expressing friendship, you have evolved now, and you don't want your trainer to die young. Wu Tong said seriously. The Swampert who was dodged was a little frustrated, but after hearing what Wu Tong said, he looked at his evolved self, and then hit the rock next to him. The rock shattered directly, and Swampert probably understood that his current strength seemed not enough to hit Wu Tong. Numa. Swampert called out and nodded. That's good, let's continue the training on the road, you have to get used to your body shape after evolution as soon as possible. Wu Tong nodded with satisfaction. After all, the water jump fish is still very flexible. Now it can be barely accepted to evolve into a swamp jump fish. After it evolves into a giant Swampert, it will have to completely change its fighting style. Numa. The Swampert nodded again with dead fish eyes. Wu Tong looked at the Swampert with trouble. It should be said that the evolved Swampert is far less cute than the water jump fish. There is still a light of wisdom in his eyes. Wu Tong thought for a moment and shook his head. This is only temporary. It will be fine after the Swampert evolves into a giant Swampert. It is a kind of powerful feeling. Under the guidance of the Duckbill Baby, Wu Tong began to fight all the way and moved towards the Vermilion City. Duckbill Baby. Sparks. Wu Tong commanded the Duckbill Baby to attack a walking grass. Bubby. The Duckbill Baby sprayed a mouthful of sparks, which burned directly on the body of the walking grass. The walking grass was burned directly and lost its ability to fight. It's a bit weak. Wu Tong couldn't help saying as he looked at the walking grass that had lost its ability to fight. Dane. A cry came, and then a vine whip hit Wu Tong. Numa. Swampert appeared in time and grabbed the vine whip. With a force, Swampert pulled a Pokémon directly over. Is this, the lonely traveler from the end of the world? Wu Tong couldn't help saying as he looked at the figure being pulled out. Dane. The one who was pulled out was the Bulbasaur who called himself the lonely traveler from the end of the world. Bulbasaur adjusted its balance in the air and landed in front of the walking grass. He looked at Wu Tong, the Duckbill Baby and the Swampert with a ferocious face. It looked like a puppy that had encountered danger and wanted to intimidate the other party. Swampert, let it go. Wu Tong patted the Swampert and said. Numa. Swampert obediently released the whip. Dane. Bulbasaur looked at Wu Tong vigilantly, and then ran away with the walking grass. Hey, the three Pokémon, the lonely traveler. Bulbasaur. It's a pity that it's useless even if I catch them. Wu Tong couldn't help but say. There's no way. Although the lonely traveler's Bulbasaur is very tempting, it is useless to Wu Tong and can only be used for collection. After all, his special physique makes it impossible for him to command Pokémon other than shiny to fight. Instead of forcibly subduing Bulbasaur and letting it watch the warehouse, it is better to let it follow Zai according to the original plot. Numa. Swampert felt the regret of his trainer and shouted. Yes, I also have my own 3 Pokémon, what's there to envy others? Wu Tong smiled and patted Swampert's head. Bubby. The Duckbill Baby also called out. Yes, there is also you, and the Dream Demon, I haven't forgotten you either. Wu Tong touched the Duckbill Baby's head again, and then said to his own shadow. Yes, what is there for me to envy? Now I am no longer the person who can only drool in front of the computer and envy. I also have my own Pokémon around me. Let's go, we should be able to meet a village ahead, and rest there at night. Wu Tong said after thinking. Bubby. The duckling immediately ran to the front to lead the way. After all, even if the distance was not far, Wu Tong might get lost if he let him walk alone. Chapter 20. Duckbill continued to move forward with Wu Tong and Swamp Jumper. Soon they came to a cliff, which was connected by a suspension bridge on both sides. Seeing the suspension bridge in front of him, Wu Tong fell into deep thought. After all, in his memory, this suspension bridge would break directly. Although his luck should not be so bad, Wu Tong did not want to gamble this time. Since the bridge is a bit dangerous, Duckbill, Come back. Wu Tong said and took Duckbill back into the Pokeball. Numa. Swamp Jumper called out in confusion. Let's take a shortcut. Wu Tong said and jumped off the cliff with Swamp Jumper. Numa. Swamp Jumper was frightened by the sudden action and shouted loudly. However, Wu Tong and Swampert hit their heads on the protruding spiked rocks during the fall, and both died. The whole book is over. Of course it is impossible. Wu Tong and Swampert fell into the water and floated downstream. After all, Swampert is a water-attributed Pokémon, and after the initial panic, it quickly calmed down. It began to swim flexibly in the water. Wu Tong grabbed Swampert and moved forward steadily in the water with the help of Swampert. Hurry up and grab the rope. After drifting for a while, an anxious voice came. Then Wu Tong saw a rope in front of him, and Wu Tong subconsciously grabbed the rope. As soon as Wu Tong grabbed the rope, he felt that he was pulled up by a strange force, and he was thrown directly to the shore with the rope. Are you okay? A soft voice sounded, and Wu Tong looked up and found that it was a girl with blue hair and wearing red overalls. I'm fine, thank you for helping me. Wu Tong said, and then Wu Tong climbed up from the ground. The pain caused by falling on the ground made him not only sigh at the female hero's good arm strength. She is worthy of being a woman who lives in seclusion in the mountains and treats and takes care of a group of Pokémon. My name is Xiao Kui, and I am the manager of this Pokémon village. How did you float down with the water? Xiao Kui asked. I'm trying to let my Pokémon learn to surf, but the effect is not very good. Wu Tong lied. He couldn't say that he jumped off the cliff and floated down with the water just to come here. So that's it. Maybe because she hadn't contacted others for a long time, Xiao Kui chose to believe Wu Tong's lie directly. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Wu Tong. I'm from Changpan City. Do you know what Pokémon village is? Wu Tong asked after introducing himself. This is actually a bit like a Pokémon sanatorium. I will take in those Pokémon who were injured or abandoned in battle here to treat their bodies or minds. Xiao Kui said with a smile, obviously she likes this place very much. So that's how it is. Then it seems that Miss Xiao Kui, you are the angel in white. Wu Tong said. I'm not qualified yet. Pokémon here don't need to fight. They can live together with their companions while recuperating from their injuries. Xiao Kui said while touching the Pokémon that ran to her side. Dane. Wu Tong was about to reply, but a warning cry came from behind. Wu Tong looked back and saw that it was indeed the lonely traveler Bulbasaur. Behind Bulbasaur was a slightly injured Walking Grass. Bulbasaur, you're back. Walking Grass, what's wrong with you? Why are you injured? Xiao Kui first welcomed Bulbasaur and then found the hungry and injured Walking Grass. Sorry, Miss Xiao Kui, I caused the injury of Walking Grass. Wu Tong directly admitted the mistake. I thought it was a wild Pokémon, so. Wu Tong said. So that's how it is. It's okay. You don't look like a bad guy. But don't bully the Pokémon here. Xiao Kui said after hearing what Wu Tong said. No problem, but can I camp here for one night? Wu Tong asked. Of course. Xiao Kui said. Dane. Dane. Bulbasaur objected after hearing the conversation between the two. After all, the guy in front of him hurt his companions, how could he let him stay here? Don't worry, Bulbasaur, I promise you that I will never capture any Pokémon here. Wu Tong knew what Bulbasaur was thinking, so he promised. Dane. Dane. After hearing what Wu Tong said. After that, Bulbasaur hesitated for a moment and gave up blocking, but still called twice to show that it would keep an eye on Wu Tong. Then as a proof of friendship, Wu Tong said as he walked towards the Walking Grass behind Bulbasaur, and then squatted down. One hand stretched out to the Walking Grass. Dane. Bulbasaur was about to block, but found that a light green light came out of Wu Tong's hand, and then the injury on the Walking Grass recovered. What is this? Xiao Kui was a little surprised at Wu Tong's ability. Ah, every time I use this ability, I feel so sleepy. Sorry, Miss Xiao Kui, I have to set up a tent and sleep first. Wu Tong yawned and said. Without waiting for Xiao Kui to reply, Wu Tong directly found a relatively flat place to set up the tent, and the long-hidden Swampert also came out to help. Soon the tent was set up, and Wu Tong went in and went to sleep. What a magical person, don't you think, Bulbasaur? Xiao Kui couldn't help but say. Dane, Danea. Bulbasaur nodded in agreement. Soon, the next morning arrived. Wu Tong, who was used to getting up early, got up early. When he got up, he found that Xiaqui was already preparing food for the Pokémon, and the lonely traveler Bulbasaur was also helping to manage the Pokémon. Good morning, Miss Xiaqui. Wu Tong greeted. Good morning, Wu Tong. Xiaqui responded. Dane. Bulbasaur called to Wu Tong, indicating that he should leave as soon as he got up. Don't worry, I'll leave soon, but do you want to fight with me before you leave? You are the bodyguard of this Pokémon town, right? Do you think you are strong enough? Wu Tong asked with a smile. Dane. Danea, Danea. Bulbasaur was dissatisfied when he heard Wu Tong's words. How could I, a lonely traveler, be afraid of you? Don't worry, Miss Xiao Kui, I just want to test the strength of Bulbasaur. I said I won't catch any Pokémon here. Wu Tong said because he was afraid that Xiao Kui would worry. After all, even if he caught it, he couldn't use it for fighting. Instead of putting it in the warehouse and making himself uncomfortable, it's better not to catch it. Okay, but Bulbasaur is actually very strong. You have to be careful. Xiao Kui said that she was not worried about Bulbasaur, but Wu Tong. After hearing Xiao Kui's words, Wu Tong felt a little helpless. Did he look very weak? Come out. Swampert. Wu Tong directly called out his main force, Swampert. Although the attributes of the Duckbill baby will be more advantageous, Swampert can produce a more crushing effect. Half a day later, Wu Tong appeared on the way to Vermilion City. As for the battle between Swampert and Bulbasaur, there was no suspense, and Swampert won easily. Although Bulbasaur's strength is not weak, it is also compared with other Pokémon in Pokémon Town. After all, Swampert has been trained for a long time, and with the advantage of strength, it can easily defeat Bulbasaur even if it is 4 times weaker than grass. Bulbasaur, who was easily defeated, also fell into self-doubt. However, Wu Tong thoughtfully left it a simple training method so that it can train and become stronger on its own. As for whether it can beat Bulbasaur after Xiaoxi comes, Wu Tong has no way to predict, but with Pikachu and Xiaoxi's protagonist Halo, it should not be a problem. On the way, Wu Tong resumed the mode of training while walking. At this time, he also roughly understood why his Duckbill baby always spontaneously combusted. Because its flash power seems to be an ability similar to flame affinity. Wu Tong's Duckbill baby naturally has an attraction to fire energy, and it cannot control this power well. This causes it to unconsciously absorb nearby fire energy. These energies are not controlled and continue to gather, and the final result is the generation of flames. Of course, this ability is not without advantages, that is, the Duckbill baby can control the flame very well. Like other Pokémon, it takes a long time to practice to control the skills such as Jet Flame. But the Duckbill baby is different. It can easily control the Jet Flame to turn, and Wu Tong feels that if he practices more, he can even play the Jet Flame with the feeling of a flame vortex. And Wu Tong also found that practicing controlling the Jet Flame can make the Duckbill baby strengthen his control over his flash power. Just like now, it can reduce the number of spontaneous combustion to less than 3 times a day. It can be said to be a great improvement. Wu Tong walked and came to a small town. Of course, under the leadership of the Duckbill baby. The sensible Duckbill baby not only trained hard, but also wanted to stop himself from self-igniting as soon as possible. Burning, and also taking care of the duties of the navigation duck to guide Wu Tong. Walking into this unknown town, Wu Tong saw a sloppy boy. Looking at this boy, Wu Tong felt a little familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen him. Hey! The new guy over there! Come and have a Pokémon battle with me. The loser has to give the other party 500, how about it? The sloppy boy walked over and said. What a petty little gangster! Wu Tong said to himself a little helplessly. Okay, I accept it, but I don't have much time, so it's 1v1. Wu Tong said. Also, I'll accept your 500, go, Charmander. The sloppy boy called out his Pokémon. Charmander? Duckbill baby, go. Wu Tong frowned when he saw the person in front of him calling out Charmander. He remembered why the guy in front of him looked familiar, because he was the short-sighted NC trainer Deo who abandoned Lao Peng. Charmander. Sparks. Deo commanded. Duckbill, spray flames. Wu Tong directly let the duckbill push back. Bubby! The duckbill sprayed flames directly. Charmander's sparks were instantly swallowed, and then Charmander was hit by the spray flames. Thunder Fist! Wu Tong continued to command. Bubby! The duckbill rushed directly to Charmander, with lightning flashing on its claws, and punched Charmander. Kana! Charmander screamed in pain and lost its ability to fight. What? This waste actually lost like this? Daehu said angrily. Wu Tong frowned when he heard Daehu's words. He really wanted this guy to have an intimate contact with the earth. 500 is not necessary. Use it to buy some delicious food for your Charmander. Wu Tong waved his hand coldly and left. If nothing unexpected happens, Daehu will soon abandon Charmander. To be honest, he doesn't understand. They are so rare, but why are they abandoned everywhere? Especially the Fire Lord, basically one of them will be abandoned in every generation, and then let Zai pick it up. Damn it, if I can't command it myself, I must take all these 3 Pokémon away. Wu Tong said uncomfortably when he left. After defeating Daehu and the future Old Spray, Wu Tong came to the Pokémon Center to restore his Pokémon. After handing the duckling and Swampert to Miss Joy, Wu Tong went to replenish some supplies himself. After he replenished the supplies, Wu Tong found that his Pokémon had not recovered yet, so he simply waited in the rest area of the Pokémon Center. With nothing to do, Wu Tong took out the Pokémon Encyclopedia, checked the skills of his Pokémon, and thought about the training plan. Swamp Jumper, master the skills, Collision, Cry, Water Gun, Rock Crushing, Rock Falling, Hold, Bite, Double Return, Water Wave, Slam, Rock Collapse. Although Swamp Jumper has 2 more skills, it is more like an advanced version based on the original skills, and the overall change is not big. So the training method is still based on controlling the range of one's own power release. Try to concentrate the power of the surface to a point. Duckbill Baby, master the skills, Sparks, Smoke, Glare, Jet Flame, Lightning Fist, Bursting Fist, Flame Wheel, Ghost Face, Flame Fist. Duckbill Baby's skill pool is very obvious, very biased towards pure fire skills. If Duckbill Baby had not inherited the 2 skills of Thunder Fist and Burst Fist, Duckbill Baby would only have fire-attributed attack skills. However, even if Duckbill Baby knows Thunder Fist and Burst Fist, Duckbill Baby himself always subconsciously uses fire skills. Just like the battle with Growlithe, these 2 skills were not used at all. Wu Tong's plan is to train Platypus to be a fire-type battle mage. After all, Platypus's special attack racial value is as high as 125, and its attack racial value is also 95. It is a perfect mage who can fight in close combat. Coupled with Platypus's affinity for fire, Wu Tong seems to have seen the future scene of Platypus being all-powerful at long range and near range. Chapter 21. After waiting for a while at the Pokémon Center, Wu Tong's Pokémon was finally healed. After getting his Pokémon back, Wu Tong continued to move forward without hesitation. He didn't want to stay in a place like this with the 3 starters. He was afraid that he would not be able to resist picking up Charmander after seeing it abandoned. After all, that was the future Old Spray. It was a pity that he couldn't use it in battle, and picking it up would only waste Charmander's potential. Wu Tong called out the Duckbill and Swampert again, and continued on his way. Along the way, he trained and hurried on his way. By the evening, Wu Tong had passed Route 24 and was not far from Vermilion City. If nothing goes wrong, we can reach the Dead Leaf City tomorrow morning. Duckbill Baby, wait a minute. Wu Tong suddenly called out to Duckbill Baby. Bubby. Duckbill Baby stopped and turned around with a puzzled look on his face. Water Leap Fish, use Rockfall on the ground in front. Wu Tong said. Numa. Water Leap Fish responded and used Rockfall. Several stones hit the ground in front, and the ground that should have been very solid was directly smashed through, revealing a deep pit. Hiss. This pit is deep enough. Wu Tong walked to the side of the pit and looked at the depth of the pit and couldn't help saying. Jenny. Several shouts sounded behind Wu Tong, and then Wu Tong felt a thrust pushing him down into the deep pit. However, Wu Tong jumped forward and jumped over the deep pit at the moment he lost his balance. Compared with the impact of Swamp Leap Fish, this thrust is not worth mentioning, and it can't make Wu Tong lose resistance at all. Jenny, Jenny! A shocked shout sounded. Wu Tong jumped to the other side of the pit and turned around flexibly to see what was pushing him. In fact, Wu Tong knew it when he heard the cry. Wu Tong looked over and saw 5 blue turtles wearing sunglasses. It was the Squirtle army. Swampert looked at everything in front of him with a dazed look. As for the duckbill baby, it highly appreciated Wu Tong's performance and kept clapping with its 2 little paws. Wu Tong was a little speechless when he looked at his 2 Pokémon. Swampert was obviously more dazed after evolving. Wu Tong could even see snot flowing from Swampert's nostrils. As for the duckbill baby, although his sensible and supportive look was very touching, you don't need to be so sensible at this time. Swampert, duckbill baby, come here. Wu Tong said. Numa. Bubby. Swampert and duckbill baby heard Wu Tong's call and ran over and stood in front of Wu Tong. You 5 guys dug this pit, didn't you? Wu Tong said to the 5 Squirtles. Squirtles? Squirtles? The leader, wearing pointy sunglasses, shouted loudly. Hey? You 5 want to rob me? Are you looking down on me? Wu Tong raised his head at a 45-degree angle and shouted at the 5 Squirtles with his nose pointed at them. Squirtles? Squirtles? The leader of the Squirtles, who would follow Zai in the future and was now the leader of the Squirtles Corps, shouted angrily. Obviously, Wu Tong's words made him very dissatisfied. He, a leader of the Corps, was looked down upon like this. Squirtles expressed dissatisfaction and even wanted to shoot water in his face. You look very unconvinced. Come on, let's have a fight. Wu Tong continued to shout. Squirtles? The leader Squirtle couldn't stand it anymore and directly commanded his younger brothers to attack. Jenny. 5 Squirtles started spraying water at the same time, and the 5 water jets merged into a thick water jet and shot towards Wu Tong. You turtle have no martial ethics. You actually launched a sneak attack. Swampert. Rock fall. Duckbill. Thunderbolt. Wu Tong shouted while dodging. Numa. Swampert shouted, and a huge rock appeared above Swampert's head. Swampert raised his hands and grabbed the rock, then threw it hard at the Squirtle army. The rock pressed down on the Squirtle army with the 5-in-1 water jet. Duckbill went to the side, and hit a Squirtle with lightning on its claws. The 5 Squirtles focused on pushing back the rock thrown by Swampert, and did not see Duckbill coming around, and was hit directly by Duckbill. Although Duckbill usually knows things, but when fighting, it is very fierce. Not only because of the reason of wandering, but also to prove the value of its existence. After all, it doesn't want to be abandoned by Wu Tong and live a wandering life again. Although Wu Tong will definitely not abandon it, this is also the obsession of the duck-billed baby, and Wu Tong can only rely on time to slowly change it. The duck-billed baby's claws with lightning hit the head of the Squirtle on the far right and the roundest head. The sudden impact made the round-headed Squirtle turn its head to the other 4 squirrels. And its water gun used all its strength to resist the boulder thrown by the Swampert. So even if the head was hit off, the round-headed Squirtle's water gun did not stop. The water gun directly hit the heads of the other 4 squirrels. The 4 squirrels didn't know what was going on in the face of the sudden attack, and the water guns they were using couldn't help but pause. The boulder that lost resistance successfully pressed on the 5 squirrels. The 5 Squirtles lost their ability to fight together. So, how should we deal with them? Wu Tong said to himself. What happened? A heroic voice appeared. A wild Miss Juncha appeared, and Miss Juncha came to Wu Tong on a motorcycle. Miss Juncha, it's nothing, I just encountered a few wild Pokémon attacks. Wu Tong said calmly. Wild Pokémon attacks? Miss Juncha looked suspiciously at the deep pit on the ground and the 5 unknown objects pressed under the boulders. I suspect you are an illegal Pokémon hunter, please come with me. Miss Juncha said seriously. Do I look so much like a bad guy? This should be able to prove my identity. Wu Tong took out the Pokémon illustrated book helplessly. What is this? Pokémon illustrated book. It turns out to be a new traveler. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Miss Juncha said after seeing the Pokémon illustrated book. It's okay, but Miss Juncha, do you know what's going on with these 5 Squirtles? Wu Tong asked deliberately. Squirtles? Are the wild Pokémon that you said attacked you 5 Squirtles wearing sunglasses? Miss Juncha asked back. Yes, it seems that these 5 guys are very famous. Wu Tong asked Swampert to move the boulder away. Numa. Swampert obediently moved the boulder away, and the 5 Squirtles stayed there in different postures, either lying or lying. These 5 Squirtles are all Pokémon abandoned by their trainers. Because they were abandoned, they are very disappointed with humans, so they simply formed this Squirtle Corps to do whatever they want nearby. Miss Juncha said with a complicated expression. These people are so hateful. Wu Tong said with gritted teeth. Yes, they are also poor children. Miss Juncha said sympathetically. Even one of the 3 starter Pokémon, Zishui Turtle, is willing to be abandoned. Such a rare Pokémon is not needed, so give it to others. Some people want it but can't get it. Don't you know that waste is shameful? Wu Tong kept muttering. Ah! Miss Juncha was stunned. You seem to be sighing at the wrong point. And what the hell is Zishui Turtle? Are you talking about Squirtle? Miss Juncha, these 5 Squirtle should be a trouble for you, right? Why not let me handle it? Wu Tong suggested. This. In fact, Miss Juncha was moved by Wu Tong's proposal. After all, these 5 Squirtle have been causing trouble, making the nearby public security very bad, and seriously affecting her performance. And Wu Tong is a trainer with a Pokémon illustrated book, so he can rest assured about their origins. In addition, after these 5 Squirtle were abandoned, they were actually considered wild Pokémon. As long as the Pokémon hunters did not maliciously capture them for the purpose of illegal profit, she had no right to control them. No problem, if you can solve it, it will be a great help to me. Miss Juncha thought for a moment and agreed directly. Then leave it to me, but my method may be a bit rough, I hope Miss Juncha doesn't mind. Wu Tong said in advance. No problem, as long as you don't do bad things, I won't interfere with you, so do you need my help? Miss Juncha asked. Please help me tie up these Squirtles first. Wu Tong said. Okay, tie them up, ah. Miss Juncha looked at Wu Tong in confusion. Wu Tong just smiled, but Miss Juncha shuddered when she saw this smile. The guy in front of him is definitely a black-bellied guy. After Miss Juncha helped tie up all the Squirtles. Afterwards, Wu Tong asked Swampert to hold the rope and drag 5 Squirtles to find their base. In his impression, the base of these 5 Squirtles should be nearby. Duckbill Baby knew that it was time for him to appear, and volunteered to go find it by himself. Wu Tong saw that Duckbill Baby was so active and did not refuse. So Wu Tong and Swampert, who was dragging 5 Squirtles, followed Duckbill Baby to search everywhere. Wu Tong was also very considerate to turn all 5 Squirtles over, so that they lay on their backs with their shells on the ground. This way, they can avoid injuries, and as for the wear and tear of the shells, they can take care of it themselves later. With the efforts of Duckbill Baby, Wu Tong successfully found the base of the Squirtle army. In a cave that is not small, there is a stone with a good shape, which looks like it is used to tie people. There are also 2 relatively flat stone platforms. It must be said that they are very good at choosing places. Wu Tong tied the 5 Squirtles to the rocks, and then let Swampert and Duckbill move freely. Wu Tong was lucky, and the 5 Squirtles did not wake up until they were tied to the rocks. Wu Tong decided to camp here today, so he took out various tools and started to prepare dinner. Swampert and Duckbill went to train by themselves, after all, they didn't want to disappoint Wu Tong who accepted them. Jenny. After a while, the head Squirtle was attracted by a fragrance and slowly woke up. The head Squirtle first called out twice in confusion, and then found that the state of himself and his brothers was not right. Jenny. Jenny Jenny. The 5 of them were actually tied up. Usually they tied others, but today they were tied by others. It was a great shame. Jenny. Jenny Jenny. Jenny. JNI. The other 4 Squirtles were called, and then quickly changed from confusion to shock. The 5 Squirtles began to struggle. Hey, stop struggling. I will tie you up again even if you break free. Wu Tong said while picking up vegetables. Although they were in the cave, the ventilation was good. Wu Tong was worried that the cave would be filled with smoke at first. Jenny. Jenny Jenny. Squirtle threatened Wu Tong. Disappointed with humans, it thought Wu Tong must have some conspiracy. You said my purpose? I have to think about it carefully. Wu Tong said deliberately. Jenny. Jenny Jenny. Squirtle shouted again when he saw Wu Tong's appearance. Jenny. Jenny. The 4 Squirtle brothers also shouted after hearing Squirtle's cry. Okay, don't act like brothers. I won't do anything to you, but at the same time, I can't just catch you and let the other 4 go. Wu Tong said helplessly. After hearing what Wu Tong said, the 5 Squirtles were a little desperate. Were they going to be captured and abandoned again? Don't worry, I have no intention of capturing you, Wu Tong said when he saw them. But the 5 Squirtles obviously didn't believe it. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, I have thought of what I am going to do. From today on, I am your boss. From now on, you will no longer be called the Squirtle Army, but the Wu Tong Army, Wu Tong said with a shovel. Jenny. The 5 Squirtles shouted in shock after hearing what Wu Tong said. This human must have something wrong. He doesn't intend to capture himself, but also wants to take the position of the leader of their army. Remember to call me leader in the future. Oh, by the way, just in case, don't think I don't understand what you are saying. If you secretly scold me, it won't work, Wu Tong warned. Jenny. The 5 Squirtles were shocked by Wu Tong's words again. Do you still care whether the Pokémon scolds you? Oh, by the way, our army must have its own characteristics. Your sunglasses are pretty good and very distinctive, Wu Tong suddenly said. So, leader, I want to discuss something with you. Lend me your sunglasses. After all, I am the boss and cannot wear the same sunglasses as you, Wu Tong said. Jenny. Jenny. Squirtle immediately refused with all his heart. Oh, you are so polite. You don't have to say so many times to lend it to you. I can hear you. Thank you, Wu Tong said as he took off Squirtle's pointy sunglasses and put them on his face. Jenny. Squirtle was speechless. Aren't you just bullying the turtle? Chapter 22. Although the turtle was disappointed with humans, it never thought there would be such a shameless person. It can only be said that Wu Tong has refreshed its understanding of humans again. As the boss, I will definitely let you eat. But I have agreed in advance that I will put you down to eat, but you can't take the opportunity to escape or attack, do you understand? Wu Tong asked. The 5 Squirtles did not respond, but stared at Wu Tong together. It was quite oppressive to be stared at by 5 water turtles together. If you don't call me, I will take it as your consent, Swamp Jumper, put them down, Wu Tong said. Numa. Swamp Jumper responded and walked to the stone where the Squirtle army was tied. Numa. Numa. Swampert shouted while untying the rope. Jenny. Jenny. Head Squirtle kept shouting at Swampert. Of course, Wu Tong didn't understand the conversation between the two Pokémon at all. After all, the power of the Evergreen Force can sense the mood and feelings of Pokémon. As for understanding what Pokémon are saying or communicating with Pokémon without obstacles, that is the business of psychics. And Wu Tong's statement to the squirrels that he could understand them was of course a lie. He just guessed it based on the squirrels' emotions and familiarity with the plot. But Wu Tong couldn't act like he didn't understand. Wu Tong simply pretended not to hear and continued to concentrate on cooking. Perhaps moved by Swampert's words, the squirrels that were untied by the water leap did not attack or escape. But the 6 Pokémon kept shouting Jenny and Numa. Soon, the duckling joined in, chatting with Bubble. Are the feelings of the Pokémon getting better so quickly? Wu Tong looked at the chirping Pokémon over there while stirring the spoon. Okay. Come and eat. Soon, Wu Tong prepared dinner and called the Swampert, the duckling, and the Squirtles. Hearing Wu Tong's call for dinner, the Swampert and the duckling immediately ran over. The 5 Squirtles were alert. After all, their trust in humans is not high yet. Numa. The Swampert shouted to indicate that there was no problem. Bubby. The duckling also persuaded. The persuasion of the Swampert and the duckling, coupled with the aroma of Wu Tong's best dinner, the 5 Squirtles finally succumbed. The 5 Squirtles walked to the dining table and drooled at the full table of food. Jenny. The leader Squirtle called out, and the 5 squirrels started grabbing food and shoving it into their mouths frantically. Jenny. Squirtle Jenny. The squirrels were eating so much that they burst into tears, even though they claimed that the Squirtle army was causing chaos nearby. But the food they harvested was just enough to ensure that they were full every day. It was basically difficult to make it delicious, and with Wu Tong's basically maxed out breeding skills, the food he made could be said to be very delicious. You guys, don't look so embarrassed, eat slowly, no one is snatching it from you, Wu Tong couldn't help but say when he saw the 5 squirrels. Numa. Swampert also used both claws to stuff food into his mouth. Bubby. The duckbill baby also called out seriously, but its hand that waved out a shadow betrayed it. Well, it's true that no one is snatching it, but there are Pokémon snatching it. Tong didn't know what to say when he saw his Pokémon looking so bad. Jenny, Numa, Squirtle and Swampert are both water-type Pokémon, and their tastes are similar. Coincidentally, Squirtle and Swampert like to eat the same thing on the table. It is a cake made of 1,000 spicy fruit. At the beginning, there was no problem when there was still a lot of food, but when there was only one piece of 1,000 spicy fruit cake left, the war came. Squirtle and Swampert grabbed the last piece of 1,000 spicy fruit cake at the same time, and neither of the two Pokémon wanted to give up. The hatred for food was irreconcilable. Squirtle and Swampert put their heads together, arched each other, and kept shouting. Wanted to make the other party give up. You two, there is still a lot of food, don't fight. Tong tried to persuade. Jenny, Numa, head. Squirtle and Swampert turned a deaf ear to Tong's persuasion. They continued to butt against each other. Bubby. Duckbill also began to persuade. As an experienced Pokémon, it felt that something terrible might happen if it continued. Squirtle. The other four squirrels of course began to cheer for their boss. Squirtle. Numa. Squirtle and Swampert found that the other party refused to give in and decided to solve it with force. Squirtle and Swampert wrestled with each other instantly. Of course, Swampert also restrained himself, after all, it was much stronger than Squirtle. But soon, the two Pokémon found that fighting alone was not enough and started to splash water on each other. The water flow directly rushed onto the food. A lot of food could not be eaten. Hey! Stop fighting! Tong shouted halfway, and a water gun splashed Tong's face. Bubby! The duck-billed baby on the side panicked, it felt that the scary Tong was about to appear again. He, disobedient children must be punished. Tong said with a smile. Sure enough, the kind-hearted Tong appeared, and the duck-billed baby quickly took some food and ran to a distance to eat. Although he ran, he still had to watch the show. Dream Demon, let these guys be honest. Tong said. Dream. The Dream Demon flew directly from the shadow of Tong and used hypnosis. The grappling Squirtle and Swampert all fell asleep. Jenny. Jenny. The other four Squirtle brothers were confused. Why did their boss fall asleep? You four, tie up the two of them for me. Tong said to the four squirrels. Jenny. The remaining four squirrels refused without hesitation. It seems that you want to be like them, Duckbill, Dream. Tong called his Pokémon. The remaining four Squirtles were greatly weakened without the command of the leader Squirtle, and were easily captured by Duckbill and Dream. The Squirtle army, which had just been untied, was tied to the stone again, along with a pink Swampert. Jenny. Numa. Because of the influence of the skills, Squirtle and Swampert woke up quickly. They started to struggle when they saw themselves tied up. You two should be honest. Tong said when he saw the two Pokémon waking up. Those who waste food will be punished. Tong said slowly. Although Tong seemed very calm, Squirtle and Swampert both felt a scary breath. Squirtle and Swampert, who had just fought, could not help but lean against each other. The other four Squirtles who were knocked down and tied together because of challenging Tong were also trembling a little. However, Tong did not do anything. Punishment is punishment, but he has no hobby of abusing Pokémon. You two are going to get the 1,000 fragrance cake, right, Duckbill baby, eat it. Tong picked up the last piece of 1,000 fragrance cake and handed it to Duckbill baby. Since you guys got it to fight, no one should eat it. Tong said. Bubby. Duckbill baby looked complicated. 1,000 fragrance cake is the kind of cake that smells very fragrant and tastes sweet with a little bitterness. After all, the taste of 1,000 fragrance fruit is mainly astringent and bitter, and many water-type Pokémon also like this taste. But as a fire-type Pokémon, Duckbill baby prefers spicy and sweet food. 1,000 fragrance cake is really not to its taste. This is not a punishment for Squirtle and Swampert, it is clearly a punishment for itself. However, the sensible Duckbill baby knows that food cannot be wasted, and swallowed the 1,000 fragrance cake with his eyes closed. Jenny. Numa. Squirtle and Swampert saw their favorite food being eaten by other Pokémon, and they looked painful. The two Pokémon felt uncomfortable instantly. The farce was over quickly, and Tong did not tie up the Pokémon for too long. But after being untied this time, the 5 squirrels were much more obedient. After all, they could not be beaten, and Wu Tong looked a little scary. Wu Tong slept in the base of the Squirtle core for one night. He was going to give the Squirtle core a special training. The next day, Wu Tong woke up early again, and found that the 5 squirrels and Swampert were sleeping together, while the duckbill baby stayed alone. It was not that the duckbill baby was excluded, but because the body temperature of the duckbill baby was too high, and the skin of the Squirtle and Swampert would become very dry if they stayed with it for a long time. For the 2 Pokémon who need to keep their skin moist at all times, sleeping with the duckbill baby for a night there will be life-threatening danger. And although the duckbill baby can control the fire attribute energy to a certain extent under Wu Tong's training, there is still a chance of spontaneous combustion when sleeping, so the duckbill baby also consciously found a corner to sleep. Seeing that several Pokémon were still sleeping, Wu Tong stretched and began to prepare breakfast. 10 years of life in the breeding house, plus the training since childhood. Wu Tong has long developed a good habit of getting up early. After Wu Tong prepared breakfast, the aroma of the food also woke up several Pokémon. Jenny. Seeing the rich breakfast, the head Squirtle suddenly felt that Wu Tong was a good person. I don't know whether to say that the food is attractive or that the Pokémon has a simple personality. This time, when eating breakfast, several Pokémon were very obedient and did not fight. After all, Pokémon also have to save face, and they can't always be tied up, right? Okay, let's talk about our mission today. After finishing his meal, Wu Tong put on the sunglasses he borrowed from Squirtle and said loudly, "Squirtle." Squirtle expressed his dissatisfaction and expressed his willingness to return the sunglasses. "You said you wanted to lend me your sunglasses for a few more days? That's great, Squirtle, you are quite generous." Wu Tong said. Squirtle. Squirtle was angry. It was too bullying. "Believe it or not, I will sneer at you. You are so excited. By the way, all 5 of you are Squirtle. If I just call you Squirtle, it seems that I can't tell them apart. How about this, I will give you a name." Wu Tong ignored Squirtle and said, "Squirtle." The 5 squirrels were a little surprised. They didn't expect Wu Tong to actually plan to give them names. "Your name is Shiryu, your name is Iki, your name is Hyoga, and your name is Shun." Wu Tong first pointed at the 4 little brothers Squirtle and said, "Squirtle." After hearing the names of his little brothers, Squirtle felt a little bit of anticipation. "As for you, the leader at the time, just call yourself Bald Baron of Dark Night." Wu Tong said solemnly to Squirtle, the Squirtle who followed Xiaowei in the anime. Squirtle. Bald Baron of Dark Night, cough, no, it was Squirtle who was angry. "What the hell is Bald Baron of Dark Night? It's obviously different from the other 4. Don't you like it? Then, your name is Fengjian, your name is Zhennan, your name is Adai, and your name is Nini." Wu Tong named the other 4 Squirtle first. Squirtle. Although these names are a bit strange, they are barely worth looking forward to. As for you, just call him the Bald Baron of Daylight. Wu Tong pointed at Squirtle. "Scoring twice is the case." Squirtle. Squirtle did not hesitate to shoot a water gun at Wu Tong this time. "Really, don't be so irritable." Wu Tong, who had been prepared, flexibly dodged Squirtle's water gun. Squirtle. Squirtle shouted angrily, "You just turn the dark night into daylight? How much do you like the Bald Baron? Okay, if you don't like this, then you can call yourself Xiaowei, and then you can call yourself Xiaoer, Xiaosan, Xiaosi, and Xiaohu." Wu Tong said helplessly. This time Squirtle did not object. After all, this name is better than the Bald Baron of Dark Night. "Okay, then let me tell you the goal of our Wu Tong army. I know you are all abandoned Pokémon, but this does not mean that all humans are bad people." Wu Tong said. The 5 Squirtles didn't refute what Wu Tong said at the first time. It turned out that the 5 Squirtles knew about it from the conversation between Swampert and Duckbill last night. Swampert and Duckbill were also abandoned many times, but they were accepted by Wu Tong and were very good to them. This also made the 5 Squirtles have a little good impression of Wu Tong. So now they are willing to listen to Wu Tong's words. Very good, no one refuted. "I won't ask you to accept humans again, but you must not cause trouble again. If you are hungry, go and earn food by your own ability. I will train you to be able to feed yourself." Wu Tong said loudly. "Jenny." Several Squirtles looked confused and didn't understand what Wu Tong was going to do. Chapter 23. The new training was a big success. Wu Tong, who knew the plot, gave the Squirtle Corps a special training on water gun accuracy. This was to warm up the Squirtle Fire Brigade in the future. Although Wu Tong had no way to command non-shiny Pokémon to fight, or even to let them release skills. But he could first determine the training method, and then let Swampert demonstrate, and the Squirtle Corps would just learn. This was barely a bug. At first, the Squirtle Corps refused. After all, they felt that this kind of training was meaningless. They wanted to continue their previous lives. However, after hearing Wu Tong say that they could add more food and order food if they trained well, the Squirtle Corps instantly entered the training state. The power of food is very strong. However, this also shows that they have accepted Wu Tong's existence without knowing it. After all, Wu Tong can be said to be the best human being to them. Although they were beaten and tied up, they had no injuries on their bodies after waking up. Anyone who is not a fool can know that it was Wu Tong who treated them. Moreover, Wu Tong also made food for them and was willing to give them names, although the names were strange. Swamp Fish. Rock Crusher. Wu Tong was not idle and began to command his Pokémon to train. Numa. Swamp Fish punched out and hit the stone, and many cracks appeared on the stone instantly. No, Swamp Fish, your strength is great, but it is too scattered. You should try to concentrate your strength on one point. Come on. Wu Tong, in instructor mode, was very strict. Numa. Swamp Fish nodded and continued to try. He kept hitting the boulder in front of him with his fists, and Wu Tong drew a not-so-big fist on the boulder. The task given by Wu Tong is very simple, which is to only destroy the rocks in the circle and not affect the outside of the circle. This requires Swampert to hone for a long time. After all, perfect control of one's own power cannot be achieved overnight. Duckbill baby, continue to meditate. You have a good talent, but you also need to be able to control it. You don't want to spontaneously combust and cause trouble to others, right? Wu Tong looked at Duckbill baby's training again. The meditation here is not skill meditation, but to let Duckbill baby meditate, feel the fire energy, and then control it. After seeing that his two Pokémon were training in an orderly manner, Wu Tong took the time to see the situation of Squirtle. When he came to the Squirtle Corps, Xiaoai, that is, the Squirtle of Xiaozai in the future, was commanding his younger brothers to aim. It must be said that Xiaoai's command ability is really strong. The Squirtle Corps with it and without it are completely two concepts. Wu Tong is also more and more curious about what kind of trainer would abandon Xiaoai. It doesn't make sense at all. Jenny. Xiaoai shouted, pointing at a target made by Wu Tong. The remaining 4 Squirtles used water guns together, and the strong water flow accurately hit the bullseye. It seems to be almost done. Wu Tong nodded with satisfaction. Hey? Who is that? Wu Tong was about to go back, but saw a blue figure flashing by the water where the Squirtles were training. Roar! A Gyarados with bloodshot eyes came out, and a blue-white energy column shot directly at the Squirtles. Xiaoai saw Gyarados first, and then knocked the other 4 Squirtles out immediately. After all, he was the boss, and it was his responsibility to protect his younger brothers. But in this way, Xiaoai had no time to escape. Danger! Wu Tong also acted subconsciously. He jumped and rolled to the side with Xiaoai in his arms. But his speed was still a little slow, and the light column of Gyarados hit his left arm, and his clothes were directly damaged, and the exposed arm began to bleed. Jenny. Xiaoai was stunned when he saw Wu Tong's injured arm in order to save him. This Gyarados is not in the right state. Swampert. Rock Fall. Wu Tong ignored his bleeding left arm and called Swampert directly. Numa. Swampert came over after hearing the sound, and a huge rock appeared out of thin air and was thrown at Gyarados by Swampert. Bubby. The Duckbill baby, who was farther away, also ran over. Seeing that Wu Tong was injured, the Duckbill baby was also angry. The Duckbill baby's hand flashed with lightning and jumped directly at the Gyarados. Duckbill baby! Wu Tong couldn't help shouting when he saw the Duckbill baby's unauthorized action. Bubby! Duckbill baby! Taking advantage of the gap when Gyarados used Dragon's Fury to smash the flying boulder, a lightning fist hit Gyarados on the head. Then it returned to the shore by the reaction force. Roar! After being hit by the lightning fist, Gyarados seemed even crazier. Jenny. At this time, Xiaoai also came back to his senses, and tears began to flow out. Wu Tong successfully moved it, in fact, it recognized Wu Tong as the new boss. Jenny. Xiaoai left Wu Tong's arms and shouted, and the other 4 Squirtles responded. 5 Squirtles jumped directly into the water. Under Xiaoai's command, the 5 Squirtles kept attacking Gyarados. Then they used a rope that came from nowhere to trap Gyarados tightly. As the tied Gyarados was thrown onto the shore, Wu Tong also breathed a sigh of relief. Jenny. Xiaoai came to Wu Tong's side and looked at his arm with concern. Oh, I'm fine, just a little scratch, but Gyarados seems to be crazy because of the injury. Wu Tong said after bandaging himself simply. Soon Wu Tong found a thorn stuck in Gyarados' body. It seemed that it was accidentally injured and the pain made it crazy. Wu Tong helped Gyarados pull out the thorn and then treated it. Swamp Jumper, send it down. Wu Tong said. Numa. Swamp Jumper called obediently, then lifted Gyarados and threw it back into the water. Because of Gyarados' participation, today's training had to be terminated early. Back in the secret base of the Squirtle Corps, the 5 squirrels became much more obedient. After all, Wu Tong was injured in order to save Xiaoai. Another night passed, and Wu Tong got up early the next day as usual, and his arm was already healed. I have to say that the physical fitness of humans in this world is really good. After making breakfast, Wu Tong looked at the Squirtle Corps who were eating happily and spoke. You are growing up very fast, so I will continue my journey. Wu Tong said calmly. Jenny. The Squirtles were stunned. They had just adapted to the days with Wu Tong, and now Wu Tong said he was leaving? Don't look like you've been abandoned. I told you, I'm your boss. How could the boss ignore you? Wu Tong continued. Jenny Jenny. Xiaoai shouted excitedly. Why are they always the ones abandoned? Hey, I've said it all, I'm your boss, not your trainer, so I'm not abandoning you. I found you a job, and you can have a meal on your own in the future. Wu Tong comforted Xiaoai and said. Wu Tong decided to let them enter the Squirtle Fire Brigade stage in advance. As for the problem between Xiaoai and Xiaoai, Wu Tong certainly wouldn't forget it, and he decided to brainwash Xiaoai. Xiaoai, you shouldn't hate humans so much now, right? So if you meet a suitable trainer, follow him, Xiaoer, Xiaosan, Xiaosi, Xiaohu, you too. Wu Tong continued. Squirtle. Several Squirtles shook their heads together. They hoped that Wu Tong could stay. I, your boss, will become the #1 Pokémon trainer in the universe, and I will continue to travel. Beasts always walk alone. Wu Tong continued. After hearing what Wu Tong said, the Squirtles knew that they couldn't stop Wu Tong. Although he was a boss they had only recognized for 2 days, Wu Tong had left a deep impression in their hearts. After dinner, Wu Tong took them to find Miss Juncha and proposed the idea of forming a Squirtle Fire Brigade. After seeing the capabilities of the Squirtle Corps, Miss Juncha readily agreed. I will come back to see you when I have time. Goodbye, Xiaoai. Remember, follow the right trainer when you meet him. I look forward to meeting you at the Quartz Conference. Wu Tong said goodbye to the Squirtle army. Squirtle. Squirtle Xiaoai, who had regained his sunglasses, waved his hands and said goodbye to Wu Tong. Wu Tong, who was leaving, felt a little sad that he really didn't have the fate of being the protagonist. Xiaoai didn't even follow him secretly. He was originally thinking about what to do if Xiaoai followed him, but now it seems that he was overthinking. After saying goodbye to the Squirtle army, Wu Tong continued to go to Vermilion City. While training and moving forward along the way, they soon arrived at a place near the sea. There is a lighthouse with flashing lights on the cliff by the sea. It seems that we have arrived at Zhengui's lighthouse. Wu Tong said to himself while looking at the lighthouse not far away. Swamp Leaper, Duckbill Baby, let's stay there tonight. Wu Tong pointed to the lighthouse and said. Numa. Bubby. Both Pokémon agreed without objection. So Wu Tong led the 2 Pokémon to the lighthouse. With a clear goal in mind, even Wu Tong would not get lost. So the Duckbill Baby followed Wu Tong with confidence. After all, Wu Tong is a road idiot but not an idiot. When he arrived at the door of the lighthouse, Wu Tong knocked on the door, but found that no one responded. Is there no one? Wu Tong said to himself. Then Wu Tong pushed the door, and the door was easily opened. Is there anyone? Excuse me. Wu Tong walked into the lighthouse and said loudly. However, no one responded to him. The entire lighthouse was dark and looked a bit scary. Strange, why is there no one? Wu Tong said puzzledly, and then began to walk in the lighthouse. Hey, really, such a big piece of wood can be lifted by humans in a moment. After walking to the depths of the lighthouse, a voice came. Wu Tong saw a little Rattata standing in front of a piece of wood with his hands on his waist. Little Rattata. Wu Tong approached with a little doubt. Is someone finally here? Little Rattata turned around happily after hearing the footsteps behind him. A half-human, half-rat face was revealed. Human? Half-blood. Wu Tong was startled. Oh, you must be shocked to see me like this? I'm so sorry. Little Rattata said embarrassedly. What are you? Wu Tong had a guess in his mind but still asked. I am Zhengui, a Pokémon researcher, and I am also developing and improving the Pokémon transmission system. Zhengui said. Zhengui? Why are you like this? Wu Tong, who guessed correctly, couldn't help asking. Although there are plots of Zhengui turning into Little Rattata in the game and comics, how could it appear in the animation? I had an accident when I was repairing the Pokémon transmission device, so I became like this. Zhengui scratched his head and said embarrassedly. It would have been difficult for me to change back, and you came at the right time. Please help me. Zhengui asked. My name is Wu Tong. Although I don't know the principle, I will help you. Wu Tong agreed happily. Great, come with me, I want to change back quickly. Zhengui immediately took Wu Tong to the laboratory. When they arrived at the laboratory, the first thing that caught their eyes was two life support pod-like devices. One of the doors was open, and there was a person in the other one moving around curiously. But he didn't look like a normal person. I'll leave it to you. Zhengui explained what Wu Tong needed to do and walked into the open cabin himself. Wu Tong operated according to Zhengui's instructions. The device started, a burst of white smoke came out, followed by a burst of white light. The hatch on the human side opened. Oh, thank you so much, you helped me a lot. A boy with green hair and dark red clothes walked out and said. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Zhengui. I am a person who conducts Pokémon research and also developed the Pokémon transmission system. Thank you very much for your help. Zhengui, who had changed back, suddenly became much more stable. My name is Wu Tong. I am from Changpan City and a new traveler. Wu Tong said and took out his Pokémon illustrated book and shook it. This is the Pokémon illustrated book made by Professor Oak. Zhengui said excitedly after seeing the illustrated book in Wu Tong's hand. In this case, I hope you can help me. Zhengui said after grabbing Wu Tong's hand. I am just a new trainer. What can I do to help you? Wu Tong withdrew his hand calmly. This kind of behavior of grabbing someone's hand when excited is completely different for a man and a beautiful girl. Actually, I am waiting for a unique Pokémon here. Zhengui said. Unique Pokémon? Wu Tong asked, although he knew that the unique Pokémon should be a Giant Dragonite. Of course, he was also tempted. Maybe the Giant Dragonite was a Dragon Clan leader. If he thought Wu Tong looked good, he might even get a shiny dragon Pokémon. Wu Tong imagined that the shiny quasi-god was waving at him. Wait, the shiny dragon seemed to be shit green. It was so ugly. Wu Tong instantly became entangled again. It seemed that he could only get a stone of immutability for the Haxorus. The pink Haxorus was much better than the shit green dragon. Seeing Wu Tong's face constantly changing, Zhengui thought Wu Tong was hesitating. If you are willing to help me, I will give you one of my latest research products. Zhengui said. What product? Zhengui's words broke Wu Tong's fantasy. It's a portable Pokémon transmission device. After all, you may encounter a situation where Pokémon are not well prepared when you are in the wild. However, because it is still being perfected, there is only one experimental product. But don't worry, there will be no danger. At most, the signal is not good and cannot be transmitted. Zhengui said. No problem. Deal. Wu Tong said without hesitation. Chapter 24. After the two of them had a meeting, they found that the room was not too small. Seeing that Wu Tong agreed readily, Zhengui was also very happy and started to search in the laboratory. Soon, Zhengui came back with a machine the size of a kettle. The whole machine is a cylinder with a screen on top and several buttons. Half of the middle part is made of translucent material, which looks like a mini life support capsule. You can see that there is a not so small space inside. Open the translucent hatch and you can see a circular groove. As expected, it is used to place the Pokeball. Zhengui explained to Wu Tong how to use the portable Pokemon transmission device. The operation method is very simple, but according to Zhengui, this device has high signal requirements, so it is still being improved. But there is no danger at all, you can safely transfer Pokemon. Can I try it? Wu Tong asked curiously. Of course, no problem. By the way, there is a video phone in the lighthouse. You can contact the person who helps you keep the Pokemon first. Zhengui said. Okay, thank you. Wu Tong thanked him and found the video phone in the lighthouse. There was nothing to hesitate, Wu Tong contacted Professor Oak directly. It's Xiao Tong. Where are you? It's a bit gloomy. Dr. Oak asked worriedly after seeing the environment behind Wu Tong. I'm in the lighthouse on the coast near Vermilion City. There is a man named Zhengui here who gave me a portable Pokemon transmission device. I want to test it, so I contacted you, Dr. Oak. Wu Tong explained. Zhengui? Oh, it's the little guy who developed the Pokemon storage system. He is a very promising researcher. No problem, how can I cooperate with you? Dr. Oak said readily. Obviously, for Dr. Oak, there is no need to hesitate to participate in the research. After telling Professor Oak what Masahiro taught him, Professor Oak immediately understood what he needed to do. Then please, Professor Oak, transfer Pico over here. Wu Tong said. No problem, wait a minute, oops. My instant noodles. After saying that, Professor Oak turned around and saw that his instant noodles were already cooked. After a while, the portable Pokemon transfer device set up by Wu Tong flashed a burst of light. A Pokeball appeared out of thin air in the device. It's really magical. Wu Tong said as he took out the Pokeball. Come out, Pico. Wu Tong called out Pico directly. Pico. Pico appeared and looked around in confusion. After seeing Wu Tong, Pico happily greeted him. Long time no see, Pico, come back. Wu Tong greeted him and took Pico back into the Pokeball directly. Then he put the Pokeball into the portable Pokemon transmission device, and then smoothly transmitted Pikachu back. I received Pikachu here, come out, Pikachu. Professor Oak released Pikachu. Pico. Pikachu was confused, what happened? Who am I? Where am I? Thank you for your hard work, Pikachu, go and have a rest. Professor Oak said to Pikachu. Pico. 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 Pikachu was angry, bullying Pokemon, right? Ignoring Pikachu's anger, Wu Tong exchanged pleasantries with Professor Oak again and hung up the call. It's really a good thing. Wu Tong was very satisfied with this portable Pokemon transmission device. Carefully put the device in the backpack, Wu Tong returned to Zhengui's laboratory. After all, everything was taken, and he had to do some work. When he returned to Zhengui's laboratory, he did not see Zhengui's figure, but a man-sized ammonite stood there. Oh, Wu Tong, you're back. Hearing the footsteps, the big ammonite turned around and showed Zhengui's face. Don't be afraid, Zhengui, I'm here to save you. Wu Tong shouted, and then kicked the ammonite in the abdomen with a flying kick. Ugh! Facing the sudden flying kick, Zhengui fell to the ground with a ferocious look. Bubby! The duck-billed baby looked at all this with a puzzled look. Numa! Swamp Leap patted the duck-billed baby's shoulder, indicating that it was better to watch the show at this time. You guy, you must have done it on purpose just now. Zhengui rubbed his still aching abdomen and said to Wu Tong beside him. How is it possible, Just now I thought a giant ammonite beast came from nowhere and wanted to eat you. Wu Tong quickly retorted. At this time, Zhengui and Wu Tong came to the lighthouse, on a beach near the cliff. Don't lie. You didn't even change your expression just now. You definitely did it on purpose. Zhengui roared. What are we doing here? Wu Tong started to change the subject directly. Your skill in changing the subject is too bad. Of course, we came here to investigate the unique Pokemon. Zhengui said helplessly. Under the leadership of Zhengui, the two came to a pothole on the beach. Is this a pit that is neither big nor small what you are talking about? Wu Tong asked puzzledly after seeing the pothole. Take a look for yourself. Zhengui was not angry, but said patiently. Wu Tong looked carefully again, and soon he found something different. This pit seems to be the footprint of a Pokémon, but this size. Wu Tong said. If nothing unexpected happens, this pit is the footprint of the Giant Dragonite. Yes, this is the footprint of the unique Pokémon I have been waiting for. Zhengui said proudly. Can't you guess what Pokémon it is from this footprint? Is it possible that it is a known Pokémon that has become huge for some reason? Wu Tong said puzzledly. After all, the footprints of different Pokémon are different. This, you are right. Zhengui was also stunned after hearing Wu Tong's words. The preconceived notion made Zhengui not think of this footprint as a known Pokémon at all. Zhengui's mind was full of discovering a brand new and unique Pokémon. Now after hearing Wu Tong's words, he also fell into thinking. This may be the case of the authorities being confused. You are right, I will go back to study and compare it now. Zhengui said and immediately ran back to the lighthouse to continue his research. Is this the enthusiasm of researchers? Wu Tong said helplessly when he saw Zheng Hui, who disappeared in an instant. Wu Tong looked at the sky and returned to the lighthouse. Soon, Zheng Hui completed the guess of the type of Pokémon that left the footprints through comparison. Zheng Hui, who got the result, came to find Wu Tong. Zheng Hui's expression was complicated at this time, a feeling of joy and disappointment. He was happy that he knew the true face of this mysterious Pokémon. He was disappointed that he did not find a new Pokémon. From your appearance, the result should be a known Pokémon. Wu Tong said. Yes, this footprint is 96% consistent with Dragonite's footprint if the size is not considered. Zheng Hui said. Giant Dragonite? Judging from the size of the footprint, the size of this Dragonite may be larger than the lighthouse. Wu Tong couldn't help but say. Yes, although I have seen it several times, it always appears at night, and I have never seen its true face. Zhengui said. But it appears regularly every time, about once every 7 days. If nothing unexpected happens, it will appear again in 3 or 4 days. Zhengui continued. Is that so? Wu Tong learned from Zhengui that he was about 3 or 4 days ahead of Zai and his group. Sure enough, Zai was the one who got lost. If that's the case, we can see the Giant Dragonite in 3 or 4 days. This size of Dragonite can indeed be said to be unique. Wu Tong said. Yes, although it is not a brand new Pokémon, it is still a unique existence. This time I must see its true face. Zhengui said excitedly. Wu Tong also wanted to see the Giant Dragonite, so he just stayed in the lighthouse. It was only 3 or 4 days anyway, so he was not in a hurry to travel. These 3 or 4 days also allowed Wu Tong to think carefully about the training direction of Swampert and Duckling. The strength advantage of Swampert must not be ignored, and Swampert is also a Pokémon with excellent physical attack racial value. Although Swampert's special attack racial value is also 85, it is much worse than its physical attack talent. So Wu Tong planned to let Swampert focus on physical attack skills, supplemented by special attack skills, to fully exert the advantage of strength. And Wu Tong's training task for it is to fight against the waves. Although Swampert is a water-type Pokémon, Wu Tong did not plan to let it enter the water completely. Half of the body is in the water, and the lower half of the body must break the incoming waves. Of course, not in one place, but keep moving. Make full use of the resistance of water to train Swampert. This way of moving half of the body in the water is similar to swimming in water is completely different. The familiar water now makes Swampert a little uncomfortable. The resistance of the water makes it difficult for Swampert, which is not as light as before, to move. As for the Duckbill baby, it is the opposite of Swampert. Wu Tong intends to train it as a melee mage, mainly to train fire special attack skills. While making it an excellent turret, it can also fight against close enemies. The training method is similar to that of Swampert, but it does not need to go into the water. It is to use various fire skills to hit back the waves. It can be said that it is very difficult for the Duckbill baby now. And Wu Tong will certainly not be idle, and began to make special feed for the situation of Swampert and Duckbill baby. After all, training consumes a lot of energy, and blindly training without corresponding energy supplement will not only not make it stronger, but may also cause damage to Pokémon. Wu Tong, who has been in the breeding house for 10 years, will not make such a mistake. After the training of Swampert and Duckling is completed every day, Wu Tong will give the 2 Pokémon a massage. Let its muscles relax and stretch, so that it can have a better rest. At the same time, the power of Evergreen will be used appropriately to stimulate the growth of Swampert and Duckling. If Wu Tong is fully committed to the industry of Pokémon breeders, Wu Tong is now one of the top ones. Finally, on the evening of the fourth day, Wu Tong met Zai Zai and his group again. At the same time, this also means that the Giant Dragonite can be seen today. I will definitely catch Pokémon with my own strength. A familiar voice came from a distance. Wu Tong looked over and found that Zai Zai was fighting with a giant crab with a branch. It is worthy of Zai Zai, the super rookie of humanoid Pokémon. Not long after, the giant crab revealed a flaw and was knocked unconscious by Zai Zai's Pokeball. Ahem, no, it was captured by Zai Zai's Pokeball. See. I successfully captured the giant crab. Zai Zai said happily. However, before Zai Zai could be happy for 2 seconds, the Pokeball of the claw crab disappeared directly. Did you teleport to Professor Oak again? However, Zai Zai did not seem panicked about the sudden disappearance of the Pokeball. Zai Zai, long time no see. Wu Tong walked over and greeted him. Xiao Tong. Long time no see. Zai Zai was also very happy to see Wu Tong. Pika. Pikachu also ran over and greeted Zai Zai. Long time no see, Xiao Tong. Zioxia also came over. What a coincidence, Xiao Tong, I didn't expect to meet you here. Xiao Gang walked over and said. Xiao Gang? Have you given up being the gym leader? Why are you with Zai Zai? Wu Tong asked pretentiously. Because I want to fulfill my dream, the gym is now managed by my father. Xiao Gang said without hesitation. After chatting with the 3 people for a while, Wu Tong took them to Zhengui's lighthouse. And on the way, Wu Tong also knew why Zai Zai was not surprised by the sudden disappearance of the Pokeball. It turned out that due to Wu Tong's influence, Zai Zai's hornworm did not escape. And it successfully evolved into a giant beedrill. This also led to Zai Zai having 6 Pokémon in advance. Later, when he captured Squirtle, Squirtle was teleported away. However, Zai Zai, who understood the specific situation, quickly exchanged Squirtle back. And the one exchanged back was a giant beedrill. Wu Tong was a little emotional. History seems to be difficult to change easily. So now Zai Zai's Pokémon is the same as in the anime. Several people chatted while entering Zhengui's lighthouse, but the lighthouse was very quiet. I don't know where Zhengui ran to. Zhengui, that guy, won't. Wu Tong suddenly thought of something and continued to walk deeper into the lighthouse. Although Zai Zai and his group were surprised, they followed. They came to a room, and a giant fossil helmet stood on a staircase covered with a red carpet. Sure enough, you guys trapped yourself again. Wu Tong said helplessly. After that, Wu Tong walked forward and pressed a button on the fossil helmet. With 2 clangs, the fossil helmet broke into 2 halves, and Zhengui emerged from it. The fossil helmet's arms are too short, and it can't touch the button by itself. Zhengui touched his head and explained. Please pay more attention next time. By the way, let me introduce you, these are Zai Zai, Zioxia and Xiao Gang. Wu Tong said and pointed to the people behind him. After hearing what Wu Tong said, Zhengui also came to Zai Zai and the others and began to introduce himself. After a round of greetings, the 4 of them were familiar with each other. So, tonight's huge Dragonite should appear, right? Wu Tong asked. Yes, it should be tonight. Zhengui said expectantly. What giant Dragonite? Zai Zai asked puzzledly. Zioxia on the side was also very curious, while Xiao Gang showed a thoughtful look. It's a Pokémon that Zhengui and I have been waiting for a long time. Wu Tong said, keeping it a secret. Chapter 25. Seeing Wu Tong keeping the secret, Zai Zai, Zioxia, and Xiao Gang all looked at Zhengui. I have been thinking that every Pokémon should have its own meaning of survival, and that unique giant Dragonite should have been looking for its own kind. Zhengui suddenly turned on the philosophical mode and said. One day I heard such a sound coming from the other side of the sea. Zhengui said, releasing a sound with its own reverberation, which was very ethereal. I want to see you, I want to see you, this is the feeling I heard. Zhengui said slowly. Doesn't it have family or friends? Zioxia couldn't help asking. Because it doesn't have any, it will wander around. Zhengui replied. After hearing that sound, I used the lighthouse to release the same sound towards the sea. I received a response on a foggy night. So, I believe that the Giant Dragonite will come to see me today. It must want to see its partner. Zhengui said confidently. Are you going to catch that Pokémon? Zai asked. Why do you want to catch it? For me, seeing that Pokémon is equivalent to understanding this world. Zhengui continued. It's about time, and the fog on the sea has risen. Zai, you and Zhengui wait here, I'll go deal with some trouble. Wu Tong thought of the rocket team trio and said. Xiao Tong, aren't you waiting for that unique Pokémon? Zai asked in confusion. Of course I have to wait, but after all, I promised Zhengui to help him see the Giant Dragonite, so there are some troubles to deal with. Don't worry, I will be back soon. Wu Tong waved his hand and left with his Pokémon. I remember that the three guys were clinging on the cliff. They should be nearby. Wu Tong came to the coast below the lighthouse cliff. He looked up for a while, but because of the night and the fog, Wu Tong couldn't find where the rocket trio was hiding for a while. At this time, a dragon roar like a song came. A huge figure slowly emerged from the sea. Is it here? Wu Tong said to himself when he saw the Giant Dragonite, but he hadn't found the rocket trio yet. At this time, a noisy sound came, and the sound was very familiar. Wu Tong looked over and saw that it was indeed the rocket trio. Swamp leap. Falling rocks. Duckbill baby. Jet flames. Shoot them down. Wu Tong shouted hurriedly. However, it was still a little late. Kojiro took out a rocket launcher from somewhere and hit the Giant Dragonite with a rocket launcher. Just when the rocket trio was about to be happy, several stones and flames hit them. What a disgusting feeling! The rocket trio turned into the brightest star in the sky. Roar! The Giant Dragonite, which was suddenly attacked, became irritable. It was originally looking for its companions, but now its companions didn't see it and it was attacked. The Giant Dragonite, burning with anger, slapped the cliff. Although I don't know what the current situation of Zhengui and Zai in the lighthouse is, it must be bad. It seems that this portable Pokémon transmission device is not so easy to take. Wu Tong sighed helplessly. Swamp, remember to carry me back to the lighthouse later. Wu Tong said to Swamp. Numa. Swamp tilted its head in confusion, not understanding why its trainer asked him to carry him back. Wu Tong gritted his teeth as he looked at the Giant Dragonite that continued to go crazy. Big guy. Calm down. This is all a misunderstanding. Wu Tong shouted, and a green light came out of his body. The green light covered the Giant Dragonite, soothing the Giant Dragonite's heart and injuries. Feeling the kindness conveyed by Wu Tong, the Giant Dragonite was only calm for a moment. Roar! Feeling cheated, the Giant Dragonite was still roaring. Hey! A grown man! Can you stop being so petty? Wu Tong couldn't help but roar when he saw the roaring Giant Dragonite. After hearing Wu Tong's shout, the Giant Dragonite was stunned. Roar! Then the Giant Dragonite roared even louder. Feeling the shame and anger of the Giant Dragonite, Wu Tong was also stunned. Could it be? Are you a female? Wu Tong asked cautiously. In the anime, the Giant Dragonite only appeared as a shadow, and it was unknown whether it was male or female. Roar! Giant Dragonite roared again. Although he could not understand the specific meaning of Giant Dragonite, Wu Tong, who could sense the emotions of Pokémon, guessed what Giant Dragonite wanted to say. Giant Dragonite, do I look so much like a man? Yes, this must be what Giant Dragonite meant. Sorry, my eyesight is not very good, I'm so sorry. Wu Tong apologized immediately, he didn't want to be hit by a skill of Giant Dragonite. Okay, calm down. Listen to me, all this is a misunderstanding. The one who attacked you just now was a bad guy, and I have beaten him away. The green light on Wu Tong's body became brighter. This time, Giant Dragonite finally calmed down and did not continue to destroy. But instead, it was replaced by endless screams with sadness. I don't know how many years have passed, Giant Dragonite has been wandering, looking for its own kind. This deception and unprovoked attack are like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Giant Dragonite can't control its sobbing. At this time, the sound made by the Giant Dragonite was no longer as singing as it was at the beginning. Perhaps affected by the sadness of the Giant Dragonite, Wu Tong's mood also became depressed. However, Wu Tong still forced himself to cheer up, and the power of Changpan burst out again to heal the Giant Dragonite. even though the minor injury of the Giant Dragonite had long been healed. "Don't be so sad, I know where your companions are," Wu Tong shouted to the Giant Dragonite. Roar! Hearing Wu Tong's words, the Giant Dragonite stopped hissing and looked at Wu Tong expectantly. "But I don't seem to be able to hold on, good night." Wu Tong fell asleep directly after saying that. Before falling asleep, Wu Tong made up his mind to practice the power of Changpan well. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to fall asleep every time. Roar! The Giant Dragonite was stunned when he looked at Wu Tong, who suddenly fell asleep. Why is this human so fat? Why did he fall asleep in the middle of a sentence? Numa. Swampert saw Wu Tong fall asleep and understood why his trainer asked him to carry him back to the lighthouse. Swampert lifted Wu Tong under the eyes of Giant Dragonite and started walking back to the lighthouse. Roar! The Giant Dragonite roared immediately after reacting. Numa. Swampert stopped and turned his head in confusion. Bubby. The duckling on the side couldn't help but shout, "Please keep an eye on the trainer when you turn around." He hit his head on a rock. However, Giant Dragonite and Swampert ignored the duckling. Giant Dragonite and Swampert stared at each other for a while and finally lost. After all, Swampert's eyes were too wise. Roar! Giant Dragonite thought about it and pulled a scale from its body with its claws. Giant Dragonite pulled it off. Giant Dragonite put the scale in front of Swampert and pointed at Wu Tong. The Swampert was lost in thought as he looked at the scale that was bigger than himself. After all, he only had 2 hands, and it seemed inconvenient to hold the scale and the Wu Tong at the same time. Bubby. The duck-billed baby saw the Swampert lost in thought and ran over quickly, called out to the Giant Dragonite twice, and then lifted the scale. Although the scale looked huge, it was not as heavy as imagined. After all, Dragonite is famous for its speed, how could it have a heavy scale? Roar! The Giant Dragonite called out again and slowly disappeared on the sea. In this way, the Swampert held the Wu Tong, and the duck-billed baby carried the scale back to the lighthouse. In the lighthouse, Zhengui and Zai, who did not know the specific situation, saw Wu Tong being carried back by the Swampert, and the duck-billed baby on one side was holding a huge thing that looked like a scale. This happened, why did Wu Tong faint? Zhengui asked with a puzzled look. "Xiao Tong, are you okay?" Zai and his group ran to Wu Tong and called. Misty and Brock also looked at Wu Tong with a worried look on their faces. Will Xiao Tong plan to capture the Giant Dragonite and then be beaten by the Giant Dragonite? Misty said. It shouldn't be, Xiao Tong doesn't seem to have that kind of personality. Brock analyzed rationally. At this time, Wu Tong snored. This guy actually fell asleep. Zai and his friends couldn't help shouting. Pika! Pikapi! Pikachu ran over and communicated with the duck-billed baby. As for why he didn't go to find the Swampert, it was because the Swampert looked like it didn't have a very bright brain after evolving. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Wu Tong finally woke up, looked around in confusion, and found that Zhengui and Zai and his group surrounded him and stared at him. There were also several Pokémon heads in between. What are you doing? It's scary to stare at me like that. Wu Tong couldn't help shouting. Have you communicated with the Giant Dragonite? Zhengui said first. Did you heal the Giant Dragonite's injury? Zai asked. The Giant Dragonite gave you a dragon scale and asked you to find it. Zioxia asked. Is the Giant Dragonite female? Xiao Gang asked at last. Hey? Zhengui and others looked at Xiao Gang in confusion. What are you talking about? I can still understand the previous part, but when did the Giant Dragonite give me the scale? Why didn't I know it asked me to find it? Wu Tong looked confused. Bubby! The duckbill baby called out, and then took out a scale that was bigger than the Swampert. What is this? Wu Tong was also a little surprised, after all, he had fallen asleep when the Giant Dragonite gave him the scale. This is what your duckbill baby told us. Zai said. Can you understand what the duckbill baby said? Wu Tong was surprised again. Pika! Pikachu called out with his hands on his waist. Wu Tong understood instantly, it turned out that there was a chief translator, Pikachu. In other words, this scale was given to me by the Giant Dragonite? The question is, where should I find it? Wu Tong said, thinking. The duckbill baby said it knew the route. But he refused to tell us. Zhengui said regretfully. Bubby! The duckbill baby nodded and exchanged two sounds. Wu Tong could feel the duckbill baby's affirmative emotions. Is that so? It's also normal. After all, the giant Dragonite may not believe other humans except me. After all, it has just been deceived and attacked. Wu Tong replied. But Zhengui really wants to see the giant Dragonite. In that case, let's not delay. Duckbill baby, Swampert, let's go. Wu Tong said. Bubby. Numa. Duckbill and Swampert responded and were about to leave with Wu Tong. Wait a minute. Although it would be a pity not to see it with my own eyes, please take some photos of the giant Dragonite. Zhengui stopped Wu Tong and took out a camera and said. No problem, leave it to me. Wu Tong nodded happily and agreed. That's great, I also want to see the giant Dragonite. By the way, what kind of Pokémon is Dragonite? Zai said enviously. Really, Zai, how come you don't even know Dragonite? Zioxia was a little helpless. Dragonite is a dragon and flying Pokémon. It is a very powerful Pokémon. The dragon type can even be said to be synonymous with strength. Xiao Gang explained on the side. Is it so powerful? Zai couldn't help but say. Ignoring Zai's exclamation behind him, Wu Tong couldn't wait to find the giant Dragonite. Maybe he really has a chance to get a shiny mini dragon. Thinking of this, Wu Tong's pace quickened a bit, which made the short legs of the duck-billed baby who led the way also quicken their pace. Under the leadership of the duck-billed baby, Wu Tong came to a hidden corner under the cliff. But there was no way to go here. Wu Tong was a little confused. Did he have to swim to the sea? He didn't have that ability. Bubby. At this time, the duck-billed baby pointed at a boulder and called the swamp-leaping fish twice. Numa, Numa. After hearing the duck-billed baby's call, the swamp-leaping fish nodded. The swamp-leaping fish walked to the boulder, grabbed the boulder, and then the muscles of his arms bulged. He used all his strength to lift the boulder up. Oh, it's worthy of being a swamp-leaping fish. All the skill points are on strength. Wu Tong clapped his hands and said. As the boulder was put aside by the swamp-leaping fish, a hole was revealed. The duck-billed baby tugged at Wu Tong's clothes and motioned Wu Tong to go in. Wu Tong walked in carefully with the duck-bill baby, and the Swampert followed behind and pulled the boulder back to block the cave entrance. The cave was obviously tightly sealed, but there was a faint fluorescence. Wu Tong could barely see the road clearly. Fortunately, there were no extra forks in the cave. Duckbill baby, light a fire. Wu Tong said to the duckbill baby. Bubby. The duckbill baby called obediently, and then flames instantly ignited on his body. Forget it, it's okay to light a fire like this. Wu Tong said when he saw the duckbill baby igniting on its own. One person and two Pokémon walked for more than an hour and finally came to a wide area. Roar! With a roar, the huge Dragonite appeared in front of Wu Tong. Dragonite, I'm here. By the way, your scale is too big, I can't carry it. Wu Tong greeted him and said. The giant Dragonite shook his head to indicate that it was okay, then pointed at Wu Tong and then at himself. Wu Tong understood what the giant Dragonite meant, that the scale was proof of their friendship. Chapter 26. After confirming that the scales were proof of friendship, Wu Tong and Dragonite began to look at each other. Both sides were waiting for the other to speak first. Roar! Finally, Dragonite couldn't help it and shouted. Seeing Dragonite patting his chest anxiously, Wu Tong came to his senses. Before he fell asleep, he seemed to have told Dragonite that he knew where its kind was. In addition, he had the power of Evergreen and the natural goodwill of Pokémon towards him, so Dragonite was willing to believe him. Excuse me, Dragonite, do you have a way to make it brighter here? I need to see you to confirm some things. Wu Tong said. Although the place where Wu Tong is now is very wide, it is in a cave somewhere unknown. Even with the spontaneously combusting duckbill baby as a light, Wu Tong can only barely see the outline of the giant Dragonite. Roar! The giant Dragonite nodded and shouted, and countless light points like fireflies appeared and gathered together to float on the top of the cave. The whole cave became brighter, and Wu Tong finally saw the whole picture of the giant Dragonite. The giant Dragonite is just a normal Dragonite magnified dozens of times. The only difference is that there are strange stripes on the body of the giant Dragonite. Sure enough, are you also a super ancient Pokémon? Wu Tong said to himself. Roar! The giant Dragonite shouted in confusion, not understanding what Wu Tong meant. In the super ancient period, there was a civilization called the Pokémon civilization, and they worshipped Pokemon as supernatural powers. But it is said that this civilization encountered a natural disaster and was destroyed overnight. Wu Tong narrated slowly. These are the plots in the anime he watched at the beginning. Normally, he should find it difficult to remember such things. But after rebirth, Wu Tong found that his memory of Pokemon became clearer and clearer. But it was only about Pokemon. This may be the benefit of being a reborn person. And now the Pokémon civilization has left a legend, the power to destroy the world, the black darkness, the black sky, the golden eyes, the disturbance of the meridians, the dispute that divided the world into two, leaving people helpless, the door to the other world opened in the sky, and at this time, the power to calm everything appeared, turning into a sphere and returning to the ground. Wu Tong narrated the information left by the Pokémon civilization. In fact, this piece of information can also perfectly fit the incident of the three fools in the Hone region. And those three beasts are also super ancient Pokemon. I just don't know from the perspective of time, the super ancient there is more ancient, or it is possible that the Pokemon on both sides are from the same period. Your kind are now sealed in a ruin in Mount Portero. Of course, I don't know if they are your companions. Wu Tong said after telling the legend of the Pokémon civilization. Roar! When hearing Wu Tong's words, the giant Dragonite shouted happily twice. I don't know how long it has been wandering and searching, it finally got news of its kind. After all, Pokemon is too lonely, after all, its size is a bit out of place compared to ordinary Pokemon. Mount Portero is near Pallet Town and Mount Myacha. Forget it, even if I tell you this, I guess you don't know where it is. Wu Tong said. After hearing Wu Tong's words, the giant Dragonite nodded, it really didn't know where it was. Well, there is a reason why your companions were sealed there. I suggest you don't let them out first. Wu Tong thought about the ancient Jengar and ancient Alakazam who started fighting as soon as they came out and said. Roar! The giant Dragonite looked at Wu Tong in confusion, not understanding why he didn't let him go to find his companions. Because two of them will start fighting when they are released, and one of them sings a hypnotic song, and will draw on your face if you fall asleep. Wu Tong explained. Roar! Roar! The giant Dragonite seemed to recall some bad memories after hearing Wu Tong's words. Obviously, the giant Dragonite should have suffered from the ancient Jigglypuff. So, we should wait until we are fully prepared before going. Now that you know the news of your kind, we don't have much time. So, when I finish my trip, I will come back and take you to find your kind. What do you think? Wu Tong suggested. The giant Dragonite fell into thought after hearing Wu Tong's words. After a while, the giant Dragonite nodded to indicate that it agreed with Wu Tong's suggestion. After all, it didn't want to be covered in graffiti by the ancient Jigglypuff, and the ink was difficult to wash off. In that case, we have a deal. I will come back here to find you after my trip. Wu Tong said. Roar! The giant Dragonite shouted and nodded to indicate that it was okay. Then it pointed to the open space nearby to indicate that it would wait for it to come back here. Seeing the obedient look of the giant Dragonite, Wu Tong suddenly felt like a scumbag. By the way, if you don't mind, can I take a few photos? Wu Tong took out the camera and asked. After hearing what Wu Tong said, the giant Dragonite tilted its head in confusion. It didn't understand what taking photos meant. Forget it, just cooperate with me and stand there without moving, or pose in a posture that you feel comfortable. Wu Tong said. After hearing this, the giant Dragonite nodded as if it understood. Then it lay directly in front of Wu Tong, looking lazy. Well, forget it, as long as you are happy. Wu Tong looked at the giant Dragonite and was stunned for a moment, then said helplessly. Wu Tong found a good angle and aimed the camera at the giant Dragonite. With a click, a white light flashed across the camera, and then a photo slid out from under the camera. Well, very good, my skills are still good. Wu Tong said with satisfaction as he looked at the photo in his hand. The giant Dragonite also came over curiously at this time and looked at the photo in Wu Tong's hand. A Dragonite with strange patterns on its body lay there lazily, and its claws seemed to be scratching its belly, probably scratching. The round face was just resting on a stone on the ground, and several layers of flesh were visible to the naked eye. The giant Dragonite looked at the creature in the photo. Isn't this itself? Roar! The giant Dragonite immediately roared at Wu Tong. You call this good skills? Why is the self in this little card so ugly? Hey! Don't suddenly shout in someone's ear, it's scary. Wu Tong was startled and couldn't help saying. Roar! The giant Dragonite pointed at the photo in Wu Tong's hand, and then pointed at himself. Do you think they look alike? What? They look alike, round and cute. Wu Tong said nonchalantly. After hearing this, the giant Dragonite didn't say anything, but stood up straight, and the energy in its mouth began to gather. Wait! Wait! If you're not satisfied, try again. Wu Tong quickly admitted his mistake. Just kidding, even the super rookie's I can't stand the giant Dragonite's skill. Roar! The giant Dragonite shouted and posed what it thought was a good pose, then signaled Wu Tong to start taking pictures. Wu Tong had no choice but to start taking pictures again. With a click, another brand new photo slipped out. The giant Dragonite came over to take a look, it was much better than the first one. Just when Wu Tong thought he could call it a day, the giant Dragonite seemed to have found the fun of taking pictures and asked Wu Tong to take more pictures. Wu Tong wanted to refuse. Seeing Wu Tong's state, the giant Dragonite began to gather energy again. Take a picture. Let's talk it over. Don't be ready to attack at any time. Are you a member of the Sun family? Wu Tong said hurriedly. In this way, Wu Tong became the exclusive photographer of the giant Dragonite and began to take pictures of the giant Dragonite in all directions without dead angles. Wu Tong took pictures until the camera ran out of film, and then he finally stopped. Wu Tong looked at the cameras on the ground and felt that his hands were not his own. At least 200 or 300 pictures must have been taken. God knows where Zhengui got the camera from, which could hold so many films. Could it be that this guy actually has some special hobbies? The giant Dragonite on the side carefully held the photos with his claws and checked them one by one. After all, compared to the giant Dragonite, the photos are too small. Even though the camera that Zhengui gave to Wu Tong was already quite large. In this way, the giant dragonfly took more than half an hour to finally pick out 3 or 4 photos that it was satisfied with, and then carefully put them under a scale on its chest. The swamp jumper and duckbill baby who had been watching the show had already fallen asleep. After all, it was dark in the cave and they had nothing to do. Seeing that the giant dragonfly was finally satisfied, Wu Tong sorted out the remaining photos on the ground and put them away. After all, he promised Zhengui that he would be very happy to bring so many photos back at once. After each of them put away the photos, Wu Tong and the giant dragonfly began to stare at each other again. However, this time, the one who couldn't help it was Wu Tong. Wu Tong rubbed his hands and looked at the giant Dragonite shyly. Well, I wonder if you have any younger ones, preferably those with different colors, who want to go out for training. Wu Tong said and gave the giant Dragonite a look that you know. Roar! The giant Dragonite tilted its head in confusion, not understanding what was wrong with this guy. Oh, do you have any Dratini, Hakron, or other dragon-type Pokémon of different colors? No dragon-type or flying-type is fine. Wu Tong said directly. After hearing what Wu Tong said, the giant Dragonite fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, the giant Dragonite tapped its right claw on its left claw. It understood that the guy in front of it wanted to help it raise children. Although the giant Dragonite itself has no offspring, there are also some Pokémon living under its protection. Among them, there is one that accidentally came from the next area. The little guy is very naughty and usually bullies other Pokémon. And that little guy is very fast, and there are only a few people who can catch it except himself. So that little guy is usually naughty and mischievous, and the giant dragon is always thinking about finding its own kind, and there is not much time to take care of it. And although the little guy is always naughty, it has always been very measured and not as annoying as imagined. This is also the reason why the little guy can live with them all the time. After all, no community would want to have something that makes trouble every day. Pokémon are not human beings, and there is no need to consider the so-called feelings. For the naughty children, there is only expulsion. And the giant dragon thought of the child not to expel it, but because it could see that the child was very eager to fight. This is also the reason why it has been bullying other Pokémon, because it likes to fight and always wants to find other Pokémon to fight. But those who are willing to fight with it can't beat it, and those who can beat it don't like to fight. So it makes it very uncomfortable. Now someone is willing to help me take care of the child, and it seems to be reliable, although the photography skills are not very good. However, judging from the state of Swampert and Duckbill, Wu Tong should be a good trainer, and in that case, the little guy can be safely handed over to him. Roar! The giant Dragonite shouted, then pointed at Wu Tong and then at the ground, indicating that you should not move here. I will go buy you a, no, I will go find you a little guy. Wu Tong instantly became excited, the cub of the giant Dragonite. Even if it is not a biological child, it must be a very rare Pokémon. Maybe it is the same kind of mini Dragonite or Haxorus, but I don't know if it understands that I want a different color. Wu Tong looked at his two sleeping Pokémon, thinking about the recipe while waiting in place. After a while, the giant Dragonite returned here again. Roar! The giant Dragonite shouted at Wu Tong. Wu Tong immediately looked over expectantly, but did not find any other Pokémon. It seems to be a shy little guy, it should be hiding somewhere. At this time, a pink Pokémon emerged from under the wings of the giant Dragonite, and looked at Wu Tong curiously. Seeing the pink color, Wu Tong was surprised at first, and then became stunned. How can there be this Pokémon here? Wu Tong couldn't help asking. Although it was also pink, the Pokémon in front of him was not Dratini or Hakron. It was Murkrow, which should only be found in Chengdu or Sinnoh. Wu Tong looked at the shiny Murkrow with a complicated expression. Although it was not Dratini, it was not bad. Although it was not Dratini, it was also a shiny Pokémon. Wu Tong quickly changed his mood. After all, every shiny Pokémon was important to him. And now he just happened to lack a Pokémon that could deal with aerial combat. The appearance of Murkrow just made up for some of his shortcomings. Hello, Murkrow, my name is Wu Tong. Wu Tong said to Murkrow with a kind smile. Ga. Murkrow felt a sense of intimacy from Wu Tong, so he flew directly to Wu Tong's shoulder and called out. It seems that this Murkrow is still very lively. Roar! Giant Dragonite called out, and then waved its claws at Murkrow. It seems that Giant Dragonite had already told Murkrow on the way here. Ga. Ga. Murkrow responded twice, and then pecked Wu Tong twice with its beak. It seems that it likes Wu Tong very much. Let go. Don't worry, Dragonite, I will take good care of it. Wu Tong vowed. The giant Dragonite nodded, then called to Murkrow twice and left. Wu Tong looked at the giant Dragonite leaving in a hurry and thought that the giant Dragonite was afraid that it would be reluctant to leave, so it left quickly. It seems that Dragonite has deep feelings for you. Wu Tong said to Murkrow on his shoulder. Hey! Murkrow shook his head in confusion, really? The giant Dragonite that left in a hurry showed a human smile, and finally sent this troublemaker away, so he would not be disturbed when sleeping in the future. Chapter 27. After the giant Dragonite left, Wu Tong and Murkrow looked at each other. Ga. Murkrow called out first, and then pecked Wu Tong's head gently. Let me see which ball is better for you to use as a nest. Wu Tong thought about it and took out a green and white pokeball with 5 water drop-shaped patterns on it. This is a friendship ball, which can quickly increase the intimacy with the captured Pokémon. Well, welcome to join, Murkrow. Wu Tong said and stretched out the pokeball to Murkrow. Looking at the pokeball stretched out, Murkrow shook his wings and dodged it directly. What's going on, how did he dodge it? Wu Tong looked at Murkrow in confusion. What was going on? Was this little guy going to play with him? Ga. Murkrow waved his wings at Wu Tong. Wu Tong, who had the power of Evergreen, felt Murkrow's provocative mood. Murkrow's meaning was very clear. Although I like you, you have to be able to catch me if you want to be my trainer. Interesting, it seems that you also have your principles. In this case, Swampert. Wu Tong shouted. Hulu. Hulu. Wu Tong responded with a snoring sound. You are still sleeping. Wu Tong said helplessly. Wu Tong looked at the duckbill baby again. Sure enough, it was still sleeping. It seemed that this cave was really suitable for sleeping. Alas, there is no way, Dream Demon, please. Wu Tong said helplessly to his shadow. Dream. The Dream Demon floated out of Wu Tong's shadow. It circled around Wu Tong and looked at Murkrow curiously. Ga. Murkrow cried out when he saw his opponent. Dream Demon, hypnosis. Wu Tong started hypnotizing without hesitation. Dream. The Dream Demon's eyes glowed, and waves of hypnotic waves shot at the Dark Crow. The Dark Crow looked at the hypnotic waves flying over and yawned artificially, and then when it was about to be hit, the dark crow flapped its wings to avoid the hypnosis. This dark crow likes to pretend. Wu Tong couldn't help saying when he saw the dark crow's appearance. Dream. The dream demon was a little angry when he saw the dark crow's artificial appearance. It is a dream demon that always plays tricks on others, how can it be played by others? Dream demon, curse. Since there is a ballistic skill that Murkrow can dodge, then use the skill that cannot be dodged to deal with it. The dream demon looked at Murkrow and made a strange sound, and then a light flashed in the dream demon's eyes. Murkrow was instantly enveloped by a feeling of discomfort. Gah! Murkrow looked at himself in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Dream demon, make it move, strange light. Wu Tong continued to command. Dream. The dream demon released a series of colorful twisted rays of light flying towards Murkrow. Gah! Murkrow temporarily ignored the discomfort of his body, and still dodged when he was about to be hit by the flying attack. It was just because of the curse that it was constantly hurt. This also made Murkrow a little irritable. Seeing Murkrow start to become impatient, Wu Tong knew it was almost time. At this time, Wu Tong also had a full observation of Murkrow. He took back the friend ball and replaced it with an orange poke ball with yellow circular patterns. It was the speed ball that had a bonus effect on capturing fast Pokémon. Go! Speed ball! Wu Tong shouted deliberately, and then threw the speed ball out while spinning. Gah! Although Wu Tong's strength was not small and the speed ball flew very fast, the speed was still very slow in the eyes of Murkrow. Murkrow confidently waited until the speed ball was very close to him before dodging. However, Murkrow, who thought he had easily dodged it, felt a pain in his chest and was immediately attracted to the speed ball. Although you are very fast, you are still a little young. Wu Tong picked up the speed ball and said. The speed ball shook twice in Wu Tong's hand, and then calmed down. Although Murkrow could still struggle out, it had been hit, so there was no need to continue, so it was honestly subdued. Although Murkrow was very fast, it liked to pretend to be stupid, and every time it dodged, it was in the same direction. Kind of. As Wu Tong, who often plays frisbees, floats and other throwing game props with various Pokémon, a spinning ball is not easy. Have a good rest inside. Wu Tong said to the speed ball, and then took out the Pokémon illustrated book. After all, Dark Crow's skills still need to be looked at. Put the speed ball at the scanning port of the Pokémon Pokédex, and the Pokémon Pokédex made a sound. Dark Crow, a dark Pokémon, is similar to a crow, with a black body and yellow beak and claws. The feathers on its head form a shape similar to a wizard's hat, and its tail is shaped like a broom. Once it finds something chasing it, it will lure the opponent. It will cause others to get lost in dark roads, so people believe that if they see its figure at night, something bad will happen. Master the skills: Bird Slam, Downwind, Peck, Fright, Rising Wind, Black Mist, Wing Attack. After seeing Murkrow's mastery of skills, Wu Tong was surprised. Murkrow not only inherited the divine Bird Slam, but even learned to follow the wind. Is this kind of talent worthy of being a cub that even a huge dragon would be reluctant to part with? Giant Quailosaurus, I'm not, I don't have it, don't talk nonsense, Sigma, Sigma. Wu Tong felt that this operation made a lot of money. Not only did he gain the friendship of the giant dragon, he also gained a very talented shining dark crow. After taking a look at the still sleeping Swampert and baby Duckbill, Wu Tong reluctantly took the two Pokémon back into their elf balls and embarked on the way back. Fortunately, there was only one way back without any forks, so Wu Tong arrived at the cave entrance smoothly. However, looking at the cave entrance blocked by stones, Wu Tong could only call out the marsh jumping fish. Numa. The bog leap fish was woken up and looked around in confusion. Why did I suddenly return to this cave entrance? Was I just dreaming? Don't be stupid, marsh leap fish, move the stone away, we are going back. Wu Tong said. Numa. Swamp leap fish nodded, and then pushed the boulder away. Wu Tong finally saw the light of day again. Because he could directly see the lighthouse, there was no need for the navigation duck to appear. Wu Tong successfully returned to the lighthouse. Wu Tong. You are finally back. Zhengui, who had been waiting for a long time, happily greeted Wu Tong when he saw her return. Xiao Tong, how are you? What did the giant dragon tell you? Zai asked curiously. Xiao Tong doesn't understand the words of the giant dragon. Xiao Tong, is the giant dragon fierce? Zioxia asked curiously after complaining about Xiaozai. Okay, don't hang around Xiao Tong like this. He just came back and let him take a rest. Xiao Gang said aloud. I have to say that Xiao Gang is quite reliable when there are no beautiful women present. Zhengui, Xiaozai and Zioxia also reacted and quickly asked Wu Tong to rest first. Wu Tong didn't feel too tired, but took out a stack of photos and handed them to Zhengui. The giant dragon was very cooperative and allowed me to take a lot of photos. You can take a look. Wu Tong said. Great. Is this the true face of the giant dragon? Zhengui took the photo and looked at it excitedly. That's great. I also want to see the giant dragon. Xiaozai said enviously. Stop dreaming, how could you have such an opportunity? Zioxia struck. However, she didn't know at this time that Xiaozai would meet countless mythical beasts and fantasy beasts in the future, and would become friends with many of them. Seeing Zhengui happily studying the photos of the giant dragon, Wu Tong shook his head. The best view had been picked out by the giant dragon himself. The rest are unwanted. However, Wu Tong did not attack him, but found an empty room to take a rest. It was already the afternoon of the second day, and Wu Tong decided to stay here for one night. The same goes for Xiaozai and his group, and since they all have the same destination, Dry Leaf City, they made an appointment to set off together the next day. After confirming that Wu Tong wanted to join the team temporarily, Zioxia immediately pulled Xiao Gang aside. Tell Xiao Gang very seriously, be sure and don't let Wu Tong or Xiaozai lead the way. Especially when the two start to compare and take turns leading the way, it will be very dangerous. Xiao Gang nodded in understanding. Although he didn't particularly believe that a person could be such a crazy person, seeing Zioxia's serious look, Xiao Gang was still prepared to believe it first. In the room, Wu Tong called out all his Pokémon for a simple meeting. Bogfish, Baby Duckbill, this is our new companion, the Dark Crow. Wu Tong said to the Bogfish and Baby Duckbill. Numa. Booby. Swampert and Baby Duck-billed fish together with Black. Merc Crow said hello. Ga. Merc Crow also waved its wings in response. Dream Monster, you also say hello. Wu Tong said to Dream Monster. Dream. Dream Monster cried and then got into Wu Tong's shadow. It seems that it is still upset about being teased by Merc Crow before. Sure enough, you can't easily mess with girls, even if they are female Pokémon. But speaking of it, except for Dream Monster, all other Pokémon are male. But this color scheme. Swampert is pink with some goose yellow embellishments. Merc Crow has pink and purple feathers, which are very pink. Except for the beak and feet, which are yellow, everything else is pink and purple. Even the pupils are pink, which can be said to be pink to the bones. Only the Duckbill baby, although it is now a darker orange-yellow, but it will also be pink after it evolves into Platypus and Platypus. Obviously, after each evolution, they all have a tough guy-style body shape, but the color is very pink. Is pink really the color of a macho man? If I go to a competition, will people say that a team with half of its members pink is effeminate? Wu Tong began to think wildly. On the other side, the Swampert, the Duckbill and Merc Crow have already fought each other. Merc Crow, come, I'll heal you. Wu Tong said to Merc Crow. Although Merc Crow was only attacked by the curse of the Dream Demon, the continuous damage of the curse will also cause Merc Crow's minor injuries to accumulate. So Wu Tong still has to heal it. After treating Merc Crow, Wu Tong used the power of Evergreen to sweep Merc Crow again, and also swept the Duckbill and Swampert on the side. To prevent the three Pokémon from having any hidden injuries that have not been discovered, affecting their future. After completing a series of operations, Wu Tong was also shrouded in sleepiness. After telling several Pokémon not to run around, Wu Tong fell directly on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. After a night, Wu Tong woke up early the next morning. He stretched and found himself surrounded by Pokémon. Swampert lay down next to Wu Tong, and Merc Crow lay beside Wu Tong's pillow. As for the Duckbill baby, it slept on the ground early because it was afraid of spontaneous combustion while sleeping, but it still found a place closest to Wu Tong to sleep. Seeing the appearance of several Pokémon, Wu Tong took them back into the Pokeball and walked out of the room. Wu Tong found that Xiao Gang had also gotten up at this time and started to prepare breakfast. He is worthy of being a man who aspires to be the best Pokémon breeder. With Xiao Gang cooking, Wu Tong was too lazy to do it, and ate the ready-made breakfast with Xiaozai and others. After saying goodbye to Zhengui, Tong and Xiaozai set off for Vermilion City. Although there was Xioxia's advance prevention, plus Xiaogong's cooperation from the side. However, in order to prove their road recognition skills, Tong and Xiaozai still competed for the position of the leader. Because of this, Tong and Xiaozai successfully got lost. The ability of Tong and Xiaozai to get lost is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It is just putting two ones together, from 1 to 11. The ability to get lost instantly broke through the limit. Although Xioxia and Xiaogang are better at recognizing the road than Tong and Xiaozai. But if the two people's road recognition skills are really high enough, they will not be lost often during their trip with Xiaozai. Just when the four people in the group became very embarrassed because of getting lost, the savior came out. Bubby. The duckbill baby was called out by Tong. As soon as he came out, the duckbill baby saw the embarrassed four people and the poor Pikachu. Duckbill baby, it's time to need you. Tong squatted down and patted the duckbill baby on the shoulder and said seriously. Because of that guy Xiaozai, we are lost. Now we need you to use your navigation duck ability to lead us to the right path. Tong said. What are you talking about? It's obviously because of you. Xiaozai retorted. Xiao Tong, are you sure that the duckbill baby is okay? Xioxia said with some worry. Yeah, don't rush to seek medical treatment. Xiaogang was also a little worried, after all, his master was such a road idiot. Bubby. After understanding the situation, the duckbill baby patted his chest and said that everything was left to it. The duckbill baby directly turned on the navigation duck mode and quickly arrived near the Vermilion City with a group of people. Chapter 28. After getting lost again and again, the god of navigation, Tong, finally couldn't stand it anymore and sent out the navigation duck under his seat, successfully leading Xiaozai and his party, who were favored by the god of getting lost, to Vermilion City. Tong held a small notebook and muttered while writing. What are you talking about? It's obviously because of you that we got lost. Xiaozai retorted without hesitation. Humph, you dare not admit your own mistakes? It's obviously because of you that I got lost. Tong put away the small notebook and said. It's obviously because of you too, okay. Heard the argument between Tong and Xiaozai, and Xioxia and Xiaogang shouted in unison. Fortunately, there is a duckbill baby. Xioxia touched the duckbill baby's head and said. Yes, if there is no duckbill baby, we may never reach Vermilion City. Xiaogang nodded and said. At this time, he also understood why Xioxia said that we must not let Tong or Xiaozai lead the way. Okay. Let's go to challenge the Vermilion Gym. Xiaozai said excitedly. Wait a minute. Xiaogang grabbed Xiaozai who was going to the Vermilion Gym. Look at Pikachu first. Xiaogang pointed at Pikachu lying on the ground and said. Xiaozai lowered his head after hearing it and found that Pikachu had collapsed on the ground. Although there was a navigation duckbill baby leading the way, because the few people got lost and deviated too much at the beginning. So they also trekked all the way for 2 days before reaching Vermilion City. Coincidentally, Tong and Xiaogong's reserve food was all used up, and there was no place to replenish it nearby. So the few people and Pikachu didn't eat properly. Let's go eat first. How can we challenge the gym on an empty stomach? Tong said. You are too useless. Challenging the gym requires the spirit of hunger. Xiaozai said loudly. However, as soon as Xiaozai finished speaking, his stomach made a gurgling sound representing hunger. Let's go to the Pokémon Center first. Xiaozai still lost to hunger and said. So several people came to the Pokémon Center in Vermilion City together. Tong and Xiaozai handed their Pokémon to Miss Joy. While waiting, a Rattata was pushed in from outside the door. What happened to that Rattata just now? It turned black. Xiaogang said strangely. This is the 15th one this month. Miss Joy sighed and said. Is it done by the owner of the Vermilion Gym? Tong asked. What? Why would a gym leader do such a thing? Xiaozai shouted immediately after hearing Tong's words. You are too loud, Xiaozai, it will disturb the patient's rest. Xioxia said to Xiaozai. Ah, sorry. Xiaozai apologized immediately. These are all sent here after they challenged the Vermilion Gym and were defeated by the Vermilion Gym leader, Mazishi. Miss Joy explained. Mazishi of the Vermilion Gym? Is he that powerful? Xiaozai couldn't help but say when he saw the rows of injured Pokémon. Of course, after all, Mazishi is a soldier. His Pokémon have been on the battlefield with him. Wu Tong said. However, the Reishu he is using to accept the challenge now should not be the Pokémon that went on the battlefield with him. Otherwise, basically no trainer can get the badge from him. Your Pokémon have recovered. Miss Joy heard a prompt sound and said. Wu Tong's 4 Pokeballs of different shapes, Zai's Pokeball and Pikachu were pushed over together. Pikachu was holding a fruit in his hand and chewing it happily. Pikachu! You've recovered. Let's go challenge the gym. Zai said to Pikachu. At this time, another wounded Pokémon was pushed in. That Pidgeot was also beaten badly. Zioxia said as she looked at Pidgeot who was pushed into the ward. Yeah, the leader of the Withered Leaf Gym was too heavy. Xiao Gang said. Wu Tong didn't know what to say after hearing what the two said. Why would 2 people who can be regarded as gym leaders have such naive ideas? It's strange for them to give badges out of sympathy. What should be done to those who defeated the gym and obtained the badges? Pikachu! Pikachu! Pikachu screamed in fear when he saw the miserable state of Pidgeot, and then began to shake his head. Why Pikachu? Pikachu! Zai asked. Pikachu! Pikachu called Zai twice. You ask me, it doesn't matter if I get beaten like it. Isn't it okay as long as I win? Zai said as a matter of course. Wu Tong was watching the interaction between Pikachu and Zai and fell into deep thought. How did Pikachu and Zai achieve barrier-free communication? I can't do this even with the power of Evergreen. Could it be that Zai's power of wave has actually awakened at this time? Or is this the unique tacit understanding between the male and female protagonists? You are right, Zai. Isn't it okay as long as we win? But before that, I hope we can have a meal first. Wu Tong patted Zai on the shoulder and said. After that, he gave Pikachu a look that said I can only help you up to this point. So several people went to have a meal together. Poor Pikachu still couldn't escape the fate of being burned by electricity. After the meal, they came to the Withered Leaf Gym. Okay. Let's go in. Zai said, looking at the gate with lightning patterns. Then he pushed the gate open with Pikachu and walked in. You are really full of energy. Wu Tong said and followed. Xia and Xiao Gang looked at each other and followed. Entering the gym, it was pitch black as usual, and a man and a woman appeared in front of Wu Tong and others. I am here to challenge the gym, I want to get the orange badge. Zai said to the two. Gym owner, another victim has come. The man turned around and shouted. Let me see. A tall and strong man who was estimated to be 2 meters tall walked out. Good, so tall. Xiao Gang said in shock. Is this person the gym owner of the gym? Zioxia also said in shock. I wonder if Ma Zishi can withstand the impact of the Swampert. Wu Tong's focus is different from that of ordinary people, looking at the strong Ma Zishi and said. Equals? After hearing Wu Tong's words, several people present looked at Wu Tong with a puzzled look. Welcome to Vermilion City, the challenger must be you, right? I can feel your powerful body hidden under your coat. Ma Zishi stared at Wu Tong and said. Although I am the challenger, please don't say it so philosophically. Also, this guy is also going to challenge the gym. Wu Tong pointed at Zai and said. Wu Tong did not refute what Ma Zishi said about the powerful body under the outer layer. After all, he is a blue boy with 6 abdominal muscles. After all, he is only 11 years old. How can it be so easy to train 8 abdominal muscles? Oh? This little baby is also going to challenge the gym. Ma Zishi looked at Zai and said, and rubbed Zai's head. I'm not a baby. I am Zai from Pallet Town. Zai opened Ma Zishi's hand and said. I call everyone who loses to me baby. The one next to you is Pikachu? It's indeed a baby, and even the Pokémon he uses are babies. Ma Zishi said when he saw Pikachu holding Zai and pushing him. What are you laughing at? What's wrong with Pikachu? Zai said angrily. Pika. Pikachu also let go of Zai's legs and shouted. Then I'll tell you. Go, Pokeball. Ma Zishi took out a Pokeball and said. Ma Zishi threw the Pokeball, a white light flashed, and a Reishu appeared on the field. Reishu stood in front of Pikachu, and his body, which was 2 circles larger than Pikachu, oppressed Pikachu. This is Reishu. Wu Tong took out the Pokémon illustrated book after seeing Reishu. Reishu, a rat Pokémon with electric attributes. It belongs to the evolution system of Pikachu. Its electric shock exceeds 100,000 volts, and even Indian elephants will faint if they are shocked. The long tail can protect itself like a ground wire, so even high-voltage electricity will not paralyze it. Pikachu and Reishu stared at each other and refused to give in. If you want to escape, do it now. Masashi mocked. Don't underestimate my Pikachu. Zai replied firmly. Masashi and Zai began to argue about the breeding method of Pokémon. It seems that the person who will fight in the first game has been determined. Come on, Zai. Wu Tong cheered Zai. Xiao Tong, is Zai okay? Zioxia said a little worriedly. Xiao Gang looked at Reishu on the side without saying anything, as if thinking about something. Of course there is a problem. To be honest, if Zai didn't find his advantage, he would definitely lose this time. Wu Tong said without hesitation. But this was the first time that Pikachu wanted to fight on his own initiative. In previous gym battles or other battles, Pikachu was still quite resistant. Hearing Wu Tong's words, then Zioxia also showed a worried expression. Several people followed Masashi to the battlefield. As the lights came on, a very ordinary field appeared. Masashi and Zai stood on each side. Reishu and Pikachu stood in the center of the field and stared at each other. Pikachu and Reishu's cheeks kept emitting electricity, and it was obvious that both Pokémon were ready for battle. Pikachu. Use electric shock. Zai took the lead in attacking. Reishu did not dodge and directly received a full electric shock. However, the electric shock Reishu had no reaction and even wanted to laugh. Reishu. Let it know what an electric trick is, use 100,000 volts. Masashi shouted. A dazzling lightning flashed from Reishu's body and hit Pikachu directly. Pika. Pikachu screamed in pain after being hit by 100,000 volts, and then lay on the ground with his eyes blank. Hurry up and let Pikachu come back. That Reishu's level is terrible, and the gap in electric skills is too big. Xiao Gang shouted. Come back, Pikachu. Zai shouted hurriedly after hearing Xiaogang's words. Pika. Pikachu stood up and shouted, indicating that he still wanted to continue fighting. Does Pikachu still want to continue fighting? Zioxia couldn't help but say. Pika. Pikachu shouted and stared at Reishu. Is your little pet quite motivated? Masashi mocked. Pika. Pikachu rushed towards Reishu with all his strength. Pikachu. Don't go. Zai couldn't help shouting loudly. Pets are pets after all, and ordinary skills can deal with it. Reishu, million-ton punch. Masashi commanded. Reishu's hand emitted light and hit Pikachu. Pika. Shoo. Pikachu roared, and his tail was covered with the color of steel. With a 360-degree spin in the air, the tail directly hit Reishu's fist. Sure enough, Pikachu is the trainer. Wu Tong muttered to himself when he saw Pikachu's appearance. I don't know who influenced Zai to intermittently forget the skills of his Pokémon. He had already taught Zai in Nibi City and let Pikachu learn Iron Tail. But when he fought Masashi, he still started with electric shock, really afraid of causing damage to the opponent. What is this? Masashi saw that Pikachu actually used its tail to tie with Reishu's million-ton punch. After all, the current understanding of steel type in the Kanto region is not very high. People with Masashi's personality will definitely not pay attention to these, even as a gym leader, it is normal for him not to know Iron Tail. Pikachu. Great, another Iron Tail. Zai saw that Pikachu successfully blocked Reishu's attack. Pika. Pikachu's tail was covered with steel color again, and it was thrown towards Reishu. Baby, you are still too naive, Reishu, 100,000 volts. Masashi commanded. Chew. Reishu burst out a dazzling lightning directly, ignoring the attacking Pikachu, and released lightning with all his strength. Pikachu's attack was hit by 100,000 volts before it hit. With bursts of black smoke, Pikachu fell to the ground again. It's a pity, if Zai had used the speed advantage of Iron Tail at the beginning, he would have had a chance to win. Wu Tong shook his head and said. Pikachu. Zai couldn't help shouting when he saw Pikachu falling to the ground. Zai quickly picked up Pikachu and ran away without looking back. Zioxia and Xiaogang also hurriedly chased after him. This scene is really a bit familiar. Wu Tong couldn't help but say as he watched Zai Zai and his group running away. It seems that Zai Zai also ran out of the Nibi Gym in Nibi City in this way. I don't know how many times Zai Zai has to run out like this before he can grow up. But isn't this too unfair to Pikachu? After all, although it was Zai Zai who ran away, it was Pikachu who was seriously injured every time. Wu Tong couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Pikachu when he thought of this. Aren't you going to see that baby? Ma Zishi asked when he saw that Wu Tong didn't leave. With Zioxia and Xiao Gang by his side, Zai Zai will be fine, and don't call him baby anymore, he's just too young and inexperienced. Wu Tong replied. Oh, then it seems that you want to challenge me directly? I don't know what your name is yet, the new baby. Ma Zishi said provocatively. My name is Wu Tong, from Viridian City, it doesn't matter, you won't call me baby after the battle. Faced with Ma Zishi's provocation, Wu Tong replied without getting angry. Then, call out your Pokémon, my Reishu is still very energetic. Ma Zishi waved at Wu Tong and said. Then I won't be polite, go, Swamp Leap Fish. Wu Tong called out Swamp Leap Fish directly. If Swamp Leap Fish hadn't evolved yet, Wu Tong might still hesitate, but the evolved Swamp Leap Fish has the ground attribute. Things like attribute restraint must be used if they can be used. Chapter 29. Seeing Wu Tong calling out a pink Pokémon, Ma Zishi couldn't help laughing. Oh, baby, your Pokémon looks very girly. Do you still like playing with Barbie dolls? Ma Zishi said with a smile. After hearing Ma Zishi's words, Wu Tong's eyes twitched. What could he do? The color of the Pokémon after the flash was not something he could control. Pink is the color of a tough guy. Swamp Leap. Rock Fall. Wu Tong shouted. Numa. A huge rock appeared out of thin air above Swamp Leap's head, and Swamp Leap raised its arms to catch the rock. Then the muscles bulged and threw it hard, and the rock hit Reishu. Reishu. Million-ton punch. Ma Zishi commanded. Shoo. A light appeared on Reishu's hand and he hit the boulder directly. The boulder, which was several times larger than Reishu, was broken into many small stones by Reishu's attack. Good skills, it seems that you are also very strong among babies. You are almost out of the level of baby. Ma Zishi said to Wu Tong. Your hobby is really a bad taste, Swamp Jumper. Water Wave. Wu Tong commanded. Numa. Swamp Jumper sprayed a series of circular water streams at Reishu. It's really a water Pokémon. Reishu, 100,000 volts. Let it see your lightning. Ma Zishi shouted. Shoo. Reishu's whole body exploded with lightning, and the dazzling lightning met Swamp Jumper's water wave. Reishu's 100,000 volts instantly penetrated the water wave and hit Swamp Jumper. You've been fooled, Swamp Fish, now. Hit. Wu Tong shouted. Hearing Wu Tong's order, Swamp Fish directly hit Reishu with all his strength, despite the 100,000 volts of Reishu. Seeing Swamp Fish rushing over, Reishu increased the power a little more, but Swamp Fish was not affected at all and hit Reishu hard. What? My Reishu's 100,000 volts has no effect. Ma Zishi said in disbelief. Swamp Fish. Rock crushing. Wu Tong did not explain but continued to let Swamp Fish attack. Numa. Swamp Fish rushed to Reishu again, clenched his claws into fists and hit Reishu. Reishu. Cheer up. Use a million-ton punch. Ma Zishi shouted hurriedly when he saw Reishu being knocked away again. Chew. Reishu stood up hard after landing, and his two small fists flashed with light and rushed towards Swamp Fish. Swamp Fish, return double. Wu Tong commanded calmly. Swamp Fish stood there with a rainbow glow on its body, waiting for Reishu's attack. Reishu rushed to Swamp Fish and punched it. Numa. Swamp Fish, who was attacked, showed a silly smile, and then punched Reishu. Chew. Reishu was hit back by double and flew backwards and fell in front of Ma Zishi. His eyes turned into mosquito coils and lost his ability to fight. It seems that I won. Wu Tong took back Swamp Fish and said. It's unbelievable. Ma Zishi covered his face with his hands and shouted. However, Ma Zishi recovered quickly and came to Wu Tong across the battlefield. Congratulations, winner Wu Tong, this is the proof of your victory over me, representing the orange badge of the Dead Leaf Gym. Ma Zishi took out a badge that looked a bit like a sunflower and handed it to Wu Tong. Thank you, Mr. Ma Zishi. Wu Tong accepted the badge and replied. Your Swampert should not only be a water type, but also a ground type, right? Masashi suddenly asked. Yes, Mr. Masashi, this should be the first time you see a Swampert. Wu Tong replied without hesitation. Ha ha ha, cunning boy, but I don't hate this kind of cunning, but I hope you don't ignore the training of strength. Your Swampert is very talented in strength. Masashi laughed twice and said. I will remember Mr. Masashi. Wu Tong nodded and said. I look forward to you being able to overwhelm me in strength in the future. Goodbye then. Masashi said and was about to leave. Wait a minute, Mr. Masashi. Wu Tong called Masashi. What's wrong? Masashi turned around and asked. Actually, I have something to ask Mr. Masashi. Wu Tong said to Masashi. Oh? What is it? Masashi asked with interest. The scene came to Zai's side. Just like in the anime plot, Pikachu refused to evolve and wanted to be Pikachu's identity to defeat Masashi Reisha to prove himself. The three members of Team Rocket who were eavesdropping outside the window were also moved by Pikachu, and they acted awkwardly to cheer on Zai and his team as they were preparing to challenge Masashi again. Although they were directly discovered by Zioxia, Zai and his team still accepted it happily. Zai and his team came to the Withered Leaf Gym again with high morale, opened the gym door, and the familiar man and woman appeared in front of them again. Baby, you came back so soon to be beaten. The man teased. I will definitely win this time. Zai said firmly. Really? But it's a pity that the gym owner is not here now. The woman on the side shrugged and said. What? Not here. Zai couldn't help shouting after hearing it. Pikachu on the side also shouted. After all, they came here with high morale, but the person was not there, which was really uncomfortable. Yes, your companion Wu Tong defeated the gym leader, and then he said something to the gym leader, and the two left. The man replied. I haven't seen Xiao Tong for a long time. Zai muttered to himself. Did Xiao Tong win? As expected, he is very strong. Xiao Gang nodded and said. Are you two focusing on the wrong thing? Shouldn't we first ask where Xiao Tong and Masashi went? Zioxia said helplessly. Pika. Pikachu nodded in agreement. The gym leader and his friends went to the beach in the harbor area of Vermilion City. If you want to find them, you can go there. The man directly told several people where Wu Tong and Masashi went. Thanks. Zai thanked him and ran out immediately. Why is this guy so impatient? Zioxia complained and chased after him. Xiao Gang nodded at the man and woman and chased after him. Vermilion City, on the beach in the harbor area. Although Masashi was still wearing the same clothes, the clothes that originally exposed his chest and abdominal muscles had been tied up neatly. Wearing a pair of sunglasses, Masashi put his hands behind his back and looked at Wu Tong and his Pokémon in front of him with a serious face. Are these your Pokémon? Masashi was a little surprised when he saw Wu Tong's Pokémon. Although it was the first time he saw Swampert, he knew the other two Pokémon. After all, Murkrow was in the neighboring Chengdu area, and he didn't know Swampert because the Hone area was far away. As for the Pokémon in the Chengdu area adjacent to the Kanto area, Masashi recognized it at a glance. However, the colors of Murkrow and Duckbill were obviously different from the ordinary ones. Is your Swampert also a shiny Pokémon? Masashi couldn't help asking. Yes, Mr. Masashi, my Pokémon are all shiny Pokémon. Wu Tong said without hiding it, after all, such things can't be hidden. What a magical guy, but even the shiny Pokémon won't help you in the future. I ask you again, are you sure you want to continue? Masashi shouted loudly. I'm sure. Wu Tong also shouted. Very good. Very energetic. Remember, call me instructor from now on. Do you understand? Masashi nodded and shouted. I understand. Instructor Masashi. Wu Tong replied. What about the response of your Pokémon? Are they all dumb? Masashi was not satisfied and continued to shout. Numa. Bubby. Ga. Hearing Masashi's roar, Swampert, Duckbill and Murkrow were shocked and immediately responded loudly. Chew. Reisha beside Masashi also shouted in response, but judging from its state, it should have been used to it. After the battle with Masashi, Wu Tong asked Masashi to train himself and his Pokémon. Because Wu Tong felt that his body was not strong enough, after all, Swampert was obedient and did not hit him. But if Swampert forgot about it and threw himself into his arms, it would be over. So in order to prevent it, Wu Tong decided to make his body stronger. And the tall and muscular Ma Zishi was a ready-made teacher. Another reason was that Wu Tong wanted to learn Ma Zishi's method of training Pokémon. Don't think that Ma Zishi's Raichu was defeated by Zai and Pikachu and think he is weak. You should know that Ma Zishi evolved Raichu on the day he captured it, and then mastered all the thunder skills. Although this sounds very ordinary, you should know that this is not in the game, but in the real world. In the game, as long as you evolve or reach a high enough level, you can directly learn skills. But in reality, it is not like this. Although there is a level judgment, the level judgment in reality is very vague, and it only roughly determines the strength of the Pokémon. In the real world, skills are not so easy to acquire. In addition to directly purchasing expensive skill learning machines, you can only learn skills through training or teaching. Of course, sometimes Pokémon will suddenly understand skills when their own strength is sufficient, but such skills also need to be trained to exert their power. For example, Swampert has just learned the Ram and Rockfall. This is also because Swampert is very proficient in the two skills of Ram and Rockfall, and it has enough strength to learn. Thinking about this, looking at Ma Zishi again, he can let the newly evolved Raichu learn all the electric skills. He is simply a master of skill training, right? Therefore, Wu Tong also wants to learn how Ma Zishi trains Pokémon. Although Ma Zishi himself may not know how he did it. Very good, remember, keep this state. Now, Wu Tong, take off your shoes and take your Pokémon to run 20 laps around the beach to warm up. Remember, do not let both feet leave the beach at the same time. Ma Zishi shouted. Report to Instructor Ma Zishi. What should I do with Murkrow? Wu Tong did not run laps directly, but asked. After all, it is somewhat difficult for Murkrow to run. Half the number of Murkrows. Run 10 laps. Go. Ma Zishi said mercilessly. Understood. Instructor Ma Zishi. Wu Tong replied and started running around the beach with his Pokémon. Hey! Murkrow on the side was speechless, bullying the bird. However, seeing that his trainer had no intention of helping him, Murkrow could only bite the bullet and start running. Murkrow, who was originally proud of his speed, was pulled far away by Wu Tong, Swampert and Duckbill while running. Ga! Ga! Seeing the trainer getting farther and farther away from him, Murkrow could only run with tears in his eyes. What else could he do with the trainer he chose? Ma Zishi just stood there and watched Wu Tong running with his Pokémon. Raichu, you also run behind them. If there is a slow one, let him know what 100,000 volts is. Forget about Murkrow. It will be fine if it can run 10 laps. Ma Zishi said to the Raichu beside him. Shoo! Shoo! Raichu pointed at Swampert and asked what to do with the guy who was not afraid of electricity. If it is not afraid of electricity, use the million-ton punch or million-ton kick. In short, don't let it slow down. Ma Zishi said. Shoo! Raichu nodded and chased after it after hearing it. Ga! Murkrow, who was running hard, couldn't help but shout when he saw Raichu easily surpassing him and catching up with the front. However, Raichu soon saw 100,000 volts at the Duckbill baby who was running at the end. Immediately, Murkrow felt that there was nothing wrong with running at the end. Wu Tong ran on the beach with Swamp Jumper and Duckbill baby. At first, Wu Tong thought it was not difficult, but after running, he found that it was not what he imagined. Running on the sand was very uncomfortable, and there was no foothold like on flat ground. Moreover, Ma Zishi required that both feet could not leave the beach at the same time, which was simply an outrageous requirement. Duckbill baby tried his best to follow Wu Tong and Swamp Jumper with his short legs. It was just the sand and his short legs that made Duckbill baby fall further and further behind. Just when Duckbill baby was about to run slowly, a lightning bolt hit Duckbill baby. The sand was directly blown up by the lightning and splashed all over Duckbill baby. Duckbill baby looked back in horror and found that Raichu was following behind. Seeing Raichu showing a smirk, Duckbill baby immediately understood what was going to happen. He struggled to run with his short legs and chased after him. Chew! Raichu seemed to have found fun, and kept forcing the Duckbill baby with 100,000 volts. Bubby! The Duckbill baby shouted and exerted his potential to catch up with Wu Tong and Swampert. Duckbill baby, how did you catch up suddenly? Wu Tong was a little surprised to see the Duckbill baby suddenly catch up, but a lightning bolt hit him halfway through his words. What's going on? Wu Tong couldn't help shouting, looking back, and saw Reisha with a smirk. Damn it! Mazishi, this guy actually increased the difficulty. Wu Tong had to increase his speed. The Swampert on the side didn't care at all. A ground-type Pokémon, was not afraid at all. Electricity. Swampert simply ran at full speed. However, when Reisha caught up with it, it regretted it. Seeing Swampert slowing down, Reisha was very happy. This was a chance for revenge. Reisha didn't hesitate and directly kicked with 1,000,000 tons. You ask why he didn't use a heavy punch? Because it's not as fun to hit with a fist as it is to kick with a foot. Boss, are you looking for me? A hoarse female voice appeared in Mazishi's ears. Hey, Zayakui, you came quickly. I met an interesting little guy. Mazishi greeted and continued to look at Wu Tong and his Pokémon who were chased by Reishu. I told you not to call me Zayakui. A woman with short white hair, dark skin, and muscles said helplessly. But she was still very interested in the interesting little guy that Mazishi mentioned. Chapter 30. Wu Tong ran on the beach with all his strength. That was his youth that would eventually pass away. Ahem, no, that was because of the 100,000 volt electric shock of Reisha behind him. At this time, he no longer cared about the fact that both feet could not leave the sand at the same time. He just didn't want to be electrocuted. The duck-billed baby on the side was also running hard. Its short legs were burning with flames because of its eagerness. As for the swamp jumper, it was the easiest one. Although its speed was not fast, its endurance was still good. Boss, is that little guy the one you said? Biscois said as he looked at Wu Tong who was chased by Reishu. Yes, it's a very interesting little guy, a little cunning, but also very bold. Mazishi replied. Really? What did he do? Why did he let you train him like this? Biscois asked curiously. He asked me to train him, and didn't you notice? All of this little guy's Pokémon are shiny. Although it doesn't prove anything, it's very interesting, isn't it? Mazishi continued. He asked the boss to train him? Then I have to say that this little guy is really brave. Biscois said with deep understanding. You should know that as Mazishi's adjutant, she can be said to be trained by Mazishi. She has a deep understanding of how outrageous Mazishi's training methods are. This little guy said that he hopes to be able to withstand the collision of his Pokémon, so he wants a stronger physique, so this little guy is handed over to you, a free sandbag, I think you will like it. Mazishi said. Boss, your gift is really subtle. This little guy looks like he is only in his teens. It doesn't seem good to use him as a sandbag. Biscois said seriously. Xiaoquei, you won't find a boyfriend if you don't have a sense of humor. I'm just kidding. Wu Tong will be trained. I'm more interested in training his Pokémon. Mazishi looked at Biscois strangely and said. Boss, please don't interfere with my private life. I'll have a boyfriend when I need one. Biscois said with a clear blush on her wheat-colored face. Wu Tong's physical strength is not bad. Although he didn't leave the beach with both feet, it's not bad to run 20 laps under the pressure of Reishu. Mazishi said as he looked at Wu Tong who collapsed on the ground after running 20 laps. Boss, you actually brought up that outrageous request again? It's impossible to run without both feet off the ground at the same time. Biscois couldn't help but say. Okay, go take Wu Tong away. I'm going to see how his Pokémon will is. Mazishi said and walked towards Wu Tong. Stand up. How can you lie down just to warm up? Mazishi shouted at Wu Tong on the ground. Yes. Instructor Mazishi. Wu Tong stood up immediately after hearing Mazishi's voice. Wu Tong can proudly say that willpower is the only thing he thinks he can show off. After all, he is a man who did not sleep for 7 consecutive days and nights and kept brushing Flash until he died suddenly. Next, I will let you and your Pokémon train separately. Of course, if you are worried, you can stop now. Mazishi said. After hearing Mazishi's words, Wu Tong thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. After all, this is the world view of anime, and Mazishi is not a third cadre of the rocket team. As a serious gym owner, even if his personality is a little strange, he is not a bad person. It is impossible to rob his Pokémon. Very good, then someone else will be your instructor next. Zayakui, come and meet your students. Mazishi greeted Biscois. Hello, my name is Biscois. Biscois came over and introduced herself. Hello, I am Wu Tong from Tokiwa City. Wu Tong responded. Okay, I'll leave Wu Tong to you. As for your Pokémon, I hope they have enough willpower. Masashi said with a bright smile. You must be obedient and train well. Wu Tong said to his Pokémon. Ga. Murkrow, who had just finished running 10 laps, called out in confusion after hearing Wu Tong's words. What's going on? I just finished running, are you bullying Crow? Ga. Murkrow called out to the duckbill baby a few times. Murkrow said, we are both crows, how can you not help me? Bubby? Bubby. The duck-billed baby shook his head directly. We are not the same duck at all, and I have a duck-billed mouth, not a real duck. I am at most a platypus. Okay, you guys follow me, Reishu, it's time to train. Masashi said and left with Wu Tong's Pokémon. So, you want to be able to withstand the random collision of your Pokémon, right? Biscois asked. That's right, Instructor Biscois. Wu Tong replied happily. Then you want to enhance your ability to withstand blows, in that case, follow me. Biscois waved to Wu Tong and walked in the opposite direction of Masashi. Wu Tong followed without hesitation. Following Biscois, Wu Tong came to a vacant lot on the outskirts of Vermilion City. This vacant lot was obviously transformed and there were various simple training equipment nearby. And in the center of the vacant lot, a square field was drawn with white powder. Come on! Biscois walked into the venue without saying any more nonsense and waved to Wu Tong. Wu Tong swallowed his saliva, as if he knew what he was going to face. I am the patron of Evergreen Forest once every 10 years. Today, either I lie on the ground or she carries me back. Wu Tong gritted his teeth and walked up. Wu Tong's sandbag journey began. On the other side, Zai and his group came to the beach in the harbor area of Vermilion City but ran away empty-handed. At this time, Wu Tong and his Pokémon were taken away for training. So Zai and his group, who came a step late, did not see anyone, but only saw the pits left on the beach. That was because of the traces left by Wu Tong and his Pokémon running and Reishu's 100,000 volts. We won't be deceived, right? There is nothing here at all. Zai couldn't help but say. It is obvious that Xiao Tong and Masashi left. You look at the traces on the ground, it seems that there was a fierce battle. Xiao Gang analyzed. What? Did Xiao Tong defeat Masashi and be brought here by Masashi to be killed? Zioxia couldn't help but guess. Pika. Pikachu called out and pointed in a direction and ran over. Pikachu. Zai saw Pikachu suddenly run and hurriedly followed. Zioxia and Xiao Gang looked at each other and followed. You are so weak. You are not even qualified to be a sandbag. Biscois said as he looked at Wu Tong who collapsed on the ground in embarrassment. Wu Tong, who collapsed on the ground, didn't even have the strength to reply. A person who may have been on the battlefield more than once, fought with him, an 11-year-old child. He didn't hold back at all, even if Wu Tong had the invincible physique of the super rookie Zai. Pika. A Pikachu suddenly ran out from the nearby bushes. After seeing Wu Tong, Pikachu shouted happily. Following Pikachu was the protagonist team, Zai and his 3 companions. Masashi? Turned into a woman. Zai couldn't help shouting after seeing Biscois standing and Wu Tong lying on the ground. Stupid. It's obviously not one person. Zioxia couldn't help but punched Zai on the head and said. Excuse me, but can you tell us what happened? Why is Xiao Tong lying there so embarrassedly? Xiao Gang, the oldest in the team, asked. Are you Wu Tong's friends? I'm the adjutant of Masashi, the boss. He asked me to help train this little guy. But he is much weaker than I thought. Biscois relaxed and said. Wu Tong, who had no strength to speak, could only lie on the ground and cry silently in his heart. Regret, very regretful, why did he find Masashi to train himself? So that's the case, then what about Masashi? I want to challenge him. Zai immediately ignored Wu Tong and asked. Boss Masashi has gone to train Wu Tong's Pokémon. He should be back at the gym at night. Then we can go fight him. Okay, stop pretending to be dead on the ground. You should be able to move now with your physical fitness. Biscois kicked Wu Tong lying on the ground and said. It seems that we should not disturb them. Zai, let's go. Xiao Gang said to Zai. Really, Xiao Tong, you have to work hard. Zai shouted to Wu Tong. Come on. Zioxia also waved and left with Zai and Xiao Gang. Wu Tong could only watch them leave with tears in his eyes. He wished they could stay for a few more minutes so that he could rest. Pika. Pikachu looked at the embarrassed Wu Tong and called out, as if asking Wu Tong if he was okay. Oh? Little guy, do you want to train with me too? Bisquiz. Seeing that Pikachu hadn't left, he asked. Pika. Pika. Pikachu immediately shook his head violently, and then ran to catch up with Zai. Wu Tong had no choice but to get up and continue to play the role of an incompetent sandbag. It lasted until the evening, and Bisquix finally let Wu Tong go. After being told by Bisquix to continue tomorrow morning, Wu Tong dragged his tired body and staggered back to the Vermilion Gym with Bisquix. In the Vermilion Gym, Mazishi's two followers saw the embarrassed Wu Tong and Bisquix and instantly understood what was going on, and immediately looked at Wu Tong with the eyes of a warrior. For the convenience of narration, let's call these two followers Ajin and Akyong. Akyong took Wu Tong to the lounge in the Vermilion Gym very considerately to let him rest. And Ajin went to Mazishi to tell him that Wu Tong was back. After all, Wu Tong's Pokemon was still with Mazishi. Wu Tong collapsed on the bed in the room. After a while, Ajin came to Wu Tong with Wu Tong's Pokemon. Numa. Bubby. Ga. The three Pokemon burst into tears immediately after seeing Wu Tong and rushed to Wu Tong. Hey! What's wrong with you? It's so cold. Hey! It's so hot. Duckbill baby, please be more restrained. Ouch! Murkrow. Don't peck me so hard. Wu Tong, who was surrounded by three Pokemon, couldn't help shouting. It seems that these three little guys have also experienced the cruel training of Mazishi. Wu Tong finally calmed down Swamp Leap, Duckbill baby and Murkrow. But the intensity of your training today must be very high, so there should be no problem. Come, Swamp Leap, lie on the bed first. Wu Tong waved to Swamp Leap and said. Numa. Swamp Leap called out in confusion and then lay down on the bed obediently. I haven't done it for a long time. I don't know if my hands are rusty. Swamp Leap, hold on. Wu Tong said as he pressed his hands on Swamp Leap. Numa. Swamp Leap was confused at first, then felt a pain, and then a numb feeling. Soon, the pain took over, but every time the pain faded, the feeling of comfort made Swamp Leap intoxicated again. Bubby. Hey! Duckbill baby and Murkrow looked at Swamp Leap with shock, who was shouting and still had a comfortable expression on his face. After a strict 15 minutes, Wu Tong let go of Swamp Leap and pushed the limp Swamp Leap to the side. Next, Murkrow. Wu Tong thought about it and said to Murkrow. After all, Wu Tong was also afraid that Duckbill baby would accidentally combust. So he could only put Duckbill baby at the end. As for what Wu Tong is doing, it is one of the secret skills passed down from his grandparents since the opening of the breeding house, the Pokemon massage technique. Use top secret techniques to perform all-round massages for Pokemon of different sizes. However, this kind of massage is often accompanied by severe pain, but after the severe pain, there will be an irresistible feeling of comfort. In addition, Wu Tong has the power of Changpan. Integrating the power of Changpan into the massage technique, it can be said that if there is a massage world, Wu Tong's current strength is definitely at the Emperor level. Of course, if you have undergone high-intensity training or fighting beforehand, the pain will be reduced. This is also the reason why Wu Tong gave his Pokemon a massage for the first time. After all, he was afraid that they could not bear that kind of pain. After 40 minutes of Pokemon screaming, Swampert, Duckbill and Murkrow lay there neatly, with a look of comfort on their faces. It seems that the technique is not rusty. Wu Tong moved his body and said to himself. Dream Demon baby, do you want a full body massage after a long absence? Wu Tong said to his shadow. However, the Dream Demon hiding in the shadow as a homegirl did not react at all. Wu Tong shook his head with a lack of interest when he saw this state. There was no way, after all, the Dream Demon did not seem to like Pokemon massage. Although after each massage, the Dream Demon would lie on Wu Tong with an expression that was about to melt. It seems that the time is about the same. Zai should also come to challenge Mazishi, which means that the three idiots are also nearby. Wu Tong looked at the sky outside and said to himself. After thinking for a moment, Wu Tong left the three limp Pokemon and walked out of the room. He wanted to try something. Chapter 31. The two of them were fighting, but the two sides were still fighting. Wu Tong walked out of the room and heard a sound coming from the direction of the battlefield. Has the fight started? Wu Tong said to himself, and then walked outside the Vermilion Gym. After walking around the Vermilion Gym, Wu Tong found the three members of Team Rocket lying on the wall and peeking. Come on! Pikachu! Musashi said. That's right. If you lose, our position will be very embarrassing. Kojiro nodded and agreed. You two are too loud, meow. Meow meow said to Kojiro and Musashi while standing on a wooden box. Ah! Come on! Pikachu! Little imp, command well, meow. Perhaps because Zai and Pikachu were at a disadvantage, the rocket trio shouted together. You three are really not afraid of being discovered at all. Do you think it's better for me to knock you away or for you to be knocked away? Wu Tong walked behind the rocket trio and said. What? Who dares to be so bold? Dare to say that we will be knocked away by the rocket team? The rocket trio replied in unison after hearing Wu Tong's words. Then the three saw Wu Tong walking slowly. The rocket trio trembled when they saw Wu Tong coming over. They remembered that they were knocked away by Wu Tong several times, and the rocket trio immediately became weak. Don't come over. We didn't do anything bad today. Musashi said in the toughest tone. That's right. We are here to cheer for Little Imp and Pikachu. Kojiro also said. You two are so embarrassing, meow. Meow meow said to the two who had become cowardly. It's because I know that you three didn't do anything bad that I didn't beat you three up directly. Wu Tong said to the noisy three people. What, you made us so scared? Musashi said with relief when he saw that Wu Tong didn't mean to beat them up. That's right, I'm sweating. Kojiro nodded and agreed. I said, are you two too naive, meow. Meow meow couldn't help saying as he looked at Musashi and Kojiro who had relaxed. I said, are you three performing manzai for me? If you don't behave properly, I'll beat you up directly. Wu Tong couldn't help saying when he heard the three people quarreling non-stop. After hearing what Wu Tong said, the three members of Team Rocket immediately became honest and looked at Wu Tong together to know what he wanted to do. It's strange to say that every time the three members of Team Rocket faced Wu Tong, they always felt like a mouse seeing a cat or a sheep seeing a wolf, a feeling of being suppressed in the food chain. It's very simple for me to find you. Are you interested in changing your boss? How about leaving Team Rocket and working for me? Don't look at me like this, I'm actually very rich. Wu Tong threw out an olive branch and said. After all, the three members of Team Rocket are really super talents as long as they don't do bad things. It can be said that they can do everything. Wu Tong even suspects that if Zai and Pikachu accidentally go to outer space, they can even tinker with rockets to fly to outer space and become a real Team Rocket. I think you have great potential. You are actually not doing well in Team Rocket. As long as you work for me, I can give you super high salary and treatment. How about it? Are you interested? So no matter whether it succeeds or not, Wu Tong must try it. After hearing what Wu Tong said, the three members of Team Rocket were stunned. After all, it was the first time someone said these words to them. However, the three members of Team Rocket looked at each other after just a few seconds, and found that each other's eyes were unexpectedly firm. Although I don't know what you like about us. Musashi said first. But we still have to thank you. After all, it's the first time someone wants to actively recruit us. Kojiro continued. We will not betray Boss Sakaki, meow. So don't say that anymore, meow. Meow meow firmly rejected Wu Tong's proposal. Seeing the determination of the rocket trio, Wu Tong felt sorry for it. Sakaki's personality charm is really strong. Although these three guys often do stupid things, they are unexpectedly firm when needed. The rocket trio is also ready to be beaten. After all, they rejected Wu Tong's recruitment without hesitation. If Wu Tong gets angry and attacks them directly, it is not impossible. Forget it, remember not to do bad things, otherwise I will beat you directly. However, the imagined attack did not appear, Wu Tong just waved his hand. And left. Gone. Musashi was relieved to see Wu Tong leave. Didn't he attack us? Kojiro couldn't help but say when he saw Wu Tong leave. Maybe he just wanted to confuse us, meow, but meow I don't think he's that kind of person, meow. Meow said as he looked at Wu Tong who was leaving. Wu Tong didn't feel bad because he failed to recruit the rocket trio. After all, Wu Tong was just trying it out and didn't have much hope. Back in the Vermilion Gym, the battle between Ma Zishi and Zai Zai was coming to an end. Perhaps it was because he used too much electricity when chasing Wu Tong and the others during the day. So when he fought Zai Zai at night, he couldn't use electric skills very early. Zai Zai, with Xiaogong's reminder, began to use Pikachu's speed to fight guerrilla warfare with Reishu. Finally, he found an opportunity to successfully defeat Reishu. Oh, my god! I lost twice in one day. Ma Zishi couldn't help but say when he saw Reishu lying on the ground in a familiar posture, covering his forehead. Great, Pikachu! We won! Zai Zai picked up Pikachu and said happily. Pika! Pikachu was also very happy. Congratulations, Zai Zai from Pallet Town, this is the proof that you defeated me, the orange badge representing Vermilion City. Ma Zishi said and took out a badge and handed it to Zai Zai. Chew! Reishu, who woke up, also clapped his two little paws to congratulate Zai Zai and Pikachu. Congratulations, Zai Zai, and congratulations, Pikachu. Wu Tong also congratulated Zai Zai and Pikachu. Xiao Tong? You are back alive. Zai Zai blurted out after seeing Wu Tong. What do you mean I am back alive? Have I been fine all the time? Wu Tong replied directly. But you were lying on the ground and couldn't move in the afternoon. Zai Zai continued. Hearing Zai Zai's words, Wu Tong remembered the time when he was a sandbag for biscuits, and couldn't help but feel a headache. Okay, don't mention that scary thing. Since you have finished the challenge, let's continue. Wu Tong said. It's dark outside. I want to sleep in the bed. Zioxia said. Yes, it's very dangerous to travel at night. You may encounter some strange things. Xiao Gang lowered his head slightly and said with a gloomy face. I feel a little tired too. Let's rest here for a night and leave tomorrow. Zai Zai also agreed. Pika. Pikachu just wants to have a good rest now. Wu Tong, do you want to run away? The training in the evening is about to start. Xiaokui will be here soon. Ma Zishi patted Wu Tong on the shoulder and said. Ha ha ha, Instructor Ma Zishi, you are joking. How can I run away? Wu Tong felt the pressure and said. Ha 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 ha. That's good, but it is important to supplement nutrition before training. Let's go. I will take you to taste the nutritious meals of our Dead Leaf Gym. Ma Zishi said with a smile. After that, Ma Zishi directly put his arm around Wu Tong's shoulders and took him to the restaurant of the Vermilion Gym. Wu Tong couldn't help but turn around and signaled Zai Zai, Zioxia, and Xiao Gang with his eyes to save him. However, these three guys did not hesitate to sell out their teammates. The three of them turned their heads away tacitly, pretending not to see Wu Tong's eyes. Wu Tong could only look at Pikachu again, but Pikachu was also stunned when he saw Wu Tong looking at it, and then fell to the ground in a pretentious manner, looking exhausted. These guys are disloyal. Wu Tong couldn't help but say. What's wrong, Wu Tong, what are you talking about? Ma Zishi heard Wu Tong's voice and asked. No, nothing. Wu Tong shook his head quickly to indicate that he didn't say anything. Arriving at the cafeteria of the Vermilion Gym, Wu Tong saw that his Pokémon had already arrived in the cafeteria in advance. It is estimated that Ajin or Akyong went to his room to find him and found that only his Pokémon were there, so he brought them here. But at this time, Wu Tong's Pokémon were all looking at the food in front of them with a tangled look on their faces. Wu Tong came to his Pokémon and saw that they all had a plate in front of them. There were different foods on the plate, but they all looked very good. However, Wu Tong keenly discovered that things were not that simple, because Swampert, Duckbill and Murkrow all looked at the food with complicated expressions. And each of them had a little less food. It seemed that they all took a bite, but for some reason they didn't continue to eat. Swampert. It's understandable that Wu Tong and the Duckbill baby were not used to the food of the Withered Leaf Gym because they were used to the food they made. But Murkrow had the same expression, which was very intriguing. After all, Wu Tong had never cooked for it. How is it? Does our food look good? Ma Zishi patted Wu Tong on the shoulder and said. Yes, it looks good. Wu Tong nodded and said. After all, these foods do look nutritionally balanced and delicious. Okay, you also have one, remember to finish it. Ma Zishi said and went to eat. Wu Tong looked at Ma Zishi, then looked at his Pokémon, and finally couldn't help but bring back a meal out of curiosity. Sitting next to his Pokémon, Wu Tong tried to take a bite. After taking a bite, Wu Tong's face became as tangled as that of Swampert and the others. Because these foods can't be said to be unpalatable, but they are not at all delicious. What's more amazing is that the taste of these foods is actually the same. They all have a kind of floury but slightly glutinous texture. Wu Tong ate the food with gritted teeth, and told Swampert and the others to eat it all. Swampert, Duckling, and Murkrow saw that their trainers had eaten it all, so they couldn't refuse, and followed Wu Tong to eat all the food on their plates. After eating, Wu Tong was taken away by Bisquis, while Swampert, Duckling, and Murkrow followed Ma Zishi like warriors who wanted to go to the execution ground. The next day, after being a sandbag for a night, Zai and his 3 friends and Pikachu came to Wu Tong to set off together. Wu Tong felt that he was finally going to get out of the sea of suffering. However, Ma Zishi and Bisquis appeared behind Wu Tong at the same time, and each of them pressed Wu Tong's shoulder. "Hey, Xiao Tong, where are you going?" Bisquis said first. "Wu Tong, your training class is not over yet. Isn't this Zai? Do you want to train together?" Ma Zishi said kindly. I. Wu Tong said I twice, not knowing what to say, and could only look at Zai and his friends for help. However, seeing the current situation, since they tacitly expressed that Wu Tong should train hard, they did not disturb him and left quickly. Wu Tong felt that his only hope was shattered as he watched Zai and his friends leave quickly. In this way, Wu Tong conducted a week of high-intensity training. Wu Tong gradually changed from a sandbag to a sandbag that can withstand beatings. From lying on the ground for half a day and unable to move, he became able to stand up after a day of beatings. And the Swampert, Duckling, and Murkrow were all visibly bigger. Wu Tong found that although the food in the Dead Leaf Gym tasted strange, it could make Pokémon stronger. Wu Tong even wanted to try to steal the skills from the kitchen, but he was already indebted to Ma Zishi for training him. It was not good to go to the kitchen to peek at the secrets of other people's food. So what Wu Tong could do was to let Swampert, Duckbill, and Murkrow eat as much as possible in the next few days. Wu Tong himself also let go and showed off his food crazily. Although the effect on him was not as obvious as that on Swampert, Wu Tong clearly felt that his muscles were thicker. No wonder both Ma Zishi and Bisques had thick tendon meat. It seems that this food also has a lot to do with it. Of course, these are just the side effects of the 7-day training. At the end of the 7th day, Ma Zishi was finally ready to let Wu Tong go and let him continue his journey. Perhaps to affirm the efforts of Wu Tong and his Pokémon, Ma Zishi gave him a boat ticket. It is said to be an admission ticket to a luxury cruise ship. Ma Zishi and Bisques have no interest in such things. After all, Ma Zishi was a major in the Air Force. How could he be interested in a luxury cruise ship? So he gave it to Wu Tong. Wu Tong thought it was better to take it than not, so he took the boat ticket and said goodbye to Ma Zishi and Biscois and headed for the harbor area of Pewter City. On the way, Wu Tong used the Pokémon Encyclopedia to check the skills of Swampert, Duckbill, and Murkrow. All 3 Pokémon learned a new skill. Swampert learned Turbid Flow, Duckbill learned Smoke Spray, and Murkrow surprised Wu Tong the most, because it actually learned Brave Bird Attack. Wu Tong couldn't help but sigh at Ma Zishi's strength. Because the harbor area was a clear target, Wu Tong found the harbor area without getting lost. At the same time, he also saw a huge cruise ship parked at the port. With the help of the ship, Wu Tong got on the cruise ship. "Welcome sir to the St. Anne's, have a good time," a waiter said to Wu Tong and continued to greet other guests. "What? St. Anne's?" Wu Tong couldn't help but said after hearing the waiter's words. There was no way, after all, Zai and his group left a week ago. Could it be that the group of guys were lost nearby for a week? Chapter 32. It was Wu Tong's first time to take such a luxurious cruise ship, and he couldn't help but wander around the cruise ship out of curiosity. When Wu Tong arrived at the cruise ship, it was about to start. So there were already countless people on the cruise ship. Faced with this noisy and complex environment, Wu Tong's beast-like instinct felt a hint of danger. "Come out, Duckbill baby!" Wu Tong directly called out the navigation god Duckbill baby. After being trained by Ma Zishi, the Duckbill baby can already control the fire attribute energy attracted to him. As long as he doesn't completely lose consciousness or his emotions fluctuate greatly, the Duckbill baby will not spontaneously combust. So even in such a crowded place, Wu Tong dared to call the Duckbill baby out with confidence. "Duckbill baby, I feel it's very dangerous here, remember to follow me," Wu Tong said to the Duckbill baby seriously. He really felt the danger, and he was not afraid of getting lost in the cruise ship. That's right, he was not afraid of getting lost. The super sensible duckbill baby saw Wu Tong's appearance, and looked at the situation nearby, and instantly understood what he was going to do. A small claw directly grabbed Wu Tong's trouser leg, indicating that he would never let go of the claws casually. Seeing the duckbill baby's appearance, Wu Tong began to wander inside the cruise ship with confidence. The entire cruise ship seemed like a large gathering, with snacks, clothes, small decorations, and various small items. The trainers were also exchanging their experiences in cultivating Pokémon. Of course, most of them were showing off their Pokémon. Of course, there were also many trainers fighting, and Wu Tong was itching to find a trainer to practice his actual combat skills. Just when Wu Tong was looking for a target, an uncle called Wu Tong. "Wait a minute, little brother over there." Wu Tong looked over after hearing the voice. An uncle with a white cloth tied on his head was waving at Wu Tong. "Are you calling me?" Wu Tong looked around and asked. Yes, little brother, I have something good here," the uncle said pretentiously. Wu Tong became interested after hearing what the uncle said, and walked to the uncle to see what the good thing he was talking about was. When he came to the uncle, Wu Tong saw a big fish tank next to the uncle, and there was a very energetic Magikarp swimming in the fish tank. "Uncle, don't tell me that this Magikarp is the good thing you said." Wu Tong remembered what this uncle did. He was the liar uncle who used Magikarp to cheat Kojiro of 30,000. It seems that he has not cheated Kojiro yet, but he has seen himself first. It seems that the young man is also a person who knows the goods. If it is an ordinary Magikarp, how can I say it is a good thing? My Magikarp is not ordinary. My Magikarp can produce gold. The liar uncle looked around halfway through his words, and then pretended to whisper to Wu Tong. "You are playing with me in a strange aquarium? It produces gold, why don't you produce diamonds? Uncle, next time you want to cheat people, at least put in some money, at least make this Magikarp golden, bye." Wu Tong didn't want to be a sucker and left directly. If the uncle really got a golden Magikarp, Wu Tong might be willing to gamble on his luck and be a sucker once. After all, the golden Magikarp is the shining Magikarp. Of course, if he found out that he was cheated, Wu Tong would definitely not let this uncle go. Seeing Wu Tong leave, the uncle did not continue to persuade him to stay. After all, Wu Tong had made it very clear, and his business was a profitable one. If one failed, he could just wait for the next one. Not long after Wu Tong left, a purple-haired, gloomy boy came to the uncle's stall. It was Shinji. Looking at the active Magikarp in the big fish tank, Shinji took out a dark Pokémon illustrated book and scanned it, then fell into thought. "Brother, it seems that you have also seen the extraordinariness of my Magikarp. We are also destined to be together, so I will tell you a special ability of my Magikarp." The liar uncle saw someone coming and hurriedly began to introduce. 500. Shinji did not give the uncle a chance to continue and directly reported the number. "Oh, this brother, this is not okay, you know my Magikarp." The uncle directly refused. 450. Shinji's eyes were sharp. Looked at the liar uncle and said a number. The liar uncle was stunned by Shinji's look and didn't know what to say. 400. Shinji continued. Okay. Brother, you are really good at bargaining." The liar uncle said helplessly, then took out a golden Pokeball with exaggerated colors, put the Magikarp in it and handed it to Shinji. Shinji didn't say much nonsense, gave the uncle 400 and left with the Magikarp. "Hehe, you are still too young, this wave of net profit 350. After seeing Shinji leave, the liar uncle said happily, and then took out the same golden Pokeball and released another Magikarp in the big fish tank. At this time, the liar uncle saw a man wearing a waiter's uniform who looked a little gullible walking by. The liar uncle immediately stopped him, and the fraud continued. Wu Tong, who left the liar uncle, didn't know what happened next, but began to look for a suitable target to fight. After all, it was boring to fight against a weak one, and there was no need to challenge one who was much stronger than himself. "Your duckbill baby looks very different. Are you interested in having a Pokémon battle with me?" A slightly contrived voice sounded behind Wu Tong. Wu Tong looked back and found that it was an uncle wearing a gentleman's suit, wearing a monocle, holding a gentleman's cane, and followed by a beautiful woman in a red dress. Wu Tong raised his eyebrows when he saw this uncle. Although he didn't remember the liar uncle just now, he remembered the gentleman uncle in front of him. After all, this guy couldn't afford to lose, and he cheated Zai Zai's Butterfree away. Although he exchanged it back later, Wu Tong's impression of this uncle can be said to be very bad. No problem, I'm also looking for an opponent to fight. Wu Tong said with a brilliant smile. Hearing that someone was going to fight here, the people nearby automatically cleared the venue for Wu Tong and the gentleman uncle to fight. And a small LED screen fell on the heads of Wu Tong and the gentleman uncle. Then my Pokemon is it, go, Rata. As expected by Wu Tong, the gentleman uncle called out a Rata. However, from Wu Tong's perspective, looking at this Rata, from the fur color, body shape and the size of the front teeth, it can be seen that this Rata is well raised. Go, Duckbill baby, let him know how powerful you are. Wu Tong said to the Duckbill baby. Bubby. The Duckbill baby nodded and walked in front of Wu Tong, looking at the Rata opposite seriously. Rata, use collision. The gentleman uncle sent the attack first. Rata started to sprint and hit Wu Tong's Duckbill baby. Duckbill baby, fire fist. Wu Tong saw it rushing up and directly let the Duckbill baby fight on the spot. Flames appeared on the duck-billed baby's fist and he punched Rata who was rushing towards him. The duck-billed baby's flaming fist collided with Rata's punch, but it was obvious that the duck-billed baby was better. Rata flew back to the gentleman with a little bit of chard on his face. Rata. Use your angry front teeth. The gentleman did not panic when facing Rata who was beaten back, but directly asked Rata to use his strongest skill. Rata quickly adjusted his body shape and opened his mouth to bite the duck-billed baby. Duck-billed baby, don't let it get close, use smoke. Wu Tong commanded. Bubby. The duck-billed baby shouted, and bursts of hot black smoke sprayed at Rata. The black smoke covered Rata, causing Rata to lose the duck-billed baby's vision while being hurt. Rata, come out. The gentleman found that the situation was suddenly bad and hurriedly called Rata out. Duckbill baby, don't let it go, flame wheel. Wu Tong would not let the gentleman uncle take Rata away and then say something like this is a draw. Bubby. The duckbill baby's body instantly ignited with flames, and then he rolled forward and rushed into the black smoke. The black smoke rolled, and Rata was directly knocked out. The gentleman uncle felt that the opportunity for a draw had come and wanted to take Rata back. But a column of fire shot out from the black smoke and hit Rata in mid-air. Rata, who was charred all over, fell to the ground and turned into a mosquito-repellent eye, losing his ability to fight. The red word victory appeared on the LED screen above Wu Tong's head. This is just a small simulation battle. I can only say that the goddess of victory favors me this time. But I hope you can strengthen your strength. After all, such a battle is too boring. Wu Tong said in the tone of the gentleman uncle. You. Hearing Wu Tong's words, the gentleman uncle couldn't keep up his gentlemanly appearance at this time, and his voice was a little trembling. So are there any warriors willing to challenge me? Wu Tong ignored the gentleman uncle and looked around and asked. Xiao Tong. Come and fight with me. Zai Zai jumped out excitedly at this time. Oh, isn't this my good teammate Zai Zai? Where are my other two good teammates Xioxia and Xiao Gang? Wu Tong gritted his teeth after seeing Zai Zai. Wu Tong was still upset about the three people abandoning him without hesitation. Ha ha ha, don't say that, come on, Xiao Tong, have a Pokemon battle with me. Zai Zai laughed and changed the subject after hearing what Wu Tong said. Humph, come on, I also want to see how strong you are. Wu Tong was too lazy to continue to care about Zai Zai's appearance, and simply took up the battle. The gentleman uncle on the side saw that no one paid attention to him, so he could only leave with his female companion in shame. It seems that he has no chance to exchange Pokemon with Zai Zai this time. Wu Tong felt angry when he thought of this. He didn't know what Zai Zai was thinking. He actually listened to the gentleman and exchanged Pokemon with him. And the one he exchanged was Batamax. He was abandoned once when he was Metapod, and after he evolved, he was abandoned again after winning the battle. No wonder he left Xiaoqian without hesitation after finding his true love. He has been fighting hard and uncomplainingly. I'll still use Duckbill baby. You call your Pokemon out. Wu Tong said that he would not exchange Pokemon. Fire type, then it's decided that it's you. Go, Squirtle. Zai Zai chose Squirtle, which restrains the fire type, beyond Wu Tong's expectation. Squirtle Squirtle. Squirtle appeared and shouted with full of vitality. Bubby. Facing the familiar turtle face, Duckbill baby greeted. Squirtle? Squirtle Squirtle. Squirtle was stunned when he saw the Duckbill baby, and then he looked at Wu Tong behind the duckbill baby happily. Hey, isn't this Xiao Ai? Is this the trainer you chose? Wu Tong greeted him happily after seeing Squirtle. What, Squirtle, do you know Xiao Tong? Zai said a little jealously. Squirtle Squirtle. Squirtle called Zai twice. You said Xiao Tong was your former boss. Zai said in surprise. Squirtle Squirtle. Squirtle nodded and continued to call. What? He is your role model. Zai continued to be surprised. Wu Tong on the side was speechless. How did you achieve barrier-free communication? Okay, let's stop reminiscing about the past. Let me see how much you have improved. Wu Tong said. Squirtle Squirtle. Squirtle nodded seriously. Duckbill baby sprays flame. Wu Tong took the lead. Bubby. The duckbill spewed out a mouthful of fire, shooting at Squirtle. Squirtle. Get out of the way. Zai activated the law of cause and effect skill and got out of the way quickly. Squirtle jumped to the side and dodged the duckbill's jet of fire. Not that easy. Wu Tong shouted. The duckbill's jet of fire made a U-turn and hit Squirtle from behind. What? Squirtle. Get back into the shell. Zai shouted hurriedly. Squirtle. Squirtle shouted and got back into the shell. Duckbill rush. Explosive punch. Wu Tong shouted. The duckbill stopped spraying fire and rushed forward directly, exerting force with his whole body and punching hard on Squirtle's shell. Squirtle. Hold on, use the water gun. Zai shouted hurriedly. Squirtle. Squirtle screamed in pain, and a stream of water shot out of the shell. It seems that Squirtle intends to fight to the end in the shell. Duckbill ducked quickly. Duckbill duck, don't stop, fire wheel. Then spray flames. Force it out. Wu Tong continued to shout. Bubby. Duckbill ignited flames and crashed into Squirtle again, knocking Squirtle into the sky, and then spewed out a mouthful of flames. It began to burn Squirtle's shell. Soon Squirtle couldn't stand the heat and showed his head. The last blow. Thunder punch. Wu Tong shouted. Bubby. Duckbill imitated Swampert and hit Squirtle with a thunder punch uppercut. Squirtle lost his ability to fight. The word victory appeared on the LED screen above Wu Tong's head again.